The villainess suddenly transforms into an agricultural tycoon. With her vast agricultural knowledge, she escaped poverty and homelessness in just 3 days. 7 days later, she became the most powerful farmer in the empire. She even had an unexpected encounter with the cold, noble emperor of a neighboring nation. But when she truly opened her eyes, Laina found herself in a banquet hall. All the nobles present couldn't help but notice her. A red-haired man spoke up, and Laina immediately understood the situation. It turned out today was her 100th birthday. It was also the turning point of the novel. According to the script, Crown Prince David would annul their engagement because she had framed the female lead. She would be exiled and stripped of her title. And the black-haired girl standing next to David was the kind and beautiful female lead from the book. Laina's memory hadn't fully recovered, so she could only blankly accept this outcome. When Laina returned home after it began, this was the result waiting for her. With the engagement broken, her father, upon hearing the news, not only wanted to disown her but also planned to kick her out of the house in 3 days. She was to be sent to the barren frontier. Because, as a duke's daughter, her only value was in a political marriage. But Laina understood that she couldn't be cast out. After all, in this era of lacking medical care, commoners couldn't be driven away. When they got sick, they could only find a shaman. And the shaman's treatment methods were incredibly strange. Just thinking about it made Laina dizzy. Moreover, she didn't have a single coin to her name, so how could she survive? So, she knelt on the ground, frantically clasping her hands and begging. Unexpectedly, this trick actually worked. Her father smiled and agreed to his daughter's request, immediately deciding to change her eviction from 3 days later to right now. Staring at the large, shut door before her, Laina thought to herself that a parent's love is indeed boundless. It's just a pity her father was heartless. Unexpectedly, she had ruined everything in just a few hours. As Liana was despairing, a woman's voice called out from behind her. It was her nanny, and behind her was a simple carriage. It turned out the nanny was tasked with exiling her, but found it difficult. Unable to bear it, she planned to take Laina to her own hometown. Not only was it secure, but the Lord was also very kind. Laina smiled. Deeply moved, she got into the carriage and began her journey. After 3 days and 3 nights, the carriage finally reached its destination. This was all the nanny could do to help her. With regret, the two hugged tightly, hoping to one day meet again. As the carriage left, Laina officially began her own life. However, when she opened the door to the small house, Laina felt as if the sky was falling. Not only was the inside a paradise for spiders, but the only water source was rainwater from a dirty puddle. But luckily, inside the house, there was also a stone axe. Laina's fighting spirit ignited. She began renovating this small house into her future warm home. In the process, she also discovered sweet potatoes in the field. And one day, curious nearby villagers came to Laina's small house. They had heard that a duke's daughter was living in this abandoned house, but now they couldn't see anyone. Could she have died? But right after, a woman discovered a rooster in the yard, which looked very much like the one that had escaped from their house before. At the same time, Laina was frantically hiding behind the house, praying these people wouldn't take away her only source of protein. However, the sharp-eyed children quickly spotted her. So Laina had no choice but to appear before everyone. Because she had just finished roasting sweet potatoes, her face was covered in dirt, so Lana could only invite them into the house. But it wasn't long before she won them over. The roasted sweet potatoes were so delicious, they had absolutely no idea this crop even existed in their territory. So, Laina took this opportunity to learn about the prices in this region. About 3 apples could be exchanged for 1 copper coin. The girl had an idea. If so, she could sell her sweet potatoes for 1 copper coin for 6. But as time went on, Laina quickly realized the problem. Sweet potatoes were too common in this territory, so some villagers started harvesting their own and no longer bought from her anymore. Seeing this, Laina targeted a new crop, apples. She realized that the apples the villagers were selling weren't fully ripe. If she could grow juicy, beautiful apples, she could definitely sell them for a higher price. Indeed, thanks to her hard work, Laina astonished the villagers. With the large apples she grew, they immediately wanted to offer them to the Lord. Seeing this, Laina was furious. This Lord, at her most difficult time, had assessed. He hadn't helped, so why should she give the apples she worked so hard to grow to him? However, the villagers completely ignored Laina and took the apples to the Lord on their own. When Laina hurriedly chased after them, she was led into the house. Only then did she discover that the Lord she had imagined was completely different. The person was a black-haired old woman, admiring the apples in her hands and exclaiming in wonder. A neighboring country's duke's daughter could be so skilled at farming. Seeing her surprised expression, Laina felt very good. She quickly made a deal with the Lord. "I'll sell this apple for 1 gold coin." The Lord was a bit surprised. "Don't you think you could get more rewards if you gifted this apple to me?" Laina firmly refused. "Gambling isn't my hobby. I only want to receive a reward worthy of my effort." The old lord laughed loudly. "You're completely different from the arrogant, useless lady I've heard about." However, she was also curious about what other fruits Laina could grow. As a graduate of agricultural university, Laina was naturally full of confidence. She prepared to plant her next crop, peaches. The old lord's mouth watered at the thought, and she immediately invited Laina to become the city's dedicated horticulturist. However, Liana refused this offer because she didn't want to be just a salaried employee, but wanted to grow her farming career to be bigger and stronger. Therefore, she wanted her lord to invest in her and protect her safety, because being powerless but wealthy was very dangerous. Seeing the confidence of the girl, the lord immediately agreed to all her requests. The two instantly formed a partnership. Indeed, in the following years, the fruits grown by Laina were always in short supply. The reputation of her high-quality fruit even spread to neighboring countries. Just like that, Laina bought a new house and land, and even hired more staff. From then on, she and the old lord became close friends. No one in the village dared to mess with her anymore. Until one day, while walking on the road, Laina was suddenly tripped by something. Looking closely, she found it was a rusty sickle. Because here, people only used hoes to harvest. She thought a tool like a sickle didn't exist. Laina immediately hugged the sickle tightly as if she had discovered a treasure. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, the sickle emitted a green light. A voice suddenly echoed in her ear, "Are you my next master?" Although this was the first time Laina had seen magic in this world, magic was not a rare occurrence. Most importantly, she couldn't miss the chance to see it again. This precious sickle, after 4 years, Laina didn't think twice and immediately responded to the call. Instantly, strange characters from all directions rushed towards her, and a contract seal appeared on the back of her hand. But when she opened her eyes, the sickle had turned into a strange weapon. A divine sword, as clear as a diamond. Laina felt like she'd been tricked. She just wanted that rusty sickle, not this gaudy-looking divine sword. So, Laina tried to cancel the contract, but because the divine sword was too talkative, Laina finally gave up and ignored it. Unexpectedly, strange phenomena soon occurred throughout the territory. This girl had just picked up a sickle in the fields, but that very night all the dogs in the city gave birth to litters of 8. Even the roosters laid eggs, and all of them were double-yoked. It turned out the sickle she picked up was a divine sword. It was a sword forged by generations of gods of prosperity. It was called the Sword of Prosperity. Wherever this sword was sealed, it held countless blessings. However, the strange phenomena in the city attracted the attention of the Lord. One day, while having tea with Laina, she noticed the tattoo on the back of her hand and learned about what she had encountered in the fields. However, the Lord acted rather strangely, suddenly claiming she had a headache and hastily ending her meeting with Laina. The Though she felt something was wrong, Laina didn't think much of it. Not long after, upon returning home, Laina found. As she stepped through the door, she saw the sword Louis sulking in a corner. It turned out that during the tea party earlier, Laina had accidentally touched another sword, making Louis jealous and angry. Seeing this, Laina hurried over to flatter Louis. Our Louis is the best sword, so sharp it can slice the wind. How could I use a divine sword? Like you to cut a watermelon? Next time, I'll definitely bring you along and praise you in front of everyone. Finally, Louis bashfully forgave Laina, ending this small incident. Laina prepared to go out and check on her fields. Unexpectedly, a man's voice came from outside the door. Laina rushed to the window to look and saw 3 burly men standing there. Sensing danger, Louis said that if Laina agreed, it could instantly send those 3 to the afterlife. However, Laina felt that was too brutal and decided to observe the situation before making a decision. She slowly opened the door, but was immediately stunned into silence. The golden light from the man's hair was blinding. His azure eyes made it impossible for her to look away. Couldn't look away. As Laina stared at his face, the man said that she was a thieving cat. It turned out this person was the emperor of the Mazo Empire. Before coming here, Karen had sought out the lord of this land, who was his grandmother. After she divorced the former emperor, she moved to this border territory. This was the first time she had seen her grandson again. However, she wasn't very happy. Because not long ago, she had sent some fruit to the Mazo Empire. The purpose was to let the children there have a taste, but unexpectedly, Karen received it. Moreover, after Lean left the palace, the divine sword also disappeared. Now, as the land of Forsting entered a surprisingly bountiful harvest year, this couldn't help but make Karen suspect a connection to the divine sword. However, Lean felt no guilt. When I left the palace, I left everything behind. But now the divine sword is indeed in the territory, it just has already signed a long-term contract with a resident here. This was unbelievable to Karen. So, he immediately went to Lee's small house. Laina's house. Unfortunately, at this moment, Laina didn't seem to recognize his identity and was still lost in the beauty of the man. It wasn't until he stated his purpose, "I am the master of the sword in your hand," that Laina was startled. Snapping back to her senses, a confused Laina quickly questioned Louis, "You have someone else on the side?" This made Louis feel very angry while under suspicion. It was clear it only had one master, Laina. Hearing this, Anna became furious, scolding the man as a liar and demanding he state his purpose for coming. Only then did Karen introduce himself and tell the whole story. It turned out this divine sword was their royal family's heirloom. But for some reason, it suddenly disappeared. So, he personally came here to take the sword away. Laina finally understood the whole story. It turned out Louis the troublemaker. This little brat had run away from home, causing her and the lord to be treated like thieves. But unexpectedly, Louis suddenly cried out, "I will be with you until the end of time. Besides, the royal family didn't treat me well at all. They didn't love me. If you're really my master, then call my name." Sure enough, Karen couldn't remember the sword's real name. Laina now completely rejected him, demanding Karen leave immediately. Karen couldn't believe that even after he had revealed his identity, Laina, a common girl, still refused. However, this sword was incredibly important to the royal family, so he had to take it, even if it meant using dirty tricks. This girl was clearly just a commoner, yet the emperor of a neighboring nation was determined to marry her. But when Karen proposed to Laina, she refused without hesitation. Just now, faced with her firm refusal to hand over the youth Laina's divine sword, Karen had decided to seize it by any means necessary. But, unexpectedly, his advance was misunderstood by Laina as him wanting to repay her with his body. Laina said, "Be quiet. For a moment, my little kitten emperor. You need to be more careful when you say such things." This left Karen utterly confused, not knowing what this girl was thinking. It turned out, The reason Laina thought this way was because assets between a husband and wife are shared, and this was the only way for Karen to legally possess the divine sword. Karen now had a new idea. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately proposed marriage to Laina. However, this hasty proposal was not enough, leaving Laina somewhat speechless. Even if this proposal was a bit absurd, he should at least bow a little. So, Karen quickly knelt on one knee before Laina. Sure enough, this made Laina feel extremely bad. Embarrassed, but she immediately rejected the proposal and quickly shut the door. This left the three men outside the door stunned. They never thought the emperor of a nation would be played like this one day. It seemed he was truly captivated by her appearance. Laina looked so innocent and lovely on the outside, but inside she was a mischievous little devil. This undoubtedly made Karen feel defeated, forcing him to return to the city. But just then, he happened to meet the old lord. Karen then recounted the entire process to her. Rashly, but unexpectedly acted so unreasonably. But Karen's next words left her a bit stunned. The man suddenly grinned mischievously. My pride has been wounded now. I can't just go back like this. This made lean suddenly. Notice a hint of something amiss. It seemed this emotionless emperor was about to meet his spring. For the next 2 days, to avoid Karen, Laina stayed cooped up in her house. Until one night, she dreamed of the mountain god, who gave her sweet, golden treats. This made Laina suddenly jolt. Awake. Golden and sweet, isn't that pumpkin? Laina thought, maybe I can combine pumpkin with hand-cut noodles, it would surely be a delicious dish. So, she hurriedly called for Louis, wanting to harvest the fruits of her labor. Louis was thrilled, thinking it could finally go to the battlefield and show off its talent. But, unexpectedly, the next moment it saw Laina dressed as a farmer, holding a blueprint, wanting Louis to change its shape. Dubious, Louis had to comply, but its effectiveness was soon perfectly demonstrated. The sharp blade and smooth shape greatly increased Laina's harvesting speed. Only Louis could just cry. Without tears, master is a liar, master is a bad person. While the two were arguing, Laina suddenly bumped into a hand. Turning around, she looked and realized it was Karen. It turned out that since that day, Karen had been living in the room next to hers. Just now, hearing the noise, he came to check. He had thought Laina was with the divine sword Louis, but now he realized he had misunderstood. However, Laina just remained silent, holding up the scissors in her hand as a sign. Karen immediately understood. It turned out he, the emperor, wasn't the only one being played by her. Even the divine sword couldn't escape her eccentricity. Afterwards, Laina asked Karen to help her carry the pumpkins to the storehouse. This made Karen feel confused. Harvested pumpkins should be sold immediately. But Laina explained that she had other plans for them. She would let these crops wither for 20 days, because when produce dries out, its sugar content increases, and then it can be sold for a higher price. And to repay Karen's labor, Laina made him a bowl of her newly invented pumpkin noodles. This made Karen, who was used to lavish feasts, feel it was very novel. After one bite, he found it both sweet and fresh, making one feel it wasn't too healthy, but irresistibly wanting another bite. This was the effect of good living that Laina wanted to achieve. Then, she brought out a red-colored drink. It turned out to be Schisandra tea with ice, which quickly cuts through the grease in food. This is something you can recognize. This made Karen curious how they managed to preserve ice in this rural area. Laina replied that she had dug an ice cellar by hand, and now her muscles could almost lift a cow. Seeing this, Karen said, "Next time, for heavy work like this, you can ask for my help." But Laina looked at him with a mix of determination and doubt. She felt that if she could do something herself, she didn't need to ask others for help. This answer stunned Karen, it seemed. Laina was truly an independent woman. However, at this time, Laina still didn't know that Prince David, who had publicly broken their engagement, was about to cause trouble. A few years ago, when that black-haired girl first appeared, Everyone treated her like a goddess descended to earth, even seeing her as the kingdom's hope. Who would have thought that the fiancé crown Prince David once cherished would become the person he wanted to avoid the most? The female lead stormed straight into the study, loudly questioning David about why he kept avoiding her. In response, David just kept a cold face, even turning to scold the guards for their negligence. The face that once seemed adorable to him now only filled him with disgust. This was no longer a sweet marriage, it was clearly torture. Full of grievances, the female lead questioned why David kept avoiding her. He wouldn't even give her a chance to sit down and talk properly. David felt she was making a scene for no reason and started bringing up the past, telling her that she used to get angry over trivial things like dancing or jewelry. The female lead angrily retorted on the spot, "That's because you were planning to take on lovers and give what was mine to others." In David's eyes, the position of queen was just a political tool. He felt that saving this position for her was already the extent of his affection and duty. But these words completely enraged the female lead. She saw David as her only support, while David only saw this relationship as a transaction. The two argued more and more fiercely. David's last shred of patience was gone. He slammed the table and called for someone to throw her out. This scene didn't look like an engaged couple, more like two mortal enemies. The female lead never would have dreamed that David, who once swore to love only her, was now planning to keep a house full of concubines. What made her break down even more was that this plot was completely inconsistent with the story she had once told. Don't read. Everything has gone completely off track. Meanwhile, David sat in his study, his mind filled with political calculations. Initially, he planned to use Laena to restrain the Duke, but who knew he would end up shooting himself in the foot? To protect himself, the Duke unexpectedly cut ties with his own daughter. David's right to the throne also became precarious. Looking at the female lead making a fuss in front of him, David only felt annoyed. He couldn't help but compare her to Laena, realizing that the Duke's daughter had never thrown such an unreasonable tantrum. The saint of the past was now just a human-shaped trouble in David's eyes, sitting in his room. In his study, he suddenly missed Laena. But this wasn't some lingering affection, it was just him realizing he had played his cards foolishly and ruined everything. His aide reported that they had searched the entire territory, but still found no trace of her. Hearing this, David sneered, thinking that a high-born lady like Laena, who only knew embroidery, probably couldn't survive more than 3 days on her own. In his eyes, the black-haired girl had lost all her value after the engagement. As long as he could bring Laena back, the Duke would support him again. Moreover, he was certain that the woman, pushed into a corner, would surely cry and beg him to take her in. He immediately gave the order, "Use any means necessary to quickly bring Laena back here." But he had no idea that Laena was currently with Karen. She might look fragile and weak, but she was stubborn and refused to rely on anyone. Karen looked at this strange woman, her arms so thin they looked like they would snap, yet she insisted on doing everything with her own 2 hands. Recently, Karen's aide was having a headache over storing ice. Hearing the aide ask a casual question, Karen realized that these nobles, living in luxury, truly had no practical knowledge. In his mind, storing ice definitely required mages from the magic tower. Ordinary people could only dream of it. Karen now realized that finding someone knowledgeable to ask was harder than ascending to the heavens. Frustrated, Karen looked up and happened to run into Laena at the top of the stairs. Laena, carrying a basket, looked just as bewildered. But she still confidently declared that this was her house, she was just here with her grandmother. As they glared at each other, Laena suddenly froze, staring at Karen's face. Unexpectedly, there was a clear scratch on it. As soon as they met, Laena started nagging, scolding him for walking under the hot sun yesterday without a hat, and now his whole face was sunburned. Karen was about to take out an expensive recovery potion when Laena snatched it away, saying that such a small wound wasn't worth wasting money on. The moment Laina reached out, Karen noticed the contract seal on the back of her hand. This made his heart skip a beat. Before he could react, Laina had already applied the cool aloe vera juice directly to his face. This rustic method might seem crude, but its effect was surprisingly good. Karen couldn't help but sigh. This practical way of life was truly extraordinary. He probed, asking Laina if her parents had taught her this knowledge. No. Laina was silent for a moment, then answered flatly that she had no parents. Seeing Karen's awkward expression, she added with self-deprecation, "I have parents. They just abandoned me long ago." The words had just been spoken, and the atmosphere immediately dropped below freezing. Laina looked at Karen in front of her and realized that although this man was always cold, he wasn't a bad person. Recalling her days at the ducal mansion, she was completely abandoned because of a humiliating broken engagement. In their eyes, she was just an item that had lost its use, so she was thrown away like trash. But thinking back now, this life on her own was much freer. She didn't have to watch anyone's expression and could do as she pleased. Laina saw through Karen's thoughts, asking if he was very curious about her past. Karen claimed he wasn't interested, but his hesitant expression betrayed his curiosity. Laina understood. Karen not asking was actually his own way of caring for her, which made her unable to resist, blurting out praise for his gentleness. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it, frantically explaining that it didn't mean she had any intentions towards him. She wouldn't even give him a flower from her basket. Seeing her tough talk but obvious fluster, Karen just stood there silently. The atmosphere was indeed getting more and more ambiguous, while Karen just stood there silently. As the two were still at a standoff on the stairs, the old lord suddenly appeared, looking at them. The two who refused to leave the hall, she gave a knowing smile and teased, "Oh, look at these two lovebirds." That one sentence made the scene explode. Karen and Laina, who were already embarrassed, now couldn't clear their names even if they jumped into a river. Lean stood by, whispering to herself that this one hadn't confessed he was the emperor yet. She was also very enthusiastic. As soon as she heard they had applied medicine to each other, she gave a meaningful smile. Karen was still trying his best to explain, but Lean delivered another fatal blow, telling them to just drop the honorifics. Laina was overjoyed to hear that, if they were friends of the same age, this connection was truly hard to explain. Karen had a headache now, feeling completely led by these two and could only let Laina do as she pleased. Who would have thought that the magnificent divine sword, Lewis, would be used by Laina to cut a watermelon? It was so angry it was hopping around. Karen could see through it at a glance, a watermelon cut perfectly in half. This neatly, she must have used that divine sword. Seeing he was about to be exposed, Yena quickly used her ultimate move, skewering a heart-shaped piece of watermelon and stuffing it straight into Karen's mouth. This move was indeed effective. Karen was immediately silenced, only able to mumble, "This melon is really sweet, the sweet taste lingering." The watermelon from earlier left Karen standing stunned on the balcony for a long time. He began to realize this wasn't just a difference in farming methods. Before, his mind was filled with power struggles, how to suppress the nobles, how to solidify his throne, but he never thought about how ordinary people lived. He even took the food served on his table for granted. Thinking back now, that arrogance made even him feel ashamed. Just then, Laina brought over a pitcher of purple fruit juice, saying it was made from the leftover ingredients and insisting he try it. Karen was stunned. In the imperial palace, no one treated leftovers as treasures. Could this so-called leftover really taste good? Laina poured the juice inside, saying that a high or low market value doesn't represent whether something is good or bad. After all, the effort put in is the same. These words struck a chord with Karen. He suddenly realized. People are the same. Their essence doesn't change just because of malicious rumors. Initially, he came here just to retrieve the divine sword, but now he understood why that arrogant sword would willingly accept Laina as its master. Watching Laina, 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 Laina. Diana waving goodbye from a distance. For the first time, Karen had the thought of staying a little longer. This feeling was so unfamiliar, it even made him a bit flustered. The sound of his heartbeat grew louder in his ears, a flutter that he absolutely didn't want to admit. Something seemed to have completely slipped from his control. This time, the harvest filled a whole cart. The old lord not only generously packed it with salmon and ham, but it was also a very beautiful sight. But she also kept praising her cooking skills, making her heart soar with joy. Her mind was filled with the image of Karen eating watermelon earlier, and his sincere praise made her feel that her efforts were not in vain. And she was even proud. It flew into a rage, accusing Laina of prioritizing looks over friendship because she was busy chatting with a handsome guy and leaving the divine sword in the dark. Laina quickly soothed it, explaining that she only stayed a little longer because Karen also found the food delicious. But Louis wouldn't listen, instead putting on a serious face and issuing a warning. It said that Laina had no idea how ruthless the royal Maso were. They were nice to her now only because she was still useful. Once they lost interest, they wouldn't hesitate to turn on her, even using force to take what they wanted. The two words royal family stunned Laina. This title sounded very familiar. Could Karen's true identity be more complicated than she thought? Louis kept nagging incessantly, reminding Laina never to be deceived by the nobles, saying that their glamorous appearance actually concealed a belly full of dirty water. Laina's ears were about to fall off. She suddenly asked Louis if it really intended to follow her for life. After all, she just wanted to live a peaceful life and didn't want to return to those tumultuous days. Louis panicked, thinking Laina was going to abandon it, and hurriedly expressed its loyalty, swearing to protect only her for the rest of its life. But Louis still felt uneasy. Laina had risked everything on the road to run away from home, surely not just to become a farmer. As the two walked and chatted, Laina suddenly stopped. A figure was stealthily hiding in the bushes by the road. Before she could react, the person stepped out and respectfully called out, "Young Mississippi." Laina looked closely and was stunned. It was the family's nanny, the person who should least be here. Why did she suddenly show up at her door? As soon as the nanny entered the house, she started speaking in veiled terms, saying she thought Laina would always hide in the shabby house. That places like this were the same whether they were fixed or not, no one cared. On the surface, Laina was politely making tea, but inside, alarm bells were ringing. This nanny had been gone for so long, suddenly showing up now surely meant no good. The nanny sipped her chamomile tea and dropped a bombshell. She said Laina's success today was all thanks to the help of that lord. Laina was confused, but the nanny's next words sent a chill down her spine. It turned out the one who brought her here back then was that very lord. The nanny drank her tea with a smug face, saying that after her divorce, Lean wasn't living comfortably either, so she sympathized with an abandoned young lady like Laina. Laina, everything was within her calculations. Laina now realized that the free life she had imagined was, from beginning to end, just a pawn on someone else's chessboard. The nanny's words became more and more outrageous. Laina finally couldn't take it anymore and coldly retorted that Lean basically didn't care if she lived or died. For all these days, she had relied entirely on herself to get by. The nanny burst out laughing, saying with a contemptuous look that Laina was lying, thinking a proper, pampered young lady like her didn't even know how to make money. Laina knew well that it was because she was no longer the Duke's daughter that the nanny dared to look down on her. Since the other party had torn off their mask, she didn't need to be polite either. She pointed to the teacup on the table and said, word by word, "Believe it or not, this cup of chamomile tea costs 1 copper coin." The nanny glared angrily, feeling that Laina had truly become obsessed with money. Laina immediately stood up, criticizing the nanny for being Not only disrespectful, but also daring to casually insult the Lord. Since they couldn't talk properly, she asked her to leave immediately. Seeing the nanny's defiant look, Laina directly ordered her out. Despite the others shouting, she turned and walked away without looking back. This house no longer welcomed that hypocritical woman. Seeing Laina's resolute attitude, the nanny now panicked. She chased after her, loudly calling for Laina to wait. The nanny yelled that the Duke himself had ordered that Laina must be brought back to see him. The word Duke was like a heavy shackle, cruelly pulling Laina back to reality. The nanny cried and put on a show, saying that her father worried about her day and night, unable to eat or sleep. Laina sneered, "I'm afraid he just discovered I have some use again, right?" She didn't fall for the trick and immediately told the person to leave, telling her to get lost. The nanny couldn't act anymore and was about to utter a threat before leaving. But Laina was even fiercer, telling her to relay a message to the Duke. "From head to toe, I'm cursing him to die soon. Don't even think about seeing me again in this lifetime." His sister Lit called out several times before Karen snapped out of his daze. He was the emperor of a nation, yet here he sat idly in a foreign land. Lit started nagging, urging him to return to their country. After all, an emperor loitering in a neighboring country wouldn't look good, even though there was a teleportation array here, left by the former emperor, making travel instantaneous. But Lit could tell with one glance that her brother was reluctant to leave. There was definitely something fishy going on. She cut straight to the chase. There were only two possibilities in this foresting land. One was because of that legendary sword. Or had this perpetually single emperor finally fallen in love for the first time? Despite Lit's constant nagging to return home, on the surface, Karen kept saying how ridiculous it was, but in reality, during meetings, his mind was filled with the image of that woman. Just then, his aide brought bad news. Something was amiss in the foresting territory. Someone was secretly monitoring Laina, and what's worse, it was related to Laina's former fiancé. The moment he heard the words ex-fiancé, Karen could no longer sit still. He had cruelly abandoned her back then, and now that he saw her doing well, he wanted to come crawling back? Without another word, he immediately stood up. This time, no one could stop him. He had to personally go and be Laina's support. Karen's mind was in a mess. They were just friends, so why did hearing news about her ex-boyfriend make him so angry? To save face, he tried to find a grand reason. Maybe if Polina was kidnapped, the important treasure sword would also be lost, so he had to go to the scene to check. But his mind was filled with scenarios of Laina being bullied. What if that bastard forced her to go with him? What if she was currently hiding in a corner crying? The more he thought, the more anxious he became. He rushed to Laina's door like a madman, leaving his aide to stand guard outside. He personally went inside to see what was happening. The house was silent. Not a soul in sight. Could she have left with that scoundrel? Just as Karen was hesitating whether to push the door open, the house suddenly erupted with a piercing scream. This was serious. Karen slammed the main door open, calling Laina's name loudly as he rushed inside. Karen charged in, half dead with worry, expecting to witness some life-or-death scene. But to his surprise, Laina was raising both hands to the sky, yelling, "Quick, come help me hold up the ceiling." It turned out the wood of this old house had rotted, and a swarm of bugs had just crawled out. Laina didn't say a word. She directly dismantled the house with her bare hands, leaving Karen standing there dumbfounded. He was the great emperor of a nation, yet he was scared witless by a few bugs. But he still had to maintain his dignity, stubbornly insisting he wasn't scared at all. Laina had no mind to care whether he was arrogant or not. Looking at Karen's tall figure, a dark idea began to form in her mind. Since you've gone to the trouble of coming here, why not fix the attic door while you're at it? Karen looked at the woman frantically, running around, and couldn't help but ask if she always did repairs like this by herself. Laina tried to find a person very comfortably. Where would you find a carpenter in this countryside? If I don't do it myself, who can I rely on? Hearing Laina say she was used to being alone, a pang of indescribable sorrow rose in Karen's heart. This seemingly fragile woman, how many days and nights had she endured alone like this? Facing that hypocritical woman, Laina only felt annoyed. Back then, her life was so miserable, yet the other person wore an envious expression. It was speechless. The more she thought, the angrier she got. She decisively pulled out the sword Lewis and prepared to demolish the house. Karen stood by, completely stunned. A precious sword being used as a repair tool? Lewis was still there protesting vigorously, feeling Laina didn't respect it. In the end, Laina tricked it with a flurry of words, saying that only the most important tasks required its use. Lewis actually believed her completely. Laina aimed at the broken cabinet and swung the hammer down with a heavy blow. Who would have thought? This cabinet was of such good quality that Lewis was sent flying back out. Amidst the mess, Laina suddenly froze. An indescribable warmth was running from her fingers and spreading throughout her body. The impact just now was definitely not light. Karen, quick-witted and sharp-eyed, directly pulled Laina into a tight embrace. This sudden contact left Laina stunned. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she felt the warmth of another person. Neither of them cared if they were hurt. The first words out of their mouths were the same. Both were asking if the other was injured. Laina quickly created some distance. Her mouth was still stubbornly saying she was fine. Karen, with a serious face, started nagging, blaming her for being too reckless in her work. What if something really happened? Before Laina could retort, Karen suddenly reached out and gently stroked her hair, his tone becoming much softer. He said, "You live alone. If you get hurt, there's not even one person to take care of you." There isn't. This sentence left Laina completely speechless, seeing his sigh of relief. Of Karen, she suddenly felt that the man in front of her seemed to have become a different person. Her mind was filled with question marks. Was this still that emotionless emperor? The kid she used to easily grasp, how did he suddenly become so masculine? Laina was completely confused. Facing this ridiculously handsome face, Karen frowned and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Hina jumped up, not daring to look him in the eye, with only one thought left in her mind. Who could withstand this? Karen had no intention of letting it go. He approached step by step, then started walking. His tone carried an undeniable dominance, even directly grabbing her wrist. Seeing the clear red mark on it, he laughed. Balon's voice deepened. "It's already swollen like this. How long are you going to be stubborn?" Lean. Na was still being stubborn, saying this little injury was nothing, thanks to Karen's protection earlier. Nothing serious happened. But as soon as she closed her eyes, the firm embrace from before kept lingering in her mind, impossible to shake off. She said, muttering that Karen was a busybody while being unable to calm down. Karen acted very naturally, directly pulling her hand over, saying his bandaging skills were quite good. His movements were so gentle that it was impossible to refuse. Laina was completely dazed. She had clearly been through so many great storms before. Why was it that whenever she stood before this guy, her heart felt like a rabbit was hopping around wildly? Karen, while busy bandaging, casually asked how she had been living lately. Laina almost blurted out all her feelings, but luckily, she reacted quickly and swallowed her words. Seeing Laina's flustered state, Karen chuckled. He said that as long as he saw her full of life like this, he could be completely at ease. Laina stared at him blankly. So this guy had been worried about her all along. Karen said he had to leave first. Immediately, Laina hurriedly found an excuse to keep him, saying it was almost dinner time, so maybe he could eat before leaving. But Karen politely refused, saying she was injured. How could he possibly bother her further? Before leaving, he didn't forget to turn back and say, "From now on, if you need anything, you must find me. Absolutely don't carry everything on your own like today." Watching Karen's departing back, Laina stood there stunned, still not over his recent gentleness. Just then, the divine sword Lewis rubbed up against her, whispering an apology, saying it Shouldn't have used so much force earlier. It forgot how fragile Laina's body was. Hearing this, Laina wasn't angry at all, but instead spread her arms and hugged Lewis, rubbing against it frantically. This wasn't a mistake. This was clearly a divine assist. If not for Lewis's rebound, how would she have had the chance to be held tightly by such a national treasure-level hottie? Lewis was rubbed into a daze. It secretly thought, did Master hit her head? Just a moment ago she looked like she was about to cry. Why is she grinning so happily now? In Laina's heart, calculations were clicking away. Compared to a masterpiece like Karen, Laina's scumbag ex was a memorable name. That David was like a stinky dried squid. Not only was his personality rotten, but his appearance was also nauseating. Laina suddenly calmed down. She began to suspect if this Karen was after the divine sword Lewis. After all, last time, Laina began to suspect if this Karen was after the divine sword Lewis. Before they met, he had also mentioned this. Could it be that all the gentle gestures earlier were just a honey trap to gain her trust? If that was the case, this man's schemes were too deep. But thinking it over, looking at Karen's flawless face, Laina completely melted. With looks like that, who could resist the temptation? She sighed helplessly. Finally, she understood why ancient emperors often did foolish things for beauties. If it were her, she probably wouldn't be any smarter. Laina felt it was too bad to let him leave hungry. She decided to cook some potatoes to bring to him. Louis. As soon as it heard the word potatoes, it panicked and bristled, shouting that it was tired enough from working today. Even if it meant death, it didn't want to become a hoe for digging dirt again. Laina rolled her eyes, saying she would just put it in the pot to boil. I'm not making you dig in the fields, now move aside and rest. As Laina was busy, Lewis suddenly said coldly, Master, if that guy is really the emperor, what are you going to do? Lewis kept nagging, emphasizing that Karen was indeed an emperor. But Laina was in no mood to listen because she just heard distinct footsteps outside the door. Laina's heart soared, certain that Karen had returned. That guy might have said he was leaving, but he surely couldn't resist her cooking skills. Before Lewis could say another word, Laina eagerly pushed open the main door, loudly calling Karen's name. However, when she saw the figure outside clearly, her entire body froze on the spot. This was truly awkward. The person who came was not him at all. Meanwhile, in the distant imperial palace, Karen was stressed over a mountain of paperwork, sighing about the work. An emperor's job is never-ending. While bowing his head to deal with state affairs, the moment Laina fell into his arms flashed through his mind. His heart. That warm feeling seemed to still linger on his fingertips. Karen helplessly rubbed his temples. There was still so much political work to be done. Why at this particular moment was his mind filled with images of that reckless woman? Late at night in the study, Karen was still buried in official duties. The old lord pushed the door open, pained to see her grandson still up so late. She had specially brought a late-night snack. Karen looked at the plate of sandwiches on the table, about to refuse on the grounds that it was too late and a heavy meal would be hard to digest. But he was immediately cut off by his grandmother. Stop your nonsense and try a bite. Who knew that after one bite? Karen was astonished. This taste was absolutely divine. His grandmother stood by teasingly, saying that taking care of one's health is important, but without a late-night snack, what joy is there in life? While chatting, his grandmother suddenly changed the subject to Laina, asking Karen if he had played the hero saving the damsel today. She sighed that a girl living alone, having to do everything herself, truly had it tough. Even though money could solve problems for men, it's not the same for women. Many troubles, but if a single woman appears too wealthy, it could attract disaster. People like Laina who rolled up their sleeves and did everything themselves were even more admirable. Hearing these words, Karen's mind was filled with the image of Laina's injured wrist, worried about whether she had eaten properly today. His grandmother saw through him with a glance, smiling and telling him to relax his mind, that some things didn't need so much worry. It turned out this sandwich was made by Laina herself. She said it was to thank Karen for his help earlier, so she asked her grandmother to bring it. As Karen chewed, his heart filled with worry. He remembered that Laina's expression didn't look too good. He wondered if her wound was hurting again. He had clearly told her to rest well. Why did this foolish girl not listen? His grandmother shook her head with a smile at his state, reminding him to eat while it was hot before leaving. Leaving Karen alone, staring blankly at the unfinished sandwich, his mind scheming. What excuse could he find to visit her tomorrow? Should he say it's to thank her for the meal? Or use the excuse of checking on her wound? As long as he could see her, any reason would do. Just as a smile played on Karen's lips, lost in his little plan, a sound suddenly came from the window. Loud, breaking the silence. Karen was immediately on alert. Could it be an assassin? He whipped around, his eyes fixed on the dark shadow outside the window. But when he saw the newcomer clearly, his eyes widened in shock. What assassin? Wasn't this the talking divine sword Lewis from Laina's side? He thought it came here to acknowledge him as its master. But seeing its anxious and flustered state, it clearly had something to say. Just then, he came to his senses. Laina must be in trouble. Diana was currently in a coma, her situation looking dire. It was unbelievable that just after raining, one meeting had weakened Laina to the point where she couldn't even get out of bed. She was still mocking herself, wondering if it was because of that so-called blind infatuation that she still held some illusion about this family. As a result, as soon as the door opened, her father appeared. First the nanny, now her own father personally came to her door. The most terrifying part was that he called this an incognito visit. The Duke was still acting, saying he was so worried about his daughter that he couldn't eat or sleep well. Laina found it laughable. This plot was completely different from the original novel. The black-haired girl had just appeared and was already engaged, while she herself was kicked off the chessboard before she could even do anything evil. She suddenly realized that, according to the original novel's logic, Laina usually couldn't be found. She should have died outside long ago. And the man who watched her walk into her former predicament now had the audacity to stand before her, acting like a loving father. Laina coldly replied, "You never cared whether I lived or died before." She directly went into sarcastic mode, saying that the Duke still had 5 other daughters to sell off. It was rare for him not to miscall her name this time. The Duke hurriedly put on a helpless expression, justifying that he didn't help her before because he didn't want to anger the royal family. He even hoped he wasn't at fault. With a triumphant look, he claimed that the crown prince now regretted his actions and was searching for her everywhere to bring her back. Laina felt nauseated. What sympathy, what longing, it was all lies. That black-haired girl from another world, aside from a little novelty, was completely incapable of managing internal affairs. The crown prince was now being heavily criticized by the public, so he remembered his perfect fiancé. To put it bluntly, they just wanted to use her to salvage the royal family's pathetic reputation. Seeing the Duke's matter-of-fact attitude, Laina's eyes grew colder. This pit of fire, she would never jump into it again in this lifetime. Laina directly pushed the Duke's hand away, bluntly stating that those matters no longer concerned her. The Duke was completely stunned. He was still dreaming of becoming a royal relative, advising Laina to quickly return and be the crown princess. But Laina's next words completely shattered his thoughts. She said in Vietnamese, she would no longer be a puppet of the family. She didn't even want that surname anymore. The Duke still wanted to use their blood ties to pressure her. In response, Laina sneered and turned her head, reminding him to remember who it was that kicked his own daughter out of the house with just a single sentence. The Duke's face flushed red, and he angrily slammed the table and shouted, but this was exactly what Laina wanted. She didn't want to be involved with this place for another second. Laina pushed the door open, not looking back, leaving only a cold goodbye, even changing her form of address to Your Grace, the Duke, to draw a clear line. He was speechless with anger, but that gloomy expression clearly indicated he wasn't going to let it go. Laina understood very well. This man had ruined her life, and now that he saw she still had value, he had the gall to come here and act. He should be supporting that black-haired girl, yet he clung to her relentlessly. This shameless behavior was truly disgusting. Although the Duke left for now, next time, he would surely use any means to drag her back to that pit of fire. Laina knew that if she stayed here, David would sooner or later destroy her. That absolutely could not happen. Looking at her packed luggage, she knew her only escape now was to disappear completely. Louis noticed something was wrong and asked if she was daydreaming. Laina quickly forced a smile, pretending, hiding the fact that she was just thinking about what to eat for dinner. But Louis saw through it at a glance, advising her to stop forcing a smile. If she was sad, just say it. Laina was still stubborn, saying that with Louis by her side, why would she be sad? Besides, she had long since given up on that family. But while she said that, her heart was still in turmoil. Some wounds really can't be forgotten just by saying so. Laina was still trying to deceive herself, muttering it was fine, but her emotions were already out of control. Louis stood by, feeling immense pain. For the first time, it hated that it was only a sword and couldn't even give its master a hug. At Laina's weakest moment, Karen suddenly burst in, his call causing the whole house to ache. Her body froze. Karen was clearly flustered and out of sorts, his words jumbled and nonsensical. Diana still had the mind to tease him, saying that he had clearly called her by her first name earlier. Watching Karen frantically search for medicine, Laina's suspended heart finally seemed to find its footing. Karen had intended to look for the first aid box, but instead, he saw a huge suitcase. His whole body froze. Why was there so much luggage? Diana whispered for him not to mess up her things because she was about to leave. Karen truly couldn't believe his ears. She was this sick, yet all she could think about was leaving. In his eyes, his territory. This warm and comfortable land of Forsting was clearly Laina's home. What was she so desperately running from? Hina looked out the window, lost in thought. This place was indeed very good. The old lord was also a kind person, but some things were destined to happen that she didn't know. She couldn't stay here peacefully. Karen stood by, his heart aching. He wrung out a wet cloth, wondering why Laina wanted to run away. He suddenly realized it must be because of that ex-fiancé. The last time those people came to her door, they definitely had no good intentions. Laina, delirious, said she had no home, that there was no place in this world that truly belonged to her. They used to treat her like trash, and now that they saw her value, they tried every means to bring her back as a tool. Even in her dreams, she couldn't rest peacefully. Karen had made a decision in his heart. If those people didn't know how to cherish her, then they couldn't blame him for being ruthless. Seeing the usually smiling Laina now lying weakly here, Karen's heart ached with both sorrow and anger. Which bastard had brought her to this state? He gently called her name, his movements as light as if afraid to wake a beautiful dream. In this moment, he no longer wanted to hide his feelings. He gently lifted Laina's hand and placed a deep kiss on the back of it. He silently vowed that no matter who he had to face in the future, no matter what kind of enemy, he would never let Laina suffer even a little more harm. After a long sleep, Laina woke up feeling rejuvenated. But before she could rejoice, she was scolded by Louis, who said it had never seen a master with such a weak body. Laina was worried she had slept too long and missed important matters. But then, Karen's voice echoed in the room, saying that not much time had passed. As she looked up, Laina was completely petrified. The high and mighty emperor was wearing a lace-trimmed outfit, appearing by her bedside just like that. It turned out Louis had taken the liberty of calling him. Completely frantic, wailing that she still had a mountain of work to do today. But as she tried to get out of bed, Karen blocked her with his arm, reminding her that she was still a patient who had just woken up. Not only did Karen not let her go, but he also handed her a coat. His tone firm yet gentle, insisting she eat breakfast before they talked further. Looking at the beautifully arranged fried eggs and sausages on the table, Laina ate while wondering if these beautiful dishes were made by Karen himself. Though she still felt a bit embarrassed, she obediently said thank you. But then Karen changed the subject, directly asking her where she was planning to go. Laina was so startled she almost choked, thinking she must have talked in her sleep and given herself away. Karen pointed at the pile of luggage, his meaning all too clear. With her things already packed so neatly, was there even a need to ask? Laina still tried to explain that she wasn't planning to leave for good, but Karen wouldn't listen to any of it, pressing her about where she wanted to go. Before Laina could react, Karen dropped a huge bomb. He actually demanded to go with her. This time it was Laina's turn to be stunned. Don't you have other things to do in the territory? Karen, with a calm expression, replied that he originally came here for the divine sword. Since the sword was in Laina's hands, following her was just convenient. But halfway through his sentence, Karen paused. He gently took her hand. Laina's hand, his eyes filled with seriousness. He said, getting the divine sword back was just a side quest. The real reason was only one, Laina, I'm just worried about you. Karen became more and more earnest and affectionate. He was worried she'd be sick with no one to care for her, worried she'd cry alone in a corner, even worried that when she woke up from a nightmare, there wouldn't even be someone to talk to. He held Laina's hand tightly, promising to always be by her side from now on. Laina's heart warmed, but she felt she couldn't always rely on her friends like this. She bit her lip, pulled her hand back, and smiled as she declined his kind offer. But Karen had no intention of giving up. He looked at Laina with an extremely serious gaze, saying that if she still hadn't figured out where to go, she should just come home with him. Laina thought he was joking and teased, "Are you proposing to me in disguise again?" But Karen didn't smile, instead quietly clenching his fists. He slowly repeated the two words, propose, as if he had made a decision. Before Laina could even react, Karen directly knelt on one knee, asking Laina right there if she would marry him. At this point, Laina was completely stunned. Dumbfounded, her mind a tangled mess. She just wanted to leave this troubled place. Why did the script fast forward to the marriage part? The divine sword Lewis by her side also joined in the chaos. It chirped that this time Karen was absolutely serious. Last night, as soon as he heard Laina was unwell, he rushed over without a second's hesitation. Laina looked at the man before her, her heart truly torn. Torn apart, she thought of the forces behind the scenes thirsting for her. If she accepted Karen's proposal, it would only drag him into an even more dangerous whirlpool. She took a deep breath, her reason telling her she had to refuse now. But in that moment, just as she was about to speak, looking at Karen's flawless face, Laina completely broke down. The little person running in her heart was screaming frantically, "This level of handsomeness is too much. So handsome, how can I possibly refuse?" Laina was torn. Karen was both handsome and dashing, and whenever she was in trouble, he was always the first to rush to her aid. A perfect 10 of a man like this, to just refuse and walk away, would be more unbearable than committing a crime. Seeing Karen's seemingly shattered expression at the thought of being rejected again, Laina finally didn't care anymore. She gripped her skirt, deciding to reveal all her hidden secrets. She always believed that she wouldn't have any. She told Karen that her real name was Laina, the daughter of the powerful Duke's family. She thought this identity would shock Karen. But he just replied coolly, "So what?" This time, it was Laina who didn't know how to react. She stared at Karen, completely surprised by his calmness. Karen was extremely composed, saying he would hear her out, and asked if she planned to return to the Duke's territory. Laina quickly explained, saying she didn't want to go back at all. It was her father who insisted on forcing her against her will. She just wanted to find a place to hide for a while. Besides running away, she really had no other choice. Laina suddenly realized that, actually, She didn't need to hide far away, as long as her father couldn't find her. Even finding a local ice cellar to hide in temporarily would be better than wandering everywhere. She smiled at Karen, saying she had figured it out and was preparing to find a place to stay first. But as soon as she reached the door, Karen grabbed her arm tightly. Before Laina could react, Karen directly turned and pinned her against the wall. In a low voice, he reminded Laina that she still hadn't given him a proper answer to his proposal. Laina was completely frozen. How did this man suddenly become a different person? It was really like a flirting machine had just been unsealed. She stammered for an excuse, saying they should talk after sorting out these troubles. But Karen still didn't know. He didn't buy it at all, directly stating his intention to stay by her side. Laina was still a bit worried, reminding him about her husband. Her father. If the Duke really came looking for her, Karen wouldn't be able to handle him. However, Karen wasn't scared off at all, instead gently lifting her chin. He smiled and told Laina to rest assured, promising that no matter what happened, he would protect her. Right now, he just needed Laina to look into his eyes and give him her final answer. Karen was serious this time. He looked at Laina affectionately and dropped a bombshell. Let's start dating. With the goal of marriage. The scene shifts. Karen's sister, Lyd, was working overtime in her office when she was startled by the crystal ball, almost jumping out of her chair. She couldn't help but complain. What if Karen scared her to death? Karen on the other end of the line had a calm expression, even joking with her. At worst, just consider it a work-related accident. Lyd was even more speechless. You talk just like a crooked merchant. Hurry up and get today's business over with. But Lyd quickly realized something was wrong. The crystal ball suddenly went silent. She leaned in closer and saw that her usually work-obsessed brother was holding a book and sighing continuously. Lyd muttered to herself, this workaholic has been really strange lately. Although she found it annoying, she decided to show some concern and asked what was wrong with Karen. Karen, on the other end, hesitated for a long time before finally calling out Lyd's name. Lyd was busy flipping through documents, still planning to quickly deal with him after he finished speaking so she could handle the mountain of paperwork. But who knew that Karen's next sentence would be more shocking than a nuclear explosion? With a very serious expression, he announced that he had found someone he wanted to marry. Hearing this, Lyd was so shocked she dropped her glasses on the table, completely dumbfounded. She screamed frantically at the crystal ball and marriage. This scream was loud enough to shake the entire palace. Lyd was now completely stunned, barely able to hold her teacup steady. She always thought her brother would only live with cats this lifetime, but now he wants to get married. Before, all the prestigious families vied to flatter him. And he. Karen coldly ordered, not only must Laina's engagement be thoroughly investigated, but he also wanted to make the entire Duke's territory disappear from the map. Lyd got goosebumps. Is this what you call dating? This is clearly going to war. But then again, why did he run off to that remote corner in the first place? Lyd had a headache now, she was still confused about him. The divine sword was missing, but Karen's mind was already in the clouds. Lyd couldn't help but ask, are you really going to marry that woman? After all, Laina had agreed so decisively. Without even seeing what the emperor looked like, she dared to nod in agreement. But Karen's next sentence nearly made Lyd faint on the spot. It turned out he had been hiding his identity. Laina still thought he was just an ordinary handsome guy. This wasn't a proposal, this was a fraudulent marriage. Poor Laina was still kept in the dark. Alone, she was reminiscing about yesterday's sweetness, completely unaware of how deep a pit she had just jumped into. Karen was serious now. He pinned Laina against the wall and bluntly declared, let's date with marriage as the prerequisite. Laina was now completely flustered. She could feel that the man in front of her wasn't joking. He had truly fallen deep. But just as she hesitated, Karen's jealousy flared. His eyes turned cold as he asked, is it because of that fiancé of yours? Before Laina could react, Karen started muttering. If you can't forget him, then I'll just have to cut off his means of thinking. That horrifying statement made Laina scream in fright. Who proposes and then, upon failure, threatens to physically eliminate the rival? Seeing Karen's serious expression, Laina was truly scared. Was this man trying to date or recruit an assassination target? Diana finally understood. Although there were still many mysteries about Karen, her heart had already given the answer. She loudly declared that she also wanted to officially date Karen. At that moment, her mind was filled with sweet fantasies. She had even started imagining Karen affectionately protecting her. She nibbled on a sweet grass candy, smiling foolishly and mumbling to herself, completely unaware of the danger silently closing in. Just as she was lost in her daydream, a cold gaze pulled her back from her dream. The old lord was standing right behind her with a grim expression. This time, she really wished the ground would swallow her whole. Laina was terrified. She had just started dating and was already caught by an elder. Lean was terrified. She had just started dating and was already caught by an elder. With one glance, she could tell that Laina was hiding a heavy secret. Laina hesitated for a long time before finally telling her everything. Her restless father had come to her door again. Moreover, the Crown Prince was also searching everywhere for her. The moment she heard the title, Crown Prince, Lean immediately flared up. She even wanted to directly use her power to seal off the territory, blocking that clingy guy outside. Laina quickly stopped her, afraid of causing more trouble for her. If she couldn't escape, Laina decisively suggested she leave Forsting for a while to seek refuge. But as soon as she finished speaking, the Lord's protective instincts fully kicked in. In her eyes, the outside world was full of traps. With a naive personality like Laina's, she'd be tricked clean in minutes. She went into full nagging mode. Young people. In short, you're not going anywhere. To be allowed to stay, Laina decisively bit the bullet and confessed. She yelled that she already had a boyfriend, and he had asked her to stay in Forsting. Lean was completely stunned, about to ask which wild man it was when the door was suddenly pushed open. Perron entered carrying a delicate plate of dessert, calmly admitting his identity. This time, it was Lean's turn to lose her cool. She stared at her. Stared at Karen for a long time. Her attitude suddenly did a 180-degree turn. Just a moment ago she was against the relationship. Now, she was fast-forwarding to a wedding next week. Lean even had names picked out for the children. She wanted them to have 3. Laina stood by, breaking into a cold sweat. Isn't this progress a bit too fast? She quickly reminded Lean that the two of them had only known each other for a day in total. But looking at Lean's excited expression, it seemed she had already thought of how to write the wedding invitations. Faced with Lean's probing questions about the details of their relationship, the two who were so bold earlier now became flustered. Lean couldn't help but tease. Karen was so proactive yesterday. Why is he so shy now? Karen decided not to hide it anymore. He gently took Laina's hand, explaining that they came together very naturally. Seeing the sweet look of the young couple, Lean outwardly complained, but in her heart, she had already secretly approved of this granddaughter-in-law. Joking aside, the real problem still needed to be solved. To escape her father, Laina even thought of hiding in an ice cellar. Lean shook her head continuously and proposed the most stable solution. She invited Laina to live in the Lord's castle. After all, here, no matter how bold Laina's father was, without permission, he absolutely could not step inside. This place was not only discreet but also completely safe. Laina was worried about bothering everyone, but Lean gently expressed that the castle was usually too quiet, and having her here would make it more lively. These words finally put Laina's anxious heart at ease. Laina's heart was filled with gratitude. She felt that being abandoned and ending up here, meeting Lean, was the luckiest thing in her life. Lean gently comforted her, telling her not to worry about such trivial matters. To make Laina comfortable, she immediately ordered the butler to prepare a room, specifically instructing him to arrange it near her own, clearly wanting to dote on her like a granddaughter. But Karen, standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore. With a serious face, he made a request: the room must also be near me. The reason he gave was, in case anything happened, he had to ensure he was the first one to arrive. This straightforward, almost confessional statement left Laina momentarily speechless. She couldn't help but mutter in complaint. These words are really embarrassing. But Karen had an innocent look on his face, as if he was just stating a very normal fact. Watching the two of them silently bicker, Lean could only smile helplessly. Led by the butler, Laina finally walked towards her new room. The future was uncertain, but at least for now, she finally had a real home. Lean suddenly changed her tone, addressing Karen with a serious expression as Your Majesty. She bluntly stated she had no idea what this emperor was thinking. Karen thought she was objecting to their relationship or concerned about Laina's status. But Lean didn't care about any of that. What she really cared about was that Laina still didn't know Karen's true identity. Lean's words hit home. If he kept hiding it like this, when the truth came out, Laina would only feel betrayed. She questioned Karen about when he would finally confess. Karen finally spoke his mind. It wasn't that he deliberately hid it. He was just too afraid of losing Laina, afraid that she would rather return to her farm and not be willing to stay by the side of an emperor like him. He asked Lean, "Will Lena really leave me for a farm?" Lean sighed. "Although she is very happy there, you must tell her the truth. Because a relationship maintained by lies is like an illusion, it shatters upon touch. If you continue to hide it, the current sweetness will sooner or later turn into the deepest cutting blade. After all, no one in this world can live in deceit forever." Lean had weathered many storms in her life, so her only wish was for Karen not to repeat her mistakes. Like her, trapped for a lifetime in a cold royal marriage. He knew in his heart that if he forced Laina to stay by his side, making her give up the farm she loved, then that so-called forced happiness would sooner or later become shackles, binding them both. He finally figured it out. True love isn't about possession, but about protecting the life that person desires, even if it's a farm. Completely out of place with the imperial palace. Although this idea initially sounded like a joke, it now seemed to be the only way out. He strode forward, an answer already in his mind. Karen's heart was still pounding. He planned to use the geographical advantage of the border region to settle things for Laina first. But what worried him most was that when the truth came out later, would Laina forgive his deception? The fear of rejection was a first for an emperor like him. But just then, Laina's excited cheers echoed from the room. She was happy, like a child, jumping around in the spacious room, even exclaiming how comfortable the mattress was. Hearing her lively, cheerful voice, all the dark clouds in Karen's heart vanished completely. Laina felt completely safe now. She felt that as long as Karen was here, it was the safest place in the world. She still didn't know the man before her actually had a shocking identity, only looking at him with adoration, feeling her boyfriend was incredibly handsome. Laina lay on the bed, and the more she thought, the more something felt wrong. Logically, hearing that your girlfriend's father is a great duke, an ordinary person, would have been scared stiff. But Karen not only had no reaction, he even displayed a status higher than a great duke. What kind of background did this guy have? She was a duke's daughter. Yet she had never met him in high society. Just then, Karen pushed the door open and asked if she was settling in well. Laina quickly gathered her thoughts and smiled, saying the bed was undeniably comfortable. He suggested a walk in the garden. She agreed verbally, but her heart started pounding like a drum. He was clearly her boyfriend. Why did being alone with him now feel so tense? Watching Karen stroll beside her, Laina suddenly realized that too much had happened today, so much that she didn't even dare to look directly into the man's deep eyes. It clearly wasn't the first time walking with Karen, but Laina felt her whole body was unnatural. That ticklish feeling in her heart made her wonder if this was what it felt like to be moved. It was never like this before. In her memory, when she was with that handsome man named David, the air was just filled with a suffocating coldness. David found it annoying to hear her speak another word, wanting to leave as soon as he sat down. If someone else called, she wouldn't listen. One sound, he would leave Laina behind without a second thought. Everyone told her that to be the crown princess, she had to shut her mouth, be obedient no matter how much she suffered, and always wear a perfect smile on her face. And they beautifully called it happiness. Laina suddenly fell into deep thought. If the pitiful flattery before was called love, then what was this heart-pounding feeling now? Karen stopped and gently called Laina's name. He slowly reached out his hand, softly asking if he could hold her hand. Looking at the hand offered to her, Laina was momentarily stunned. In her memory, that man named David would only coldly push her hand away, leaving her alone under a barrage of scrutinizing gazes. But this feeling was completely different. This cherished warmth made her suddenly realize that this was what love was supposed to be like. Seeing Laina's silence, Karen immediately panicked. He thought he had offended her. He quickly explained that it was okay if she didn't want to hold hands. Laina shook her head. She was just overcome with emotion. She thought she would never love again in this life. But in this moment, the ice around her heart completely shattered. Laina couldn't hold back any longer. She loudly told Karen, "I really like you." Only now did she realize this man had completely captured her heart. Karen was clearly stunned by this direct confession. He was silent for a moment, his tone strong, carrying a hint of apology. He said he still had many secrets he couldn't speak of and couldn't reveal everything right now. But he took Laina's hand and solemnly promised, just give him a little more time, and he would absolutely not disappoint Laina. Laina didn't press further, just gently squeezed his hand back. If she had chosen to trust him, then she would wait with him until the day the truth was revealed. Back in her room, Laina combed her hair and mocked herself. Before, in the Duke's mansion, she had to squeeze into a tiny room. Now, moving into a room as large as a palace, her adaptability was ridiculously good. Kiina always felt uneasy, as if she had forgotten something extremely important. But as she turned her head, Louis was floating behind her like a ghost, staring at her with resentment. Oh dear, this was trouble. Laina now remembered she had completely forgotten about this divine sword. Despite Louis's tantrum and complaints, she could only sheepishly apologize repeatedly. After finally calming Louis down, Laina collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. But in her drowsy state, she felt someone lying by the edge of her bed, their eyes filled with affection, gazing at her. The two just looked at each other in silence. It seemed as if time itself had stopped at this moment. Laina suddenly sat up, looking at the empty room. Could the heart-stoppingly real scene from before have been just a dream? Laina was still reeling from the after effects of the dream when a voice urged her on. A blonde girl was brazenly sitting on her bed, pointing at her and demanding 20 points. This time Lean was wide awake. This wasn't a dream. Someone had actually broken into her bedroom, and the person's nonchalant attitude actually made Laina wonder if she was the one in the wrong room. The girl introduced herself as Susan. This overbearing demeanor left Laina speechless for a moment, only able to awkwardly state her name. At this critical moment, Louis was intentionally absent. She could only grit her teeth and emphasize that this was the room the Lord had arranged for her, trying to regain some semblance of being the host. But Susan just replied flatly, "I know," and then threw out an even more damaging statement. She said she came here today specifically to pick up Laina. Laina was completely stunned. She pointed at herself and asked back, "Looking for me?" She really couldn't understand what connection she could possibly have with this girl named Susie. But Susan didn't explain, just stared at Laina with a meaningful smile. Laina originally planned to go out for some fresh air, but Susan just kept clinging to her relentlessly. What on earth did this person want? Susan suddenly said, "People who like to exercise can get bonus points." This incomprehensible statement left Laina speechless. The way she greeted the servants didn't seem like she had a suspicious background, but her subsequent words became increasingly bizarre. First, she praised the empire, then immediately changed the subject, directly asking for her opinion of the emperor. This jumpy logic was truly hard to follow. This wasn't small talk, this was clearly information gathering. Laina was still dreaming of building a great career, even wanting to expand her farm all the way to the empire, but as she turned around, she was captivated by the wild fruits along the road. She casually picked one and offered it to Susan, who held it with a look of disgust. "This fruit hasn't been washed. Can you really eat it directly?" Laina was carefree, thinking the air here was fresh, no need to be so formal. She said this fruit was ordinary when eaten fresh, but made into marmalade, it was divine. Susan casually asked who made it, and in response, Kiina replied with a straight face, "I do everything myself." A high-ranking noble lady actually making her own fruit preserves? The contrast was just too great. Laina was now full of enthusiasm, picking fruits and eagerly proclaiming she would make iced strawberry tea for everyone. This pastoral life was truly becoming more and more poetic. At the same time, Karen was swinging his sword under the scorching sun, each move exuding a fierce aura. Louis originally disliked the royal descendants, but after observing Karen for a while, it was actually a bit startled. His confident gaze and unyielding aura were exactly like its first master. It seemed this time it had met the right person. Louis couldn't help but exclaim that a precious sword must go with a hero, and Karen before it was the master it had been waiting for. Louis fell into a reverie. Years ago, it had spotted that arrogant, dragon-slaying youth at a glance, even willingly accepting him as its first master. That youth later became the founding emperor of the High Kingdom, and Louis's fame grew with him. But as time passed, it became a mere decoration of the royal family, collecting dust for hundreds of years in a display case. The later emperors were all fools, unable to hear its voice. Until Laina divorced and ran away from the empire, it finally couldn't take it anymore and decided to flee with Laina. Who would have thought that in this remote foresting, desolate place, it would run into a descendant of that brat, who was none other than Karen? Louis now regretted it deeply. If it had known it still had to use that brat's name, it would have made him choose a proper name back then. As it was struggling with its inner thoughts, Karen suddenly turned his head. "Don't just stand there sneaking around. If you have something to say it directly." This time, it was Louis's turn to be embarrassed, caught spying red-handed. Caught in the act, Louis was still stubborn, stepping out to clarify that it was just monitoring the training progress, but Karen's next words completely silenced it. Aaron confessed with a serious expression, saying he was extremely serious about Laina, although he initially came here for the divine sword. He now respected Laina's choice more. These words left Louis stunned. It mumbled to itself, "Why is this guy trying so hard to be a good person?" Karen even gently asked it if it wanted to let him try swinging the sword once. Louis screamed no outwardly, but the moment Turan gripped the hilt, it felt a little flutter. It even wanted to see if this man was worthy of being its partner. Of Laina. As soon as Karen swung the sword, the sharp technique and solid feel almost made Louis switch sides. On the spot, it quickly shook its head. This man not only had a good personality, but he was also this strong. It was just too unfair. Karen had clearly misunderstood something and thanked Louis with a serious face, saying that he would use it to protect Laina well in the future. This made Louis even more confused. Its heart was screaming, "That's not what I meant," while also feeling that being held by Karen was quite pleasant. While Louis was having an existential crisis, Laina and Susan happened to walk by. This was truly a large-scale traffic accident. The moment Louis saw its master appear, it was scared out of its wits, feeling it was a terrible sword for betraying its master. It cried and rushed towards Laina, begging for punishment, but because it used too much force, Laina was startled and let go of her hands, and the bag of strawberries she had painstakingly picked scattered everywhere. Seeing the fruit about to fall, Susan was quick on her feet and took a step forward. She lunged to catch it neatly. Compared to this somewhat unreliable sword, the girl clearly cared more. For the hard-won fruit, Karen glanced over. One look was all it took to recognize the girl in front of him. Before he could open his mouth to ask, she blurted out, "Brother." This time, Laina was completely petrified. Who would have thought that the strange girl who suddenly barged into her room was the second princess of the empire, Susan, Karen's own sister? Laina's mind was now filled with I'm doomed. A moment ago, she had treated her future sister-in-law as a weirdo. This first impression had hit rock bottom. Watching this pair of siblings start bickering as soon as they met, Laina felt restless. Even the divine sword Lewis sensed the tense atmosphere. To save the situation, Laina quickly found an excuse, planning to personally teach Susan how to make iced strawberry tea. After all, there was no awkwardness that a cold, sweet drink couldn't resolve. The secret to making iced strawberry tea is simple. You have to add a lot of sugar. A lot, strain out the fruit pulp, and fill it with ice cubes. And, just like that, this life-saving summer drink was complete. Kiina excitedly carried the tea into the room, but as she looked up, she was stunned by the sight before her. Karen had just finished bathing and was sitting there, soaking wet, exuding masculine charm. Laina verbally complained that he was deliberately seeking attention, but her hands were very honest, directly taking a towel to dry his hair. This intimate action made Susan, who was watching from the side, gasp. In the eyes of a princess like Susan, who lived in a strict royal court, Laina's actions were not only bold but also educational. The stern lord, Lien, also appeared. Hearing that Susan had taken the initiative to help make tea, even Karen. He was the high and mighty emperor. How could these two speak so casually? A bold thought flashed through Susan's mind. Could it be that Laina had been kept in the dark all along, completely unaware of Karen's true identity? Seeing her brother's guilty look, it was clear she had guessed correctly. Susan really wanted to go crazy. How could he hide such an important matter from her? Seeing his sister about to expose him on the spot, Karen quickly put on a smiling face and, without a second thought, dragged Susan aside. It was clear he wanted to solve this problem in secret, to prevent his identity as emperor from being exposed right now. Watching the two of them pulling and tugging as they left, Laina thought she had upset them. The lord, on the other hand, was very calm. She told Laina that Karen actually had two twin sisters. The reason they came all this way was because Karen had been away for too long, and his family was really worried. A spark ignited in Laina's mind. So, the secret Karen had been hiding was his two sisters. One was the bespectacled lit, deep, and calculating. The other was the hot-tempered and not to be messed with Susan. When these two got together, it was truly Laina's nightmare. Before it was even official, the problem of the enemy at the gate being less fearsome than the sister-in-law on a hellish level had already arrived. The palace was in chaos. Lit dropped a bombshell. That cat-loving brother of hers, Karen, had gone out and found someone to marry. Dan couldn't believe his ears. That ice-cold brother of hers actually knew how to be cheesy and in love? No way, on what grounds? Could he go on vacation and get married outside, leaving them to toil away in the capital? As soon as Susan's anger flared, no one could stop her. She rushed up to Karen demanding an explanation. But Karen shut her down with one sentence. It seemed no one could stop her. Royal family matters were more of a headache than state affairs. Susan's barrage of questions hit a sore spot for Karen. He hid his royal identity to propose. Was it just to trick her into giving up the divine sword? This time, Karen was no longer cold-faced, but instead said something very sincere. Before, it might have been for personal gain, but now, without love, he couldn't go through with this marriage. He was afraid of revealing his identity and causing trouble, but after spending so much time together, he was the one who fell deep first. The more he cared, the more it hurt. He didn't dare to tell the truth. Susan saw through his weakness at a glance. What fear of causing trouble? You're clearly afraid that Laina will hate you to the bone after learning the truth. But the divine sword Lewis was, after all, a symbol of the throne. Karen knew in his heart that this matter had to come to an end sooner or later. Susan still hadn't given up. What if that divine sword Lewis refuses to return? Are you just going to let it be? Ran was extremely calm. As long as we get married, won't the divine sword become our family's property? This logic was truly irrefutable. But what Susan cared more about was when he planned to finally return to the capital. After all, as good as Forsting was, it was someone else's territory. Who knew that Karen's next sentence would nearly make Susan faint? He had already sent Lit to handle the paperwork, planning to directly swallow this piece of land. That way he could legitimately stay here, both to be with his wife, and use the teleportation array to handle state affairs remotely. The sound of this abacus was so loud it slapped Susan in the face. In Susan's mind, only one sentence repeated over and over, I traveled all this way here. Was it just to hear this kind of talk? You can like and share this video to support my channel. To be kept secret. Susan was about to explode, outright calling her brother a big fool, even thinking that all of this was a big deal. Was all because of that aliena. But before she could recover, the divine sword Lewis started throwing a tantrum. Crying its heart out, insisting it was a broken sword. Susan's head was now twice its size, feeling that this year she must be cursed. Why was she surrounded by these drama queens who needed coddling? Yenna was still good-natured and wanted to approach Han to ask. But Susan stopped her, just ignore this kind of drama queen. The farce finally came to a temporary end. Laina led everyone towards the greenhouse, but looking at its desolate state. There was probably another secret hidden inside. Laina always felt this greenhouse was unusual. When she had suggested having a picnic here before, Lean's reaction was very strange. This place must hold some old stories. But the carefree Laina turned around and told the divine sword Lewis to turn into pruning shears, planning to clean up the flower beds herself. This scene left Susan standing by stunned. Susan was already fuming from her brother's teasing. Now seeing Laina doing rough, manual labor, the fire in her heart erupted. The future queen of the empire, how could she be competing with a gardener for a job? Diana didn't care at all, even kindly reminding Susan that working without gloves could easily lead to injury. This was just adding fuel to the fire. Susan completely lost it. She felt Laina was completely missing the point. This self-deprecating behavior. She really couldn't stand it. Laina was no longer being polite either, directly asking Susan if she was deliberately using her as a punching bag. With all this time to complain, you'd be better off finding Karen to vent. These words from Laina. As Laina spoke, Susan was completely stunned. What leading by example? Her tone and logic were cut from the same cloth as her brother, Karen. Susan now completely understood why Karen had fallen so deep. It turned out that from the start, these two were basically the same person. Diana was a straightforward person. She directly stared at Susan and asked, "Do you really love your brother very much?" This direct hit almost stunned Susan. Susan was silent for a moment, then began to recount old stories that no one knew. Actually, Karen had a very difficult childhood. Their grandfather was an extremely eccentric and violent man. Back then, their grandfather looked at the two sisters with disdain, always finding ways to make things difficult for them. Every time, it was Karen who stood in front, taking all the scoldings for his sisters. Although Karen usually had a stern face and loved to nag whatever Susan wanted, he always supported her unconditionally. That cold man had actually given all his gentleness to his family. Susan finally bowed her head, apologizing for her unreasonable behavior earlier. She admitted she had been a bit prickly lately. Laina, on the other hand, didn't mind at all. In fact, she felt that Karen was very lucky to have such a sister. As Laina trimmed the flower branches, she sighed to herself. Karen's character was truly impeccable, even though she was always covered in mud. He never looked down on her. She recalled that just before being kicked out of her home, Laina had no one to help her. She had nothing, even her own sisters just stood by coldly. At that time, she thought she was destined to endure everything alone in this life. Until Karen appeared in her life, personally promising to always protect her. Only then did Laina realize that, it turned out, she could also be cared for and cherished by others. Meeting Karen was truly the greatest blessing of her life. Susan looked at Laina's serious expression, and the small knot in her heart completely disappeared. She smiled and entrusted her brother to Laina, even saying that from now on, they were family, and if there were any difficulties, she should just ask. This sister-in-law relationship was finally resolved. Laina looked at Susan in front of her, a warm current flowing through her heart. This was what Laina said. This is the feeling of family. Susan held Laina's hand tightly and made a solemn promise. But the warm atmosphere didn't last long. A loud noise suddenly came from outside, followed by noisy insults. Someone was screaming frantically outside the door, saying that coming here in armor clearly meant they were looking for trouble. A servant rushed in to report, telling them not to leave the greenhouse under any circumstances. It turned out a group of uninvited guests were trying to force their way into the territory. The leader was the Duke with an arrogant expression, clearly up to no good. This time, even Lean couldn't sit still, daring to snatch someone from her territory. This was clearly showing no respect for Forsting. Storming into a private territory with soldiers, how is this different from a direct declaration of war? Karen immediately stood by the Lord's side, ready to deal with any unexpected situation. Lean's aura grew even more imposing. She had to see who gave this emperor the guts to meddle in her territory. Lean hurriedly stopped Karen. She knew her grandson too well. Right now, Karen's mind was filled with Laina. What if because of a moment of impulse, he ruined everything? No one could bear the consequences. Lean spoke with a firm voice. She declared that this matter must be handled according to the territory's rules, demanding Karen to trust her. Though he was unwilling, Karen could only bow his head and step back, carefully reminding his grandmother to be safe. Looking at Duke Paul's triumphant back, Karen's eyes filled with killing intent, wishing he could just chop him to pieces. This so-called biological father, who had callously thrown Laina away like trash when she was useless. Karen swore in his heart that, even if Laina softened and forgave him in the future, this bastard would never receive his mercy. Anyone who dared to hurt Laina would have to pay a heavy price. The fox-like Duke opened his mouth with ill intentions, deliberately bringing up Lean's old status to mock her, clearly a man wanting to cause trouble. But Lean was not one to be easily bullied. With just a few words, she kicked the ball of responsibility back to him. These polite business-like words sent a chill down one's spine. Finally, the Duke couldn't act anymore and directly opened his mouth, demanding the person wanting to take Laina away. That was his true purpose. Lean coolly informed him that Laina had already gotten her travel permit. By now, she was long gone. The Duke completely lost his composure. The cooked duck was served, yet it flew away. The showdown in this old villa had just entered its most intense phase. The sound of the Duke's abacus was so loud it slapped people in the face. He was certain that Laina couldn't have gone far, still harboring the intention of capturing her to offer to the crown prince. In his eyes, his daughter was just a bargaining chip for power. And yet, she couldn't be a bargaining chip for power. But he still shamelessly claimed he was doing it for his daughter's happiness. Seeing Lean refuse to back down, this bastard actually started picking at her old wounds, mocking her for pursuing freedom only to end up lonely in her old age. Recalling the price paid for that divorce paper, the loneliness, the humiliation, and a home she could never return to. It was truly an indelible scar on her heart. But if the Duke thought he could use these old stories to get the upper hand, he had made a miscalculation. Her next sentence froze the entire atmosphere. Lean flipped the table. She bluntly declared that Laina was happier living in this countryside than anyone else. Living as she pleased, even if it was a bit tough, wasn't 100,000 times better than being a soulless puppet? She warned the Duke to stay away from the girl, not to play any more tricks on Laena. But these words sounded like a pathetic joke to the Duke. In the eyes of people like him, the word happiness was equal. Worthless. Once Laena had enjoyed the family's wealth and glory, she had to be obedient and enter a political marriage for the family's benefit. This wasn't the tone of a father, but clearly that of a debt collector demanding payment. In his heart, Na was never a person of flesh and blood, but just a tool to carry the family's yoke. This level of control was truly suffocating, pushing Laena to a dead end. Laena was truly panicked now. She didn't know. She never expected this father to be so ruthless, daring to lead soldiers straight into someone else's territory. This action was no different from openly tearing off his mask and declaring war. If she didn't quickly think of a way to stop him, both Lean's and Karen's territories would be destroyed. While she was on pins and needles, Lean's sword Lewis acted very righteously, puffing out its chest and guaranteeing it would protect its master. Although calm, this sword was usually a bit unreliable, but at critical moments, it provided some comfort. Anna was about to find Lean to discuss a countermeasure when another incident occurred right before her eyes. A large, rough hand suddenly reached out, gripping her wrist tightly. Before she could react, a gloomy voice echoed in her ear. It turned out these soldiers had been lying in ambush here all along. Laena was captured just like that. These soldiers were truly lawless. Backed by the Duke, they dared to openly capture someone within the territory, even mocking Liana for being just a naive young lady who knew nothing about love. She couldn't escape the Duke's grasp. Susan found it unbearable. She was about to rush forward to stop them, but these rude soldiers didn't even respect the Lord. In their minds, these countryside nobles were not qualified to confront the Duke. Anna, afraid of implicating Susan, had to grit her teeth and face them alone. The most disgusting thing was that these people actually killed Anna. Played mind games, saying it was for Laena's own good, to bring her back to be the most powerful woman in the country. In pig speak, didn't that just mean selling her for a high price? The soldier even shamelessly shouted loudly, saying that Laena had enjoyed the family's glory. Now it was time to obediently return and repay her debt. This logic of selling one's daughter for glory was a reason. M's blood boiled. This time, Laena didn't back down. She tore off the facade, bluntly saying, the day she started being kicked out of the house and her engagement was broken, that so-called family debt, she had already paid it off in full. These people had truly pushed their shamelessness to the extreme. They were the ones who pushed Laena into the fire, and now they were playing the victim, criticizing her for not working hard enough for the family, even blaming her for making a fuss and tarnishing the family's name. Laena's heart went cold. The day she was alone a month ago, Laena had started struggling alone in despair. These so-called relatives all stood by indifferently. Now that they saw she was no longer useful, they wanted to use her and then tried to dump all the dirty water on her head. What's worse, the soldier insulted her right in front of everyone, calling her a useless woman who couldn't even keep a man. These words were like salt on a wound. Laena immediately saw the truth. This was a conspiracy planned by the family from the beginning, just as the soldiers were gloating. Lewis, who had been silent until now, finally exploded. A blinding flash of light erupted. It absolutely loved him. It wouldn't allow anyone to insult its master. The divine sword, pained for its master, directly unleashed its power. This time, it was their turn. These dogs who relied on their master's power would get a taste of their own medicine. Lewis had lived for hundreds of years, and this was the first time it had met someone. A master this strong. It truly couldn't stand the insults from these people anymore, directly yelling at Laena, "Are you just going to sit there and listen to their nonsense?" This sentence awakened Laena. That's right, she had done nothing wrong. Why should she endure this humiliation? This passive, waiting to die attitude was not her style at all. Laena swung her hand. She gripped Lewis tightly. If the other party wouldn't listen to reason, then they would talk with their fists. The sword swung out neatly and decisively. Her entire demeanor changed. The soldier opposite her froze on the spot. He never would have dreamed that this young lady, who looked as fragile as a willow in the wind, would actually dare to attack him. Who knew this was the first time Laena had held a sword? She herself was stunned. She had never learned swordsmanship, yet her movements were as smooth as a master who had trained for over a decade. Could she really be a genius? Louis proudly took credit, saying that as long as the divine sword was here, even an ordinary person could become a top swordsman. Laena now realized that it was all thanks to Louis's divine assistance. With the buff from the divine sword, Laena's aura shone brightly. She loudly declared Laena's battle of Laena and Louis officially begins. Louis also joined in, making threats. Anyone who dares to trouble my master today, no one will escape. Laena flipped her hand and swung her sword again. The move was even sharper than before. This time the unlucky soldiers were in for it. No one expected that this sword strike from Laena could slice through their steel-clad swords as easily as cutting vegetables. The soldiers on the other side were terrified, scrambling and crawling to escape the scene. Louis, who was so majestic a moment ago, immediately switched back to its talkative mode, constantly rapping praises for Laena. Laena also smiled in response, saying she never expected it to hide such terrifying power. This mutual hyping made Louis's tail about to curl up to the sky. Tan watched, completely stunned. She couldn't wrap her head around how her frail young lady could cut through steel with a single sword strike. This combat power was truly heaven-defying. Laena gently stroked the sword's body, sincerely apologizing to Louis, saying she shouldn't have always scolded it before. Louis's heart warmed upon hearing this. It had lived for so many years getting used to arrogant and powerful people, yet it was ultimately won over by Laena's gentleness. Laena joked that although Louis didn't like being treated as scissors, it was definitely the sharpest pair of scissors in the world. This time, Louis was completely convinced. It decided to follow only this master for the rest of its life. Laena quickly called Susan over, wanting to explain. After all, that last sword strike was a bit scary, and she was afraid Susan would see her as a monster. But Susan just stood there stunned for a long time, only managing to utter 2 words. So cool. Susan immediately went into fangirl mode, excitedly screaming, "Sister-in-law is awesome." She even begged Laena to perform her invincible sword technique again. Once more, Susan now completely worshipped Laena. She clung to her, demanding to be her disciple, and couldn't be stopped. Just then, Karen and Lean rushed over, afraid the two had been injured by the soldiers. Almost Susan proudly announced that the mess had been single-handedly cleaned up by Laena. Diana quickly waved her hands in denial. It was all Louis's doing. I was just a tool holding the sword. Karen was stunned. This sword could actually control its master's body. It seemed the situation was more complex than he had imagined. Karen's mind was in turmoil. If what Laena said was true, then the superb skills of his royal ancestors might have all been thanks to this sword doing the work for them. Before he could figure it out, Laena noticed Lean standing alone, staring blankly at the destroyed agave plant, her mood looking terrible. Terrible to the extreme. Susan, standing by, found it strange. Isn't it just a normal potted plant? There are plenty in the garden. Is it necessary to be so heartbroken? Laena also joined in to share some knowledge, saying that this thing can be made into syrup and can also be used to brew alcohol. Its uses are truly many. No one expected that Lean, after a long silence, would suddenly utter a sentence. This is the only thing I took with me when I divorced that year. As soon as she finished, the whole scene fell silent. The Duke threatened her, absolutely refusing to give up. Lean was just as tough, directly ordering someone to bring her armor and sword, wanting to fight. If you want to fight, then fight. Who's afraid of who? The former emperor held the agave pot in his hands that day, asking her if she knew its origin. In the former emperor's eyes, This wasn't an ordinary plant, but a precious gem that could be used to brew wine and make medicine. Unfortunately, people's content cannot be found. The civil war of the past had completely destroyed this plant species. After hearing this, Lin answered without hesitation. If the country needs it, then we will fight. I will grow it myself. The former emperor looked at her, his eyes full of trust. As long as she was there, this would surely succeed. Who would have thought that the stern grandmother of today once fought life and death on the battlefield for that man? Back then, he was just a poor, powerless prince. It was thanks to her support that he was able to ascend the throne. She couldn't exchange it for a lifetime of deep affection. In the end, what awaited her was disgust. That man embraced a new lover, turning on her and criticizing her for being too rough, saying that no one would like a woman like her, throwing all their past kindness away. The spirit of her being a woman. How could Lin swallow this anger if his words were just like the wind? This trashy man, whoever liked him could have him. She declared bluntly on the spot, "It's not you who's leaving me, but I who don't want you anymore. I can't participate in this mess." Besides, the former emperor couldn't believe it. This position of queen was the dream of so many, yet she said she would give it up just like that. Watching her turn and walk away without looking back, he finally panicked and ran. Scrambling after her, begging, saying he had lost his mind earlier, and pleaded with her 1,000 times not to go. He was truly shameless. Sitting in the carriage, hearing the whining outside, she only felt nauseated. He was the one who had a change of heart, and now he was also the one playing the part of the devoted lover. In her arms, she held the agave pot tightly. It was her last shred of pride, and also proof that she had completely cut ties with the past. Returning to the present, Lin's eyes turned unusually cold. She directly ordered everyone out, telling Laina and Karen and everyone else to leave immediately. The other party had ruined her plant, which meant they were targeting her. This old debt, she had to settle it herself. Karen pulled Laina and quickly retreated. Right now, his grandmother was furious, and staying there would just be asking for trouble. Besides, to be honest, who was really in danger, that was still hard to say. Susan also chimed in, saying that her grandmother was a ruthless character back in the day, able to break a steel sword with her bare hands. Even when Hui couldn't help but add that Lin was indeed a walking human killing machine. But what puzzled Susan more was why Laina's troublesome father would lead soldiers to their door to cause trouble like this. Laina sighed, "It's a long story." Susan immediately flared up, turning to borrow Karen's sword, saying that today she would definitely send those bastards to meet their maker. She even suspected if Laina still had feelings for her ex-fiancé. Laina quickly waved her hands, joking. How could that kind of trash compare to the current Karen? That guy named David is like a muddy, dried squid that can't be plastered on a wall. Laina's mind was in a mess right now. She was afraid she would bring great disaster to Foss. After all, her father brought troops this time, clearly targeting her. She felt she had to step up and resolve this herself. But Susan beside her was completely not on the same wavelength, approaching her with an excited look and asking, "Are you two really in love?" As long as this was confirmed, nothing else mattered. Laina nearly fainted. The fire was already at her doorstep, and she still had the mood to gossip here. Seeing that she couldn't rely on anyone, Laina gripped Louis tightly, preparing to face her father head-on, regardless of the consequences. Louis was squeezed so tightly it cried out for mercy. "Master, be gentle, my old back is about to break." Just then, Karen suddenly looked at her with a serious expression, directly throwing out 3 fatal questions. You want to protect this place, right? You want to make the company Duke give up, right? Most importantly, do you want to stay by my side? Laina completely lost it this time, shouting loudly, obviously, "If I didn't want to stay, why would I be so conflicted?" Hearing this answer, Karen finally smiled with satisfaction. He told Lin. Susan was also very tactful, finding an excuse to slip away, leaving the entire space for the two of them. Laina still felt uneasy. She whispered to Karen, "Are you planning to fight those people to the death? What if the crown prince gets involved? This will blow up." Karen laughed upon hearing this. He gently lifted Laina's chin, his tone gentle but his aura imposing. He said, "If I can't even handle a small trouble like this, how can I help you go home in the future? Besides, I especially want to thank Laina for firmly choosing to stay by my side at the banquet just now." That sentence was more important to Karen than anything. But right after, Karen's tone suddenly changed, a ruthless glint in his eyes that allowed no refusal. He said, "Even if Laina had chosen to leave just now, I wouldn't have had any intention of letting go. Even if I had to force you to stay by my side, I would never let you leave." Laina was completely stunned. How many more sides did this man have that she had never seen? Karen said no more, directly leading Laina forward. Her room. Laina said nothing on the surface, but she always felt a prickling sensation, as if there was a hidden meaning in the man's words. She secretly asked Louis if she was overthinking. Louis saw through it all, sighing in complaint, "The people of the Marceau royal family. I'm afraid they're missing a few normal nerves. This madness is deeply ingrained in their bones." The scene before her left her speechless. David was drunk again. Passed out on the table like a dead pig, surrounded by empty wine bottles. The female lead cleaned up while complaining. "This guy only knows how to make trouble when he's awake. He's only quiet when he's fast asleep." The so-called devoted male lead in the novel was all a lie. Looking at the drunken man before her, the female lead had only one question in her mind: when will these hellish days end? While cleaning the desk, amidst the messy documents, the female lead suddenly found a strange object. It was hidden quite well, and she had found it. She casually pulled it out, wondering what on earth it was, until she saw clearly what was in her hand. Her whole body froze. The face in this portrait looked more and more familiar. Wasn't this Laina, the daughter of the Duke? In the original script, she was a villainess from beginning to end. The female lead thought that by helping David break the engagement, the plot should have been completely reversed. So why was David still holding a portrait of Laina? Could it be that he had never been able to let go of that girl? If the truth not written in the script was that this man had always hidden a deep love, then the whole situation suddenly became terrifying. This was truly too absurd. It simply couldn't be explained. Just as the female lead was rummaging, a small piece of paper slipped from David's hand. Its contents made her eyes pop out. The temple was actually preparing to announce that all previous prophecies had been misinterpreted. You must know that in the original story, the reason the crown prince and the saintess could marry was entirely based on the prophecy of the descended saintess. That was the only protection for their love. But now, once the prophecy was overturned, it meant their engagement was also doomed. This story wasn't just being reversed, it was about to collapse completely. The contents of the letter were unbelievable to the female lead. Laina, that woman, was actually hiding in Forsting, and even Duke Paul was helping her hide. The original story was already a mess. Laina was indeed a villainess, daring to seduce a man who was already taken. This was no longer rewriting the script, this was playing with fire. David must not find Laina first. The female lead's eyes darkened. She decided to personally go and meet this vixen, to see what other tricks she had up her sleeve. Meanwhile, Karen had arranged everything for Laina, but his current trouble was even bigger. He had to immediately go and stop Lean. Once a territory war broke out, all of Karen's plans would go down the drain. Lean's combat power was extremely high. She definitely wouldn't lose to that Duke, but the two words, brute force, now sounded incredibly ironic. Karen couldn't help but think of his grandfather, a man who was once incomparably arrogant. He always used a contemptuous gaze to mock that Karen could never become a true emperor. Because in his eyes, only absolute power was worthy of sitting on the throne. But who knew that the brute force he was so proud of was all based on the divine sword Louis? To put it bluntly, he just borrowed the sword's power to cheat, but used it as an excuse to suppress Karen throughout his childhood. But thinking about it another way, it was also thanks to his hypocrisy. Grandma, the divine sword Lewis ultimately chose Laena, giving Karen the chance to come to Forsting and meet the one who would change his destiny. Karen stopped at the door and knocked lightly. Grandma, may I come in? Baline was serious this time. Her hand gripped the longsword tightly, and she had even prepared her battle armor. Looking at her like this, she was really planning to risk her life. Karen asked if her health could take it. She replied that with this look, she was really planning to risk her life. Without turning her head, Diane shot back, "Are you here to stop me?" Karen still tried to appeal to her emotions, saying that after all, the Grand Duke was Laena's biological father. No matter how bad their relationship was, they were still family. If a murder really occurred, Laena's heart would certainly not be at ease. But he had clearly underestimated Baline's fury. This time, the Duke had stepped on a landmine. He dared to damage the agave plant that she treasured. To the old woman, this was no different from directly trampling on her. Her dignity. Baline mocked herself. Am I being too foolish? To live to this age and still hold on to some old grudges? Karen replied softly, "You're not foolish at all, because there are some boundaries that must never be crossed." Karen's next sentence completely stunned Baline. He actually wanted to directly annex Forsting into the Empire and use that as a reason to demand. She immediately ceased hostilities. In Baline's eyes, this was utterly foolish. Forsting wasn't a key strategic location. Swallowing it whole could anger the entire kingdom. What was Karen planning with such a pointless and exhausting move? Karen saw through Baline's worries. He appeared unusually calm, emphasizing that this was absolutely not a rash decision, but the optimal solution after he had discussed it with Laena. As long as she nodded, this matter could be resolved more legally and reasonably. Just as Baline was still hesitating, Karen dropped a bombshell. This land wouldn't be passed down to him, but directly to his and Laena's future child. This move was truly cunning, not only giving Baline a perfect way out but also nailing down their marriage. Now the pressure was completely on her. Baline, would she take this painted pie or not? Although she didn't object, Baline saw the crux of the issue at a glance. The pie Karen painted was beautiful, but he hadn't even managed to marry her yet. Karen replied calmly. Well, this was the most brilliant part of his plan. Since they weren't officially married yet, it was the perfect time to complete the procedures to begin the territory handover. Even his sister Lit, far away in the imperial palace, had been roped in as a tool, frantically processing the information. The marriage announcement was out. Seeing Karen's act first report later style, Baline seemed to see her younger self. The recklessness, the willingness to do whatever it takes to achieve a goal, was a perfect match. However, she was still a little worried about everything. Would Laena really be willing to leave her homeland and follow Karen to live in the imperial capital? After all, the rules there were not few. Unexpectedly, Karen delivered a declaration fit for a domineering CEO. If Laena wants to stay, she stays. If she wants to go, she goes. If she wanted to live in the countryside her whole life, he would never force her to be some empress. Hearing this, Baline was completely speechless. She realized that the old-fashioned customs of the previous era really shouldn't be imposed on Laena. If there's no freedom, then so-called love will sooner or later wear away. Baline finally sighed and nodded in agreement. The territorial battle that seemed destined for bloodshed was quelled by Karen with an unborn child. Baline finally relented. She said Laena, who loves taking care of plants and flowers, would surely take good care of those agave plants. If Karen had worked so hard for peace, she wouldn't fight this battle. However, she also gave a warning. She could stop, but if that damned Duke dared to continue seeking death, she would absolutely not stand by and watch. Karen breathed a sigh of relief, having managed to make this formidable figure back down. Seeing Karen's current state, Baline felt truly satisfied. The child from the past had now become a monarch who could carry the weight of the world on his own shoulders. Finally, she silently wished for Karen to find true happiness. At this moment, Valt had also arrived at the territory. He never would have dreamed that Laina herself had planted all of this. The daughter he had once ignored seemed to have changed so much that he couldn't recognize her at all. To this day, Paul still didn't understand. Laina was clearly raised by him. Besides noble etiquette, she knew nothing. Why could she live such a prosperous and vibrant life after returning to this region? At first, he didn't believe it and went to question Laina, only to be directly thrown out by his own daughter. This made Paul feel completely humiliated. He pointed his finger, blaming all of it on Valine, believing that old hag had corrupted Laina. The more Paul thought about it, the more something felt wrong. Laina had become so stubborn now. What if later she entered the palace and angered Crown Prince David? Wouldn't all his plans go up in smoke? He felt there was no more time to slowly discipline her. He had to think of the fastest way, something that could instantly crush Laina's will and force her to be obedient. Looking at the cigar in his hand, Paul revealed a sinister smile. If Laina had to return to the imperial palace sooner or later, then as a father, he planned to personally destroy everything Laina had in this region. Tearing through the night, it shattered all peace. Karen burst out, flinging the door open. He shouted, "Big trouble. The farm is on fire." The flames soared into the sky. Laina was completely petrified. That was the field she had poured her blood, sweat, and tears into, and there were also the livestock that couldn't escape in time. She ignored everything and rushed towards the sea of fire, constantly muttering, "Why? Everything was getting better. Why now?" Staring at the raging fire before her, Laina was about to lose control. She wanted to rush in to put out the fire, but was held back tightly by a maid. This was no accident. Someone wanted to take her life and destroy her last glimmer of hope. "Let me go." Laina struggled with all her might. That was the fruit of her labor for so many years. How could she watch it turn to ash? Karen pressed down on her shoulder with one hand and yelled, "Calm down. Rushing in there now will only get you killed. It won't solve anything." Seeing the panicking villagers around her, Laina finally calmed down. That's right. Absolutely no one else could get hurt. She suppressed her pain and gave an order, "Forget the farm. Everyone, get water immediately. We absolutely cannot let the fire spread to the village." Under Karen's command, everyone formed a long line to pass water, absolutely not letting the fire spread to the village. Although the fire wasn't out yet, as long as people were safe, there was still hope. The fire was finally extinguished. The villagers were assessing the damage amidst the ruins. Although the vineyard was saved, the watermelon field, which was about to be harvested, had been completely turned into a scorched wasteland. Laina just stood there, silently. The pain was like her guts were being ripped out. Yet, she realized she couldn't shed a single tear. She fell to the ground with a pail of water, rooted to the spot, unable to utter a single word. Karen gently hugged her from behind, whispering, "If it hurts, then just cry." This deathly calm was more heartbreaking than any desperate wail. He knew some things would be lost forever. Someone had witnessed a strangely dressed man splashing kerosene on the fields. This fire was not a natural disaster, but a calculated act of arson. Laina knew perfectly well that the crops were lush. How could they catch fire so easily, unless someone wanted to drive them to their death? And the only one capable of such a monstrous act was the man who called himself her father. Karen stood beside her silently. He could feel that the aura emanating from Laina had changed. It was a bone-chilling coldness. Laina finally understood why she couldn't cry. Because in the face of this endless trampling, tears were the most useless thing. Right now, she didn't need comfort, and she certainly didn't need pity. She just wanted the one who destroyed all of this to pay the price 1,000, 10,000 times over. "I've had enough." Laina gritted her teeth and looked at Karen. She said, "No one is allowed to stop me." She was determined to make the man who called himself her father kneel and apologize. Karen had no intention of stopping her. He had no intention of stopping her. His eyes were ice cold. He replied, "I'll drag that bastard back. I'll make him kneel before you and beg." But it didn't end there. Karen's next decision was the real bombshell. He issued a direct decree, the highest order, broadcasting the marriage announcement to the entire kingdom, while also declaring that this territory would henceforth be annexed into the empire's map. The nature of the incident had now completely changed. Karen wanted to announce to the whole world that he was Karen's enemy. Anyone who dared to touch Laena was declaring war on the entire empire. In the imperial palace, Lit was carefully arranging the next steps of the takeover. From dispatching guards to rebuilding the city walls, every step was calculated. But she suddenly noticed her brother behind her was a bit unusual. A terrifying killing intent emanated from Karen. That icy anger made the air in the room feel like it was freezing. He said coldly, "I just saw something extremely disgusting." Frightened, she didn't dare ask more and quickly found an excuse to slip away to work. She knew very well that her brother was like a powder keg that could explode at any moment. The vice captain rushed forward to report that the night order had assembled, but he couldn't help but remind him that acting without permission, by sending troops into another country's territory, was a political nightmare. Karen didn't hear a word. While adjusting his collar, he sneered, "Let it be a nightmare." Laena had been wronged. He had to personally demand justice. The Duke had really crossed the red line this time, not only seizing territory but also lighting a fire that burned away all of Laena's hard work. Karen recalled Laena's pained expression, and the fury in his heart was uncontrollable. He swore he would never let Laena show such an expression ever again. Just then, a blinding light suddenly erupted from behind Karen. To get revenge. Engel stood by stunned. What on earth was this sword muttering? Karen couldn't understand either, but he could feel the sword urging him to act quickly. The moment Karen grasped the hilt, the sword's body immediately enlarged, fitting his hand perfectly. Engel exclaimed in astonishment, "This is the divine sword choosing its master." Karen, however, was very calm. He believed the sword was only temporarily submitting out of respect for Laena. But it didn't matter. With the strongest weapon in his hand, right at this moment, the Duke's good days were over. The old fox Paul still had the gall to show up at the door, yelling for Laena to come out. He still hadn't realized he had one foot in the grave. Karen sneered as he walked out of the house. "I was just wondering where to find you, and you brought yourself to me. Saves me the trouble." Paul saw Karen in his royal attire, with the solid black line of regular troops behind him, and immediately went weak in the knees. He never would have dreamed that this backwater place was hiding the Empire's most elite army. Karen gave him no chance to breathe, directly switching to mockery mode. "Bringing so few men? Are you on a picnic? Are you afraid making too much noise will get you wiped out by the Imperial family? It seems you're not so brave after all." Paul was struck where it hurt and was left speechless, but it was too late to run now. Karen fiercely drew his demon sword, his eyes filled with killing intent. He shouted his order, "All intruders, leave no one behind. It's time to teach these bastards a lesson they'll never forget." Paul finally reacted. The army before him was not a bunch of shrimp, but the real deal. The Empire's elite troops. He silently screamed, "This is bad," and looked for a chance to retreat. But before he could take a step, his foot was stomped hard into the ground. Susan complained that her brother fought too hard, not leaving anyone for her, as she looked down at the Duke from above. Paul still didn't know his life was on the line. "Who the hell are you to lay a hand on a nobleman like me?" Susan burst out laughing. "You don't even recognize the Empire's princess, yet you dare call yourself a nobleman? What a disgrace." The thing she despised most was this kind of scum who only bullied the weak. Paul was completely stunned. If this woman was a princess, then the man from before must be. Before he could think, Karen had walked up to him with the demon sword. On Karen's face was a smile. The brightest smile, but his eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. He gently swung the longsword towards the Duke, who was lying prostrate on the ground, and greeted him, "Father-in-law, a pleasure to meet you for the first time." Things were getting more and more interesting. Just as Laina was about to rest, she noticed her hands were stained with a strange liquid. It was kerosene. Only then did she realize that they intended to uproot everything, even planning to burn down the entire house. At that moment, her father Paul's voice echoed from outside the door. Had he brought people to cause trouble again? Laina quickly pushed the door open, but the scene before her was completely beyond her expectations. Karen had acted too fast, directly capturing the arsonist mastermind. To her surprise, it was her own biological father. Seeing that he couldn't escape punishment, the old fox immediately dropped to his knees, even trying to whitewash his actions with the excuse that he was doing it for her own good. Laina was completely enlightened this time. After destroying someone's most precious thing, could a simple apology make it as if nothing had happened? She could say. Turning to Karen, her heart was bitter. This belated apology was just nauseating to hear. It seems some debts can't be erased just by kneeling. Looking at the scene before her, Laina knew clearly. This cheap apology wasn't what she needed. Karen directly took her hand, publicly becoming her support. As long as he could appease her anger. As an emperor, he was willing to do anything. Duke Paul stood by stunned. He had thought Laina was just an abandoned, illegitimate child, never expecting the emperor to be standing behind her. This time, he was truly done for. Laina was silent for a long time. Even though the blood tie couldn't be severed, she no longer wanted to be held hostage by this fake affection. She told Karen that she never wanted to see this man again in her life. Karen's gaze immediately turned icy cold, directly issuing an ultimatum to Paul. From now on, if he dared to come within half a step of Laina, the consequences would be more than he could bear. Not just his worthless life, but his entire clan would be buried with him. The man hastily swore an oath, promising to get far away and never appear before Laina again. Watching the fleeing figure, Laina's heart felt empty. This forced apology was nothing but hypocrisy, without a single spark of warmth or affection. Fortunately, in her most difficult moments, Karen was always standing in front of her. Laina looked at this man, her heart filled with gratitude. She also didn't forget the nosy sword. And turned to thank Louis. The atmosphere that had been filled with killing intent a moment ago suddenly became somewhat magical. Laina joked that Karen and Louis worked together in perfect harmony. But both of them were stubborn, insisting they only cooperated out of respect for Laina. The divine sword Louis was also quite the actor. After a few compliments, it started to doubt its own existence, feeling like a useless piece of scrap metal, leaving Laina dumbfounded, unable to keep up with its thinking. But the main issue wasn't resolved. Laina asked about the damage from the fire and got an answer that was both funny and heartbreaking. Besides the watermelon field, everywhere else was deemed safe and sound. Upon hearing the watermelon field was burned, Karen's foodie attribute instantly exploded. He was so angry he wanted to explode on the spot. After all, those were watermelons Laina had cultivated with her own hands. Laina quickly soothed him, saying at worst, they would just replant from scratch. Who would have thought? The majestic emperor would ultimately be defeated by a watermelon. After the watermelon field fire, Laina felt a sense of complete clarity. If the field was gone, she would just dust herself off and start over. She no longer wanted to care about those ladylike rules. Even if her skin was tanned and her hands were rough, she loved her current self more than ever. The feeling of being true to herself was indeed 10,000 times better than being a duke's daughter. Karen looked at the radiant girl before him, his eyes filled with unconcealed admiration. He didn't find Laina pragmatic at all, but rather felt that this strength was what truly moved people. As the atmosphere grew incredibly sweet, Karen gently kissed the back of her hand, his tone becoming very serious. He reminded Laina of the secret he hadn't finished telling her before. Now was the time to reveal it. Emotions were at their peak. Just as Karen was about to confess, the little brat Susan suddenly burst in, asking about smoked bacon or something, completely shattering the romantic atmosphere. Laina then remembered that because she was busy fighting the fire, her face was now covered in black soot. It was truly the most embarrassing moment in history. To think she had been talking so intimately with her beloved, with a face as grimy as smoked bacon. Laina was so embarrassed, she just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. How could she have the mind to hear any more secrets? She just covered her face and ran away, leaving Karen standing there, frozen, his hand still outstretched in midair, catching only the wind as he turned to stone. Currently, Karen was alone in his room, stewing with frustration, still holding a grudge against little Susan for interrupting him earlier. The atmosphere had been so perfect, but in the end, the words he wanted to confess had to be swallowed back down. In contrast, Baline was very calm. She brought out a pot of sword bean tea that Laina had gifted her. This tea not only soothed the throat but also carried Laina's characteristic subtlety. Even the villagers who participated in the firefighting received this token of her gratitude. However, the warm tea time quickly ended. Baline got straight to the point. She asked Karen how he planned to deal with Duke Paul. Karen's eyes immediately turned cold. He had long since laid out a perfect trap. He planned to use the pretext of the marriage announcement to lure the Duke back to the Empire to attend the wedding. He directly tossed the hot potato, Duke Paul, to Baline to handle personally. After all, this old man not only bullied Laina but also dared to touch his grandmother's most precious thing. This time, not even heaven could save him. Laina was originally worried that Karen would unconditionally forgive the Duke for Laina's sake. She never expected Karen to have already set a trap. On the surface, it was said the Duke was attending his daughter's wedding, but in reality, he would be directly imprisoned in Forsting and sent to the border to repair walls. As a hard laborer, even Baline couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Karen's handling of affairs was becoming more and more masterful. This not only preserved the Empire's dignity, but also left the other kingdom with no room for complaint. After official matters, Baline brought up the divine sword Lewis. It was rumored that this arrogant sword had actually acknowledged Karen in front of everyone. This news had spread throughout the Night Order. Everyone felt the Emperor was truly majestic this time. Karen, however, was very calm, replying that he had only temporarily borrowed the divine sword's power for Laina's sake. Baline now saw Karen in a completely different light. Even that arrogant divine sword Lewis, who held its head so high, had obediently accepted him as its master. Karen felt that her grandson had truly grown up. But Karen's next words nearly made Baline lose her composure on the spot. He said, "This matter isn't resolved yet." Baline was stunned. The Duke has been dealt with, what else is there to resolve? Suddenly, Baline froze. The Duke was dealt with, what else was there? She slammed her hand on the table, getting straight to the point. "Don't tell me you still haven't told Laina that you're the high and mighty Emperor?" Karen, who was just scheming a moment ago, was now completely flustered. He stammered a reply. "This has nothing to do with state affairs. It's just that when I'm in front of Laina, I really don't know how to bring it up." Baline was so angry she immediately retracted her earlier praise. She thought her grandson was a god of war, but in the face of love, he was still just a rookie. The scene changes. Kyung Sina was sitting in a carriage leaving the city. She rested her chin in her hand and let out a soft sigh. Finally, everyone thought this agave plant was a lost cause. But when Laina looked closely, it wasn't wilting, it was about to bloom. To put Baline's mind at ease, Laina had spent days and nights researching, forcing herself to become a botany expert. It turned out this plant only blooms once every few decades, which is why it's called the century flower. But the price was that after this single bloom, it would completely wither. Laina gently explained that this little life surely wanted to leave its most beautiful moment for her in its final moments. Baline was stunned. Laina calculated the days, estimating it would bloom in about 3 days. She suggested that everyone should gather then to pray together. After all, such a rare piece of luck absolutely could not be wasted. Seeing Baline finally no longer gloomy and frowning, the great weight in Laina's heart was lifted. Just a few days ago, the house was in utter chaos. Who would have thought a silent plant would become the savior? Karen, standing beside her, was also filled with emotion. As long as one is alive, there's always a way to overcome difficulties. These days finally had a glimmer of hope. He specifically reminded Laina to watch it carefully for the next few days. Laina puffed out her chest and guaranteed she would check it twice a day, morning and night, and allow no mistakes. Could this family finally step out of the gloomy clouds? It all depended on this bloom in 3 days. Laina was secretly making a wish, hoping that after the flower bloomed, she and Karen could be happy like this forever. But as soon as she looked up, she found Karen staring at her without blinking, his gaze so gentle it could be spun into silk. Laina was so flustered she felt unnatural, thinking there was dirt on her face. Unexpectedly, Karen went straight into sweet talk mode, complimenting her, saying she was most charming when wearing a straw hat while working. Both of them were blushing from the surprise. The atmosphere was just starting to build. When Pauline cleared her throat, reminding the two young people to at least consider the feelings of their elder. Tone it down. Once Pauline's matchmaking drive started, no one could stop it. She immediately started talking about holding grandchildren, scaring Karen and Laina. Seeing Karen's flustered look, Laina didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, she found him even more attractive like this. This must be what they call beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Just as the family was enjoying themselves, a guard suddenly rushed in to report that there was a visitor at the castle gate. Pauline found it strange. There were no appointments today. Who could be visiting at this hour? The guard stammered, unable to speak clearly. Laina peeked out the window from the shadows. In her eyes, Kyung-sina hadn't changed at all over the years, still having that out-of-touch-with-the-world look. Even after becoming the crown princess, she was still, at her core, a naive country girl who hadn't seen the world. But Laina, on the other hand, was very calm. The guard next to her was spinning in circles with anxiety, feeling it was improper to keep a distinguished guest waiting in the reception room. He asked if she wanted to go over quickly. Laina knew perfectly well that this person had come specifically for her. She had already informed Pauline and was preparing to meet this uninvited guest herself. Karen, standing beside her, frowned. He pulled Laina back with a worried expression. A person of such dubious origin, is it really necessary to meet her? But Laina had a more open mind. She felt the other person wasn't some ferocious beast that could eat her. Instead of avoiding her, it was better to face her and clear things up. Hiding doesn't solve any problems. Only by facing it head-on can things move forward. As she was talking, she realized she was still wearing her old farming clothes and rushed off to change. Before leaving, she didn't forget to tell Karen to handle things for a moment and that she would be right back. Watching Laina's hurried figure, Karen smiled helplessly. Although, deep down, he greatly admired this girl's resilience, he felt more pity. He truly hoped that Laina could sometimes show a little weakness. When she ran into trouble, she shouldn't always think about shouldering it alone. It would be fine to hide behind him for a bit. As for this woman named Kyung-sina, Karen knew better than anyone. Back then, a diplomatic delegation arrived with great fanfare to announce the engagement between the crown prince and the saintess. Those people arrogantly proclaimed that the saintess herself had descended and personally designated the crown prince as her husband. They even boasted that this was a blessing from the gods and their kingdom would prosper because of it. In their eyes, the empire had lost its crucial divine sword and was destined for ruin. Their era was just beginning. Karen coldly watched this group's performance. He knew perfectly well their words were just provocations aimed at him. Just thinking about the arrogant faces of those petty people when they found out the empire had lost the divine sword, Karen still couldn't suppress his anger. He always kept this dead in mind and would sooner or later settle it with them. In Karen's view, the people from the temple were truly cunning. They used the saintess's name to arrange a political marriage, merely wanting to use divine authority to consolidate their rule. Unfortunately, the common people blindly believed in these superstitions. Thinking of Laina, Karen's heart filled with an indescribable sorrow. Back then, because of Kyung-sina's appearance. As the so-called saintess, Laina's engagement was broken in public. Under the gossip of countless people who knows how much she had suffered. Fate can be so ironic sometimes. Stealing someone's position wasn't enough. Now that woman had come to her doorstep. Although Karen couldn't guess her intentions, one thing was very clear. If she came here to continue causing trouble, he would absolutely not stand by and watch. He straightened his clothes, his eyes flashing with a sharp aura. Kyung-sina, what are you planning? Today, I will personally expose your true face. Kyung-sina grumbled as she walked. This imperial reception room is too far. My legs are about to break from walking. Karen followed behind her. Head down, plotting his own little scheme. He thought she had surely never seen his true face, so if he just pretended to be a regular servant, he could slip in unnoticed. But who knew? Before he could finish his calculations, Kyung-sina suddenly stopped and grabbed his arm. She stared at Karen and questioned him, "Why are you here?" This sudden attack really caught him off guard. Karen tried to stay calm, shaking off her hand while vehemently denying it, saying she must have mistaken him for someone else. He kept reassuring himself, "Calm down, she absolutely cannot know me." But Kyung-sina didn't fall for it. She stared at his light blonde hair, looked straight at Karen, and said, "Stop playing dumb. You're the emperor of the empire. Karen, right?" With just this one sentence, Karen was completely stunned. He really couldn't figure out how this woman recognized him. Seeing the crowded hallway, Karen quickly lowered his voice, suggesting they talk in the reception room. After all, if the emperor's secret tour was exposed in public, it would be a huge mess if it got out. Kyung-sina, however, was very decisive, pushing the door open and walking right in. She said loudly as she walked, "Good, I have something to ask you too." But as soon as she entered the room, Kyung-sina's world collapsed even more than Karen's. She looked at the man before her, muttering to herself. According to the original plot, this guy was supposed to appear in part 2. Why is he already out for a stroll now? Kyung-sina stared at Karen for a long time, starting to feel bewildered. Did I really mistake him for someone else? But his physical features clearly matched. Karen stood by, completely clueless. He found this girl's reaction truly bizarre. She clearly knew his identity, but didn't seem to have ever met him. Could she have secretly investigated the empire's confidential files? What confused him even more was this woman spouting strange phrases like Part 1 and Part 2. It was truly baffling. While Karen was lost in thought, Kyung-sina suddenly leaned in. "Why are you so quiet? Don't tell me you've fallen for me at first sight." She even pushed her luck, adding, "I heard men like you really like bold, outspoken, and even slightly shameless women like me." This time, it was Karen's turn to be silent. He stared at the overly confident woman before him and suddenly uttered a cold sentence. "Yes, I do. I do like that type of person." This unexpected move completely stunned Kyung-sina. In Karen's heart, there was always a clear standard. The woman he liked was gentle yet firm like Laina, not some self-dash important person like the one before him. Seeing this girl with an expression like she'd seen through everything, the anger in Karen's heart couldn't be suppressed. This faceless arrogance was even more annoying than direct malice. He finally couldn't take it anymore. He violently pushed her hand away, shouting, "Have you said enough nonsense? Get out. Your current appearance is truly disgusting." Kyung-sina was so frightened by the shout that she froze. She never expected Karen, who was perfectly fine a moment ago, to suddenly turn on her like this. She stammered, trying to explain, but Karen's current demeanor was truly a bit scary. Just as she feared, right when Karen and Kyung-sina were in a heated argument, the door was suddenly pushed open. Laina stood at the doorway, looking at the two people in the room with a puzzled expression, and asked, "What are you two doing?" To meet that woman, Laina had deliberately changed into a simple outfit. After all, at a time like this, being herself was the most confident thing to do. She decided to bring Louis for protection. This normally nosy sword started to fail at the crucial moment, looking as dazed as if it hadn't fully loaded the situation. It was clear Louis hadn't processed it yet, even feeling a bit overwhelmed, since it was usually the one begging to go out. Actually, Louis was worried. Laena had just been crying so heartbrokenly. It was afraid its master was just putting on a brave face. It couldn't help but ask to get to the bottom of it. Laena knew very well that she was lucky to have Louis with her on this trip. If this sword had given her strength, then she also had to be Louis's support. Laena's heartfelt words moved Louis to tears. The sword even began to self-reflect, feeling it had been too thoughtless before. To avoid attracting attention, Laena told Louis to transform into a short sword hidden on her person. With everything prepared, she would now go find Kyung Sina to settle the score. Who would have thought that as Laena pushed open the door, the scene before her would leave her stunned on the spot? Karen was actually in the room too. Seeing Laena appear, Karen became flustered, wanting to explain things clearly to avoid any misunderstanding. However, Karen didn't know. But Kyung Sina was extremely calm, even turning to criticize Laena, blaming her for interrupting their conversation. Laena couldn't stand it anymore and exposed Kyung Sina's true colors on the spot. She bluntly said that Kyung Sina hadn't changed a bit over the years, always liking to shift the blame as usual. Kyung Sina was no pushover either, immediately pulling rank on Laena. Standing beside them, she rolled her eyes. After all, who didn't know her saintess title was fake? This time, Kyung Sina completely lost it. She pointed a finger at Laena and started slinging mud, saying Laena not only seduced her fiancé but also had the nerve to come here and cause trouble. Laena was completely baffled. This ability to twist black and white was truly outstanding. It was clearly that David guy who was entangled and couldn't break free, so how did all the blame end up on her? Laena said it bluntly, who has time to be interested in that freak? Karen publicly declared right in front of her that he and Laena were already engaged, and Duke Paul's trip was to arrange it. Sina acted as if she didn't understand. After hearing it, Kyung Sina didn't get angry, but instead laughed very strangely. Her eyes were filled with contempt, clearly not believing for a second that these two would get engaged. She thought this woman would know to back off, but it turned out her face was infinitely thick. She said she reluctantly believed them, but then immediately demanded a room be prepared for her. She couldn't even be bothered to act directly. Sprawling out on the sofa, saying the journey was too tiring and she absolutely had to rest here before leaving. Laena looked at this uninvited guest, always feeling that something was wrong. This woman had traveled so far to get here, she must still be harboring some evil scheme. Laena stood by, her anger rising to the top of her head. This woman was clearly still involved with David, yet she dared to flirt with Karen right in front of her. When he asked for a date, Tina really treated herself like a queen, not only refusing to leave, but also brazenly demanding Laena give up her room. Her attitude was the pinnacle of arrogance. Laena said it bluntly, "The master of this castle is not me." She advised Kyung Sina to know her place and get out before things got ugly. But Kyung Sina didn't listen. Instead, she put on the air of a crown princess and stubbornly insisted on meeting the lord of the castle. Grandma Lean majestically walked out completely. Ignoring her nonsense, she directly ordered the guards to throw this crazy woman out. Kyung Sina was locked outside, frantically banging on the door, but this trick was useless now. Laena told the guards directly that from now on, if they saw this woman, they weren't even to let her through the gate. Grandma Lean ended it with authority. A scene where even the crown princess's face was not spared. Laena watched from the side, feeling incredibly satisfied. As expected, at a crucial moment, she still had to rely on her grandmother. After things settled down, Laena quickly pulled Karen aside to ask him what was going on. In the reception room, "What on earth were you and that crazy woman doing?" Karen explained with a helpless expression. He had originally disguised himself as a servant to spy on her. But Kyung-sina called him out as soon as she saw him. His name right away. This time, Laina couldn't sit still any longer. Karen was clearly in disguise at the time. Kyung-sin. How did she recognize him at a glance, unless she already knew what was going to happen? The stranger things were still to come. Karen said the woman was like a madwoman, constantly muttering strange words like original work and part 2. When Laina heard this, she was startled. Original work and part 2 were clearly terms that only a transmigrator would know. Could Kyung-sina also have the script in her hands? Laina finally remembered. In the original novel she had read, Kyung-sina was the chosen one. A normal Korean high school girl who, after transmigrating, directly captivated the versatile crown prince. As for Laina's role in the original work, she was just a wicked side character consumed by jealousy, who constantly caused trouble for Kyung. In the end, Tina was disengaged so that the male and female leads could achieve their happy ending. But thinking about it carefully now, the logic of this novel doesn't hold up at all. Kyung-sina was clearly built up as a sunny character, but in the events before her marriage, her personality was extremely bizarre. As a veteran romance reader, Laina hated herself for not seeing it sooner. This wasn't an innocent love story script at all. Laina now understood everything. It turned out that love novel had a part 2, and Karen was not some random passerby. He was actually the devoted second male lead in part 2. Looking at Karen's ridiculously handsome face, Laina had to admit that his looks were truly main character material. No wonder Kyung-sina latched onto him the moment she saw him. If Kyung-sina mentioned the original work, it meant she was also a transmigrator who also held the script for part 2. According to Kyung-sina's script, the second male lead Karen was supposed to be hopelessly in love with her, but now he was engaged to the villainess. This plot has been completely shattered. Laina's heart was pounding. If the power of the plot was really that strong, would Karen later become like in the original work, hopelessly in love with Kyung-sina? The more Laina thought about it, the more scared she became. If Karen really fell for Kyung-sina, wouldn't all her efforts up until now be for nothing? Karen noticed Laina's unease. He stepped forward to comfort her. He said he would absolutely not let that woman have any chance to approach him again and told Laina not to look so sad. Laina took the opportunity to set 3 golden rules, demanding that Karen must now answer. Avoid Kyung-sina. No matter how strangely she behaves, absolutely do not become curious. Seeing Laina's extremely serious expression, Karen couldn't help but. He asked if she was jealous and said that his heart was soaring right now. Laina's words immediately bristled, refusing to admit she was jealous. But this protective posture, anyone with eyes could see it. Although Karen was apologizing and promising to stay away from that woman, Laina always felt something was off. This man's smile seemed perfect, but a closer look sent a chill down her spine. What was more fatal was that Kyung-sina still hadn't left. She kept peeking through the window. That covetous gaze made even Karen feel a bit annoyed. Laina's mind was currently full of the original plot, afraid that Karen would be bewitched by that woman. Her face darkened again, and she strictly warned Karen to absolutely not develop even a hint of curiosity towards Kyung-sina. But the more strictly she guarded against it, the greater Karen's suspicion grew. He always felt Laina's recent reactions were truly too unusual. Karen's brain finally caught up. Whether it was Kyung-sina climbing the wall or Laina preparing for battle, they both seemed to be certain of one thing, that he would definitely be interested in Kyung-sina. This incomprehensible confidence absolutely could not be attributed to Kyung-sina's delusion alone, especially when Laina mentioned the word original work. What did that word represent? Karen was determined to see what this so-called script had written. Who would have thought? In the original story, during what should have been happy days, a painful love triangle was hidden. Kyung-sina couldn't figure it out. They had been married for 2 years. Why hadn't Karen appeared? Had the plot deviated? She carefully recalled every detail and finally grasped the main point. As long as she could find that divine sword named Lewis, all stalemates would be resolved. But could this sword really bring her a perfect ending? She knew Lewis was the key, but Kyung-sina was completely losing it now. The original work didn't even mention where this sword was. This was truly an epic-level troll plot. The more she thought, the angrier she got, throwing a tantrum on the bed. Karen still refused to show up. The situation with David was getting worse. If this plot couldn't be salvaged, the consequences were unimaginable. Her maid was scared out of her wits and quickly came over to comfort her. "Your Highness, please calm down. His Highness has just been busy with state affairs lately." But Kyung-sina wasn't thinking about men at all. She was wrestling with that ridiculous script. The maid continued to persuade her, saying that although Prince Karen was harsh with his words, he actually cared for her very much. She reminded her that Kyung-sina's status was different now. She couldn't just barge into his office demanding a necklace like she used to. But Kyung-sina didn't listen to a word. Instead, she put on a very confident expression, waving her hand and telling the maid not to worry. In her mind, the reason Karen was so cold now was simply because he had no competition, leading to a false sense of security. Once he woke up, he would surely be at her feet again. After all, she was the female lead of this novel, carrying the protagonist's halo. How could she lose? It had to be said that the female lead's halo was indeed very powerful. Kyung-sina sat in the carriage, smugly calculating in her mind. Karen's attitude earlier seemed cold, but she firmly believed it was just the typical male lead trope before falling in love. In her little theater, Karen was already so enchanted by her that he was head over heels, even confessing his love. With deep affection, saying he only wanted to be conquered by her for the rest of his life. These lines, full of adorable contrast, made her squeal with joy just thinking about them. But she had no idea. Before she could finish gloating, a single sentence from her maid brought her crashing down from cloud 9. "It's getting late. Your Highness, you should just sleep in the carriage." Kyung-sina was completely stunned. The esteemed crown princess had to spend the night in this shabby carriage. It seemed the protagonist's treatment was a world apart from her imagination. Kyung-sina was truly devastated this time. It was one thing to not have cold water to drink, but not even a piece of soft bread to eat. Now she had to sleep in a carriage. This wasn't being a princess. The maid helplessly explained that a fire had just broken out in the vicinity and all the shops were closed. Furthermore, the locals were especially wary of strangers, so no one dared to let them stay. Kyung-sina was so shocked she was speechless. In this day and age, you couldn't even rent a room with money? She decided to throw a fit. She screamed at her maid to install an air conditioner in the carriage. This time, it was the maid's turn to be completely bewildered. What on earth was an air conditioner? She silently lamented in her heart that her mistress's brain was truly too strange for ordinary people to comprehend. Looking at Kyung-sina before her, the maid couldn't help but remember those years when Kyung-sina was full of vigor. She had insisted that Laina was a rotten rope about to snap. She promised that if the maid followed her, she would surely become the crown prince's confidant. At that time, the maid had misjudged her, finding these words very insightful, and immediately switched sides without a second thought. But what was the result? The current situation had completely gone off track. The maid cautiously advised her master, suggesting they quickly return to the capital, secure her position first, and then talk. But Kyung-sina wasn't in a hurry. On the contrary, she felt the fire wasn't hot enough yet, and insisted on making David suffer a little more. According to her logic, as soon as a competitor appeared, David would immediately realize her good qualities and then obediently kneel to beg for forgiveness. Watching Kyung-sina lost in her own delusion, the maid really felt a headache coming on this time. Kyung-sina was still daydreaming, imagining David affectionately begging her to be his wife, the sound of her internal abacus clacking away. She was convinced that Karen must have appeared by now. That classic scene from the original work was surely about to happen in real life. She was extremely excited, wishing she could immediately rush to the scene to watch the drama unfold. But just as she was lost in her fantasies, a cold voice suddenly came from behind her. Middle of the night. What are you doing here? Kyung-sina was startled and whipped around, her whole body freezing. Unexpectedly, it was Engo. She blurted out his name directly. This made Engel freeze. He stared at her with sharp eyes and looked at Kyung-sina, his tone filled with suspicion. You know me? Kyung-sina looked at his ice-cold face, and her excitement from a moment ago vanished completely, replaced by a chill down her spine. This man didn't look easy to mess with. To save her own skin, Kyung-sina threw caution to the wind. She immediately switched to scam mode. On the spot, insisting she was a saintess with divine fortune-telling abilities and had even seen Engel in her dreams. Engel was not so easily fooled. He sneered and asked, "If you can see the future, then tell me now. Where am I headed?" Kyung-sina confidently proclaimed that he was preparing to go to the capital to search for the divine lost sword. But she never expected that Engel's heart would skip a beat, because that sword had appeared long ago. This woman's information was clearly a bit outdated. Engel immediately reported this to Emperor Karen. After hearing it, Karen sneered, finding this woman somewhat interesting. Since she wanted to play the role of a saintess, then he would play along with her. Karen instructed Engel not to expose her just yet. Whatever she said, just nod in agreement and see what kind of trick she was really up to. Engel this time was completely convinced. His emperor was truly a master strategist. Outside, Engel was laying on the praise, complimenting the crown princesses vast knowledge. Kyung-sina was so flattered she felt a bit giddy, casually boasting that she read many books and remembered everything. Engel's expression changed, thinking to himself, "A moment ago you said you saw it in a dream, now it's from reading books?" He maintained a straight face and continued to dig, asking when the emperor planned to return to the country. Without thinking, Kyung-sina directly switched to spoiler mode. She said this was just the beginning, and he would have to stay out for at least another 3 months. If he stayed too long, that marshal named Douglas would probably not sit still. As soon as he heard that name, Engel's whole body froze. It should be known that this marshal was the emperor's uncle. On the surface, he was gentle and refined, but in reality, he had always coveted the throne. This top-secret royal secret, apart from a few of the emperor's confidants, was completely unknown to anyone else. He now completely doubted his life. If she wasn't a real fortune-teller, how could she know such things so clearly? Could there really be a saintess in this world who could predict the future? Kyung-sina was extremely proud at this moment. She puffed out her chest and guaranteed that as long as she could get that divine sword, some Marshal Douglas was nothing to worry about. She kept urging Engel, saying that the search was a matter of extreme urgency. "That sword is about to appear in the capital. Quickly take me back to the imperial palace." Little did she know, Engel was already starting to feel something was off, because that sword had chosen its master long ago. The more Engel thought, the more he felt something was wrong. This woman knew the Empire's secrets like the back of her hand. Could she have planted a super spy within the royal family? Seeing Kyung-sina's confident demeanor, he decided he couldn't remain on the defensive. If he couldn't distinguish whether this saintess was real or fake, he would just throw out some bait to test her. Engel deliberately lowered his voice and said, "Actually, His Majesty has already found a clue about the divine sword." This time, it was Kyung-sina's turn to be stunned. The original work had no such development. Why is this plot not following the script anymore? Just one sentence from Engel nearly sent Kyung-sina to the heavens. He said the emperor planned to take her back to the empire in 2 days. Kyung-sina immediately jumped up in anxiety. How can that be? The original plot hasn't even finished yet. If she returned now, wouldn't all her previous efforts be for nothing? Engel frowned, sharply catching the key word. What did this woman just say? The plot isn't resolved yet. Kyung-sina was calculating her losses and gains. David's heart hadn't been captured by her yet, and Karen wasn't devoted to her yet. If she retreated now, how could she build up her image as a saintess? She gritted her teeth and shouted loudly, saying she had an outrageous request. In short, no matter what, she absolutely could not leave now. At the same time, in the distant imperial palace, Karen suddenly touched his ear in confusion, feeling like someone was frantically talking about him. Behind his back. While Karen was feeling uncomfortable, Laina, without a second word, directly wanted to pull him down to help him clean his ears. Just as the atmosphere was about to get ambiguous, Karen's whole body tensed up. Who would have thought? Baline suddenly pushed the door open, not only not leaving, but also starting to complain with a look of disdain. She said at their age, they should be kissing or doing something more exciting. Seeing Karen's clueless, dense look, she got even angrier. She bluntly declared him a block of wood who couldn't even speak smoothly. If she relied on him to take the initiative, she'd have no hope in this lifetime. Karen hurriedly explained, saying that when it was time to act, he would definitely not hesitate. But he was hit with another blow from Baline. When you proposed, I bet you didn't even prepare flowers or a ring, did you? After this barrage of venomous scolding, Karen was speechless, only able to watch Baline swagger away. Hearing they were going to see the agave plant, Laina excitedly wanted to go too. Karen was about to follow, but after just 2 steps, he was stopped by Baline. She leaned in and whispered a warning, telling him if he had nothing to do, he shouldn't just follow her around all day. He should think carefully about how to reveal his identity, and then properly propose to Laina. Laina turned around and, noticing Karen wasn't following, asked in surprise. But Baline, with a straight face, spun a lie, saying Karen suddenly had urgent business to attend to, and then conveniently slammed the large door shut. This time, Karen was completely locked out, standing there like a statue. It seemed that before he could help Laina, he had to get past his grandmother first. Karen stood there alone, carefully pondering, and suddenly realized that his previous proposal was indeed too vague. No wonder Laina never took it seriously. He decided this time he had to prepare thoroughly. After revealing his identity, he would give Laina a formal explanation, just as he was planning to go all out for a big move. Engel suddenly pushed the door open, bringing some headache-inducing news. Karen casually asked, Kyung-sina, has that woman had a change of heart and left yet? Engel stammered a reply. Not only did that woman not leave, but she's making a scene, insisting on coming back to the Empire with us. The moment Karen heard this, his whole demeanor immediately darkened. The proposal was already complicated enough, and now another problem has emerged. The road ahead would not be so easy. Who would have thought Kyung-sina would actually offer to return to the Empire with Karen? Karen was stunned. A princess from another country, did she expect to be treated as an honored guest in an enemy nation? Engel hurriedly explained that from her demeanor, it seemed she hadn't considered that aspect at all. Kyung-sina said she still had one request. She actually asked Karen to take her back to the Empire. On the surface, she seemed to be asking for help, but in reality, her mind was calculating every move. If she had David wrapped around her finger, then conquering Karen should be just as easy as turning her hand. But she didn't know that Engel was not fooled by her acting skills at all. Instead, he found her extremely suspicious, especially the divine sword she mentioned. It clearly had some owner already, so on what basis did she dare to confidently assert that the sword would belong to her in the future? The more Karen thought, the more something felt wrong. The strange phrases that came out of Kyung-sina's mouth, the plot hasn't started, I don't know. The original novel. Listening to this tone, it seemed she treated everyone around her as fictional characters. And she was the reader watching the play. Could she really have predicted the future, even wanting to push Laina aside? To become the master of the divine sword herself. But looking at her not-so-bright demeanor, she probably didn't even know who currently held that sword. Faced with her persistent pestering, Kyung-sina's plan, Karen surprisingly decided to go with the flow, directly keeping her by his side. Hearing this, his face turned green. This is the princess of another country. What if a rumor spreads that the Empire kidnapped their princess? It would be a huge diplomatic mess. But Karen was not flustered at all. He targeted the maid beside the princess. As long as someone could testify that Kyung-sina insisted on coming, the blame couldn't be placed on the Empire. If handled skillfully, it could even cause internal conflict within the opposing kingdom. This move of borrowing strength to strike back was truly brilliant. If she wanted to act, then they would act right in front of the maid, and see who would dare to speak nonsense this time. Karen's move was truly cunning. He calculated that Kyung-sina wanted to go, but her maid would absolutely not dare to follow. After all, going to the Empire was equivalent to treason, a crime punishable by beheading. As long as the maid wanted to save her own skin, she would frantically find a way to run back to the imperial palace and report it. And so, Karen's plan was more than halfway successful. Engel was still standing there, stupefied. Fawning, feeling this idea was truly brilliant, and even excitedly asked, "Who will play the role of the villain who specializes in scaring people?" But Karen said nothing, just silently staring at him. Engo. Only then did he realize that after all that work, this unlucky job was prepared specifically for him. Laina's mind was currently filled with images of Karen, even when she was dreaming. In front of Baline, she couldn't hide it. She kept praising how Karen looked when he proposed, saying it was more enchanting than any expensive jewelry. Baline didn't play along and directly poured cold water on her. She reminded Laina, a husband is for living with, not for you to pamper and spoil like raising your first son. Laina wanted to say a few more words in Karen's defense, but Baline's next words left her speechless. Baline actually started to roast herself. She said the reason for her divorce back then was simply because she didn't know. It was because she couldn't grasp this limit. This self-destructive move to educate her granddaughter was truly ruthless. Baline even brought up her own dusty old stories as an example. Laina still felt sorry for her grandmother, thinking she must have tried her best back then. No matter what outsiders said, she didn't know. She would absolutely stand by her side. Baline waved her hand. She didn't need any pity. Instead, she began to reflect on that failed marriage. She frankly admitted that she had made two major mistakes back then. One was not seeing that the other person was a coward, lacking principles, and the other was being too soft-hearted, unable to harshly correct his bad habits. She even deluded herself into thinking those flaws were rather cute. After hearing this, Laina fell into deep thought. Is it really a wife's duty to correct the faults of a grown man, or were her thoughts too simple? Baline saw her confusion, chuckled, and changed the subject, asking about the growth of the agave plant in the greenhouse. Laina still hadn't grasped the deeper meaning behind her grandmother's words. Seeing the agave growing with astonishing vigor, Laina even joked about just keeping the greenhouse roof. Baline quickly stopped her, a hint of gentleness in her voice. She said, "Actually, wanting it to grow so strong is just a bit of my own selfishness." Only then did Laina remember that this plant wasn't just a plant. It wasn't simple at all. It was the only thing her grandmother brought with her when she left her old home after the divorce. Although she always criticized her ex-husband, saying he was shallow and lacked courage, whenever she looked at this plant, her eyes were always filled with an undeniable longing. Seeing Baline's faithfulness, Laina began to wonder if she could love someone as deeply and enduringly as her grandmother had. But this hesitation didn't last long. She was determined to find an opportunity for a direct confrontation with Karen. Of course, before doing that, she had to finish her work. Laina immediately switched to work mode, leading Susan to start working hard on her career, even shouting the classic motto, "Those who don't work, don't eat." Susan stood by, nodding vigorously, clearly completely bought over by the food. But strangely, the divine sword Lewis, who usually loved to interject, was silent today. Laina couldn't help but wonder if this quirky sword had also entered its rebellious teenage phase. After a moment of silence, Lewis suddenly called out "Master," startling the busy Laina. Laina even thought it had come to its senses, teasingly asking if it was over its troubles. But Louis was incredibly cold, acting as if it didn't want to talk much. This time, Laina was even more certain. This sword was definitely in its rebellious phase. She acted like a gentle older sister, advising it to share any difficulties with her. However, Louis's next sentence made the atmosphere instantly heavy. It hesitantly asked Laina if someone else says they want it. What should I do? Laina finally understood the reason for Louis's anxiety. It was because Kyung-sina's aura was incredibly similar to its own. To support her weapon, Laina immediately became domineering. Whether it's a saintess or a demon king, anyone who dares to steal it will get a lesson from her iron fist. She even reassured Louis, saying that as long as it didn't want to go somewhere, no one in this life could take it away. Louis was moved to tears. Compared to the ice-cold Karen, it felt it had been too terrible before to even doubt such a good master. This sword Louis was truly beyond saving. Laina was rarely gentle with it for once. And it broke down, wailing, "I can't take it anymore. Please go back to being the cold, heartless master from before." Anna was about to explain that she just wanted to show it some extra care since it seemed to be going through a rebellious phase. But Louis completely rejected this kindness. This time, Laina's patience finally ran out. She felt Louis was living too comfortably, which was why it was overthinking things. It needed to be disciplined with hard manual labor. Before Louis could even react to what was happening, Laina gave a dark smile. She issued the highest command, ordering it to immediately transform into a farming fork. Today, it had to till the entire plot of land. The divine sword was thus demoted to a hard labor farming tool. Louis grumbled nonstop while digging the earth. For a divine sword like it, being treated as a farm tool was the ultimate humiliation. Looking at the scorched watermelon field, Laina's heart ached, but she still had to pull herself together. For next year's harvest, the rubble had to be cleared quickly. However, Diana also discovered something good. Fortunately, this world didn't have petroleum yet. The oil her father had splashed was just some natural oil, and the damage to the soil wasn't as severe as imagined. After a whole morning of work, Laina finally led everyone to clean up the land. She wiped her sweat and expressed her gratitude. Thanks to Louis, this multi-purpose lackey, all the work that could be done by human hands was now complete. The rest could only be left to time to see if the land could recover on its own. No one expected Susan to be so enthusiastic about farming. Before Laina could even get her bearings, the young girl had finished all the work in her hands. Susan didn't feel tired at all. On the contrary, she looked like she still wanted more. She proactively asked Laina if there was anything else to do, saying this kind of training was really fun. Looking at this wonderful free labor, an idea immediately sparked in Laina's mind. She hesitated for a moment and then asked if Susan would be willing to help with one more small thing. Although the next tasks had nothing to do with farming, Laina wanted to take Susan to her house to complete an even bigger project. As for Kyung-sina, she was determined to go to the Empire, and no one could dissuade her. Even though the relationship between the two countries was extremely tense, she still lived with him. She insisted on going because that man had personally offered to take her with him. Who could resist such an allure? But before they could even set off, Engel showed up at her door bright and early. Engel's promise completely stunned Kyung-sina. He actually said he would personally escort her back to the Empire. This treatment was unbelievable to anyone who heard it. The maid, Mania, stood by, completely dumbfounded. Since when did her lady have connections with the Emperor? How did this sound? Get that legendary divine sword, Karen would surely, as in the original story, fall hopelessly in love with her. For that perfect ending, she was even willing to risk being beheaded. But in the eyes of others, this wasn't a search for true love. This was clearly a reckless dance on the edge of treason. The maid, Mania, couldn't figure it out. She had a perfectly good life as the crown princess. But Kyung-sina insisted on running to the Empire to suffer. Had she lost her mind? In Mania's view, Instead of risking it in that godforsaken place, she should spend some effort seducing David. That was where the real glory and wealth lay. But Kyung Sina didn't listen at all. She just left a note saying she would be back from the temple soon. This move was completely incomprehensible. David looked at the words left on the table. Besides sighing, he was truly at a loss for words. This mess was now entirely on his shoulders. When Duke Pouch left, he was full of confidence, puffing out his chest and guaranteeing he would bring Laina back immediately. David sat waiting on his throne, but his mind was on something else. Compared to the headache-inducing Kyung Sina, Laina's little quirks were actually quite endearing. He still remembered their first meeting. Laina was as quiet as a plant. But that didn't mean David truly trusted Duke Paul. He had so many daughters, why did he have to send one with red hair? It should be known that where they were from, red hair was considered a sign of bad luck. What was this old fox planning? Did he think the royal family was that easy to bully? At first, David thought as long as he could use Duke Paul's power to secure his throne, it was fine. As for Laina herself, he basically didn't care. But that very afternoon, Laina gently lifted her skirt and softly said thank you. That gentle smile was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, directly stunning David on the spot. At that time, he was still stubborn, telling himself he absolutely couldn't fall in love, but reality slapped him back. That image was as if carved into his brain, impossible to erase. What was originally a marriage of convenience now had a different flavor. Looking at the empty room, for the first time, David began to hope she would return a little sooner. He was still feeling very optimistic, thinking that all he had to do was lower his head and apologize. Laina was such a soft-hearted person, she surely wouldn't have the heart to truly leave him. But who knew, before David could finish his beautiful dream, the messenger rushed in, clutching a document. A land transfer document bearing the Emperor's official seal. This time, David was completely dumbfounded. They hadn't even fought, so how had his territory already changed hands? It turned out that the Lord of Forsting, Lady Aurelia, or rather, Lady Lean, who was also the current Emperor's biological grandmother, had suddenly changed her mind before leaving, returning the entire territory to the Empire. Back then, to keep this formidable old woman, the kingdom had promised her residency rights. Who would have thought the old lady would pull such a devastating move from under their noses? This time, the trouble was huge. David not only had to face an emotional crisis, but also the very foundation of the kingdom was shaken. After all, as long as Lady Aurelia herself wanted to return to the Empire, the kingdom couldn't stop her. Even though David was unwilling, he had to swallow this bitter pill. But then, the messenger presented another document, saying that besides the territory change, the Empire had also sent a proposal for marriage. David found this strange. Who the Empire's emperor wanted to marry had nothing to do with them. Did he need their permission? He casually asked, "Is this future empress from our kingdom?" The messenger stammered, "Her name is Laina." David finished chewing but still hadn't processed it, even marveling at how well the name was chosen, sounding exactly like his fiancé's. The messenger's shout snapped David out of his dream. The betrothed wasn't someone with the same name. It was Laina herself. Duke Paul acted as the blesser. David stood there stunned, his first reaction being impossible. The Duke Paul had just gone to bring his daughter home. How could he marry her off in the blink of an eye? He was still trying to find an excuse, thinking that surely the Empire had made a mistake. After all, that old fox Duke Paul had always relied on his daughter's name to advance. How could he pass up the chance to become a royal in-law? In David's eyes, as long as Laina married him, Duke Paul could walk sideways through the court. A deal with only profit and no loss. That old fox would never let it go. But the messenger's next action directly crushed David's last bit of fantasy. He tremblingly presented a letter for David to see for himself. This time, the evidence was irrefutable. No matter how much David disbelieved, he had to face this cruel reality. The letter's content was truly A stab to the heart. Duke Paul not only led troops to commit arson but also, under the guise of protecting the people, directly brought the entire territory to defect to the empire. Even worse, this old fox had agreed to the marriage, wanting to marry Laina to the empire's Emperor Karen, and even wanted to personally send his blessings. Only then did David see what a political ally truly was. Duke Paul had clearly sold him out and run to hug the empire's thigh. He angrily slammed the table, stood up, and roared, demanding to immediately dispatch troops to Forsting. He absolutely could not let that robber emperor snatch his fiancé. But the next words from the messenger sent a chill down his spine. Forsting always had a teleportation array leading to the empire. By now, Laina was already on their territory. David stood frozen, unable to utter a single word. This time, not only did he lose territory, but even his wife was stolen. He completely exploded, raging in his office, calling Duke Paul a traitor. He also swore he would never let Laina marry the emperor. But no matter how powerless and furious he was, the situation was irreversible. The scene changes. On the empire side, it was a completely different picture. Karen stood in a field bathed in sunlight, looking at the newly acquired territory. The previous wars and chaos seemed like a distant memory. This peaceful pastoral scenery brought him an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Although he had long known that governing a country required the efforts of countless people, now seeing it firsthand. Seeing the people live and work in peace, this sense of accomplishment was completely different from sitting in the imperial palace. One side was a loser, stomping his feet in anger, the other was the victor patrolling his territory. This contrast was truly ironic. Karen looked at the scene before him, a strange feeling in his heart. He used to think that national affairs were the most important, but he had forgotten that it was these simple lives that supported the entire empire. Just as he was reflecting, a little girl ran up to talk to him, asking if he was looking for Laina. Karen shook his head, saying he was looking for his sister, Susan. He described his sister's appearance, short blonde hair and some small freckles. The little girl immediately recognized her, saying she had been captured. She said that older sister had just gone to Laina's house and had been working in the fields with them for 3 days. The more she talked, the more excited she got. Susan was truly a model worker, tilling a large piece of land without getting tired. Karen was stunned. In his memory, Susan was either riding a horse or practicing her swordsmanship. How did her style suddenly change to a master farmer here? He thanked the little girl. Watching her skip home, Karen's heart couldn't calm down. What on earth had Susan experienced here that even her personality had changed? Karen's perspective had now completely opened up. He looked at the sunset in the distance and swore to himself that he would never lose himself amidst power and status, and would remember the value of every small thing and protect the smiles of his people. He walked up to Laina's door, knocked gently, and asked, "Are you home?" But the person inside immediately bristled. Laina was in a panic, yelling for him not to come in. Karen stood at the door, bewildered, with no idea what was happening. Immediately after, Karen stood at the door, bewildered, completely unaware of what was going on. Then, a series of clattering and banging noises came from inside the house, sounding like furniture being knocked over. After a long while of commotion, Laina finally opened the door. She looked a bit constrained and sheepishly invited Karen in. Karen was still full of questions as he walked in, muttering, "What on earth were you doing in there just now?" But as soon as he looked up, he froze on the spot. Laina was holding a huge bouquet of flowers and shouting, "Karen, marry me." This reverse proposal was truly aggressive. Before Karen could react, Laina continued with a series of domineering CEO-style declarations. She said she would support the family from now on, and all Karen needed to do was bring his suitcase. They would be together for the rest of their lives. This move by Laina was truly brilliant. Proposing in front of everyone was one thing, but she even declared she would earn money to support the family so Karen could just move in. Laina's presidential speech was something else. Susan, who was standing by, was stunned. She quickly shoved the bouquet into her brother's hands, wanting to see how he would clean up this mess. But who knew Karen wouldn't hesitate at all, immediately nodding in agreement and even saying he would rely on Laina from now on. This time, it was Susan's turn to be shocked. Her own brother had agreed so decisively. Was this still the cold and proud emperor? Karen was already thinking about how to arrange the furniture in the house and how big of a bed to buy. Laina's efficiency was no joke either. The marriage certificate was already prepared and presented to Karen for his signature. On the surface, Karen looked calm, but inside, he was already over the moon. He had even started planning how to quickly resolve the border issues so he could spend time with his wife. The divine sword Lewis stood by, constantly shaking its head. These two, one dared to offer, the other dared to accept, were truly a match made in romantic heaven. But Karen played an even bolder move. Before even signing, he sent Susan to invite the high priest, planning to hold the wedding right here. This time, even Susan couldn't sit still. What kind of royal wedding was this casual? Laina was even more stunned. Wasn't this progress a bit too fast? Susan still wanted to complain, saying they didn't have a custom of holding weddings here. But Karen turned the tables with a sweet-talking counterattack. As long as I'm with Laina, I must create the most special memories. Seeing her brothers. Deep affection, Susan saw through him completely. This man was beyond saving. That being said, the customs in the Forsting region were indeed very minimalist. There were no complicated rituals. Just decorate the bridal chamber, propose, then sign the marriage contract, and the wedding was considered done. Although it was simple, there was no lack of romance. Once signed, they were a legally married couple. Karen's speed was truly unmatched. Not only did he have Laina move in immediately, but he also planned to hold a wedding once the high priest arrived. With his grandmother officiating, Laina was completely panicked this time. She thought it was just signing a paper, but now she hadn't even prepared a wedding dress. This pace was so fast she couldn't keep up. Lewis stood by, speechless. This wasn't a marriage, this was a full-on sprint. Before Laina could recover from her confusion, she looked up and noticed something even more absurd. The flag on the castle roof was being changed. That was too fast. The soldiers explained that from today onwards, this place officially became territory of the Empire. Laina was stunned. She woke up from a nap, and even her nationality had changed. It's not wrong to say Laina is a man. She was a natural-born businesswoman. While others were worrying about the change of dynasty, she was already eyeing the wallets of the Empire's people, thinking about how to sell her agricultural products there for a huge profit. Lewis stood by, rolling its eyes. Its master was probably a farming addict. In such a critical situation, she was still thinking about making money. But Laina wasn't idle. She mysteriously led everyone to the greenhouse. It turned out to be to witness a miracle. The legendary agave plant had bloomed. The flower was truly massive and domineering, looking like a giant green fountain. Even knowledgeable people like Karen and Lady Aurelia were shocked by this sight. After all, this thing only bloomed once a century, truly a once-in-a-lifetime event. Would the blooming of this flower bring good luck to their new life? Laina quickly waved everyone over. Don't just stand there, this once-in-a-century miracle is the perfect opportunity to make a wish. She pulled Karen's hand, insisting he make a sincere wish with her. Laina closed her eyes and silently prayed, hoping that from now on, every day would be as happy as this. And decades later, when the flower bloomed again, the person standing next to her would still be Karen. She peeked with one eye, only to meet Karen's gaze directly. This time, she was caught red-handed. Laina was so embarrassed, she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She quickly changed the subject, asking Karen what he had wished for. But Karen calmly replied, to come and see the flowers with you again. This move was truly a divine connection. Their wishes were the same. Laina was overjoyed. It turned out Karen was thinking the same thing as her. This feeling of spiritual connection was sweeter than honey. She quickly pulled her grandmother Aurelia's hand, urging her to also make a wish while the flower was blooming. Who knows, it might really come true. But her grandmother just smiled calmly. She said she didn't need to anymore because all her wishes in this life had already come true. Seeing the children happy was her greatest wish. Before Laina could even enjoy the romantic atmosphere, it was shattered in an instant. Susan yelled from afar, asking Laina if she was going digging today. Susan also kept promoting it, saying that farming with Laina last time was a god-tier stress reliever. This time, the entire territory knew that the esteemed lady of the manor was a farming fanatic. Laina was truly the workaholic of the territory. The work in the watermelon field was just finished, and now she was eyeing the bees in the forest, planning to harvest honey herself. Susan stood by, stunned. This sister-in-law not only knew how to farm, but she could also handle a highly technical job like beekeeping. She was truly an all-around player. In reality, Laina had no choice. Who could blame a top-tier food enthusiast? To replicate the exquisite desserts from her previous life, honey, this core ingredient, had to be readily available. The moment Karen heard they were going into the forest, his doting husband attribute instantly flared up. He insisted that the forest had wild beasts and was unsafe, and he had to go with her to feel at ease. But as they walked on, Karen realized the path was veering off course and they were about to leave their own territory. He couldn't help but wonder if Laina had led them the wrong way. Laina stubbornly argued that it wasn't wrong, but she probably was panicking inside. She had originally planned to do something secretly, but Karen insisted on following. This time, Karen had brought Karen home. She couldn't shake him off. Laina was truly feeling guilty to the extreme this time. It turned out that to cut down trees in the territory, one needed permission from the Lord. She was afraid her beekeeping would fail and she'd have to pay a fine for cutting trees, so she secretly moved the beehives outside the territory. This was clearly an illegal construction. To avoid arousing Karen's suspicion, she quickly made an excuse, saying that next quarter she would move the hives to the edge of the field, which would also help pollinate the crops. She almost believed her own made-up logic. But Karen fell into deep thought after hearing it. Not only did he not notice Laina was bending the rules, but he also thought this place was actually very good and planned to directly move the territory border further out, enclosing the entire mountain into their domain. Laina was stunned. Is this the mindset of a domineering CEO? After the crisis was resolved, Laina noticed the divine sword Lewis being carried on his back. She was curious what the sword had wished for earlier. But Lewis acted all high and mighty, refusing to say a word. Laina deliberately teased it, is it because you haven't lived such a comfortable life before and you're so happy you have nothing left to wish for? Lewis angrily retorted on the spot, saying it was a divine sword with thoughts and it had plenty of wishes. But who knew this divine sword was secretly a big softie? It confessed its love in front of everyone, saying its only wish was to be by its master's side forever. This direct attack caught Laina off guard. A warm current suddenly surged through her heart. She was thinking she had to help it make a wish next time, but she was so moved she wasn't watching where she was going, and she slipped and was about to have an intimate kiss with Mother Earth. At that crucial moment, Karen took a long stride forward and caught her in his arms. The move was more perfect than a textbook, and the atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. He stared at Laina, his eyes filled with unconcealable doting. He said he simply couldn't take his eyes off her, afraid that if he blinked for a second, his clumsy lady of the manor would get into another accident. To prevent Laina from falling again, Karen directly offered to hold her hand, even joking that if she didn't want to hold hands, he wouldn't mind carrying her or giving her a piggyback ride. What's it like to date with a sword? The divine sword Lewis finally couldn't take it anymore. It complained that Laina was holding too tightly and being too clingy, loudly demanding Laina to let go. Laina felt quite wronged. Just a moment ago, it said it wanted to be together forever. Why did it change its mind in the blink of an eye? Lewis complained on the spot. Other people go on dates. Who brings a sword along to be a third wheel? Karen, enjoying the show, deliberately asked. Lewis, do you feel left out, so you're eager to be alone with Laena? As soon as these words were spoken, Laena's CPU. Lewis's CPU directly short-circuited. It felt it was truly shameless for having such a strange thought. So it collapsed and began to wail on the spot. The commotion was so loud that the whole forest could hear it. Laena and Karen were frozen, completely baffled as to why the sword was crying. It was fine just a moment ago. Why did its psychological defense suddenly crumble? This divine sword's inner world is too rich. Ran wasn't angry at all. Instead, he sincerely extended another invitation. Although he couldn't hear what Lewis was saying, he still very politely reached out his hand. Karen said, Lewis, you've worked hard protecting your master, so I want to carry the sword for Laena. His tone was unbelievably gentle, and he even specifically asked, Are you willing to let me hold you? Lewis had never seen such a scene before. Faced with Karen's gentle attack, its psychological defenses completely shattered. It cried and shouted that it was a piece of trash. This reaction left everyone stunned. Laena at the side shook her head and quickly advised Karen not to mind it, saying the sword was probably going through puberty and mood swings were normal. Karen was completely bewildered. In all his years, this was the first time he'd heard that. A divine sword could go through puberty. This divine sword was not okay right now. Karen's personality was clearly infuriating, but he was just too handsome. His swordsmanship was also ridiculously strong. The moment he was held in his hand, Lewis felt like it was alive again. That feeling of man and sword as one was truly addictive. If he had stayed in the Empire back then, would Karen have really become its master? It probably wasn't that simple. For this symbol of imperial power, the various factions would surely fight to the death. Karen noticed the sword was in a mood and proactively offered to patrol nearby, wanting to give Laena some private space. Laena quickly thanked him. It had to be said, when this emperor was thoughtful, it was a bit hard to resist. Lewis was currently sulking with its head down, even starting to doubt itself. Laena looked at this and thought, isn't this a typical case of teenage rebellion? She quickly switched to gentle mode, comforting it, saying that everyone has a gap between ideals and reality, and as long as you overcome it, it's fine. But Lewis shattered the atmosphere in a second, insisting it was the most handsome sword in the world. Joking aside, Lewis was the most handsome sword in the world. It suddenly spoke from the heart. A true master sword must be forged thousands of times. A piece of trash made from a mold simply can't withstand the torment. Laena felt a bit. So it turned out Lewis had always been playing dumb because it didn't want to bother with those shallow masters. In its eyes, if no one could see its value, it would rather be a decoration on the wall forever. This feeling of being buried, probably only it could understand. The more Lewis talked, the more aggrieved it felt. Back then, to find a discerning master, it even stooped so low as to disguise itself as a dull sickle, wandering the world until it met Laena. Only then did it feel it had finally overcome its hardships. But Laena felt very uncomfortable hearing this. She began to wonder if she was truly worthy of this trust. Before Laena could think it through, Lewis suddenly lost control of its emotions, threw out a "I want to be alone," and flew away. Karen returned from his patrol to find the sword gone. Hearing the story, he also felt something was wrong. Ever since the last rescue mission, Lewis's state had been very strange. Laena was still thinking, Karen has been so thoughtful to me lately. Has his mindset changed? But before she could figure it out, a loud noise suddenly came from the forest. Karen's reflexes were extremely fast, pulling Laena behind him with one hand. In this deserted place, it was most likely they had encountered some tough monster. The two held their breath, ready for a fight. But a miserable cry came from the sky. Looking up, Lewis, who had just stormed off in a huff, was being held in the beak of a giant bird. It was vomiting continuously up there due to motion sickness. Laina completely lost it this time. It turned out this strange bird saw Louis sparkling and directly kidnapped it like a treasure. Who could tolerate this? The gentle and elegant lady from a moment ago instantly entered berserk mode, determined to find that strange bird and settle the score. Xiang found the strange bird. Louis was held in its beak, the entire sword shaking violently. It was vomiting nonstop, looking utterly miserable. Karen immediately made a decision, telling Laina to wait for his command from behind. As soon as Louis fell, she was to immediately retreat with the sword. He planned to go alone and pluck the bird's feathers. He took a long stride forward and shouted at the strange bird, directly drawing its aggro. "Your opponent is me." With a furious roar, Karen drew his sword and met the enemy head-on. He had to get Louis back. Karen went head-to-head, landing a heavy blow on the strange bird. It cried out in pain and finally opened its beak. Louis fell like a broken kite, plummeting from midair. Karen, while tightly engaged with the strange bird, shouted, reminding Laina, "Now's your chance." Laina developed lightning-fast reflexes, dashing forward and catching Louis firmly the moment it hit the ground. Louis hadn't recovered yet. The whole sword was dizzy. Although it looked a bit pathetic, at least it had escaped the tiger's mouth. Oh no, he can't change. This strange bird actually played dirty. While Karen was off guard, it launched a sneak attack from behind. Laina, behind him, screamed until her throat was raw, but it was too late. Just as Karen was about to be swallowed by that power, the situation instantly spiraled out of control. Laina was so anxious she couldn't stand it, begging with her hands for Louis to quickly take over her body like last time to save him. But this time, Louis refused. This strange bird was tough and thick-skinned. Ordinary weapons couldn't harm it at all. Laina had never practiced martial arts. Forcing a possession would only get her killed. Seeing Karen's life hanging by a thread, Laina didn't care about that anymore. If it was a matter of physical fitness, then she just had to change her way of thinking. She whispered to Louis, "I'm sorry." Before the divine sword could react, Laina made a crazy decision. Who would have thought Laina would be so fierce? She used all her strength, directly turning the divine sword Louis into a javelin, and threw it hard towards Karen. Karen was in a desperate situation. The weapon in his hand had broken into 2 pieces. Just at this critical moment, a cold light descended from the sky. Louis was firmly planted in front of him, making Karen look good. It really didn't leave it any face. But now was not the time to complain. Laina in the distance desperately shouted for Louis to quickly team up with Karen. Only in Karen's hands could this divine sword unleash its true power. Karen slowly gripped the hilt. He finally understood Laina's intention. Since they were about to fight side by side, they had to formally greet each other. "Louis, are you willing to help me one more time?" But this divine sword was still broken, glowing and muttering curses. It had truly seen it all. In this life, it had to serve 2 masters at the same time. Karen was stunned on the spot. This sword could actually talk. Before he could react, Louis loudly reminded him to deal with the monster in front of him first. Turan finally made his move. With one swing of the sword, it seemed only this cold glint of light remained between heaven and earth. The giant bird that was so arrogant a moment ago was instantly split in 2. Laina watched from the side, stunned. She quickly ran over, cheering and jumping with excitement. This one-shot kill was just too cool. It was simply a perfect union of man and sword. Louis was exhausted by now. On its body, the sword was covered in expressions of exhaustion. Laina gently stroked the hilt. This divine sword had finally found its true master. Before, Louis was always grumpy and acting up, and Laina never understood why. It wasn't until she saw it shining with an unprecedented radiance in Karen's hands that she fully understood. A good horse needs a good saddle. The strongest sword must be paired with the strongest warrior. Although Laina was a little reluctant, she was more happy for Louis. Actually, Laina had seen it long ago. She gently encouraged Louis, don't hold back anymore. Whatever you're thinking, just say it out loud today. Louis was silent for a moment. It looked at Karen before it, then at Laina, who had always taken care of it, and finally made up its mind. It looked straight at Laina and said, word by word, Master, I really want to become this man's sword. Hina really lost it this time. Why didn't you just say so earlier? You made everyone suffer for days. Louis felt wrong too. After all, having to serve two masters at the same time, who wouldn't be conflicted? Laina looked at Karen in the distance, knowing full well that his strength was far greater than hers. She looked at Louis before her and said, if you want to follow a stronger swordsman, I'm willing to let you go. After all, I can't hold back a good sword like you. But Louis didn't accept this kindness at all, shouting, in this life, I have chosen you as my master. Karen thought he had it in the bag, feeling the divine sword was surely his. But Louis didn't follow the script at all. It posed a fatal question to Karen in front of everyone. If your goal has been achieved, then what is Laina to you? Still, Louis even pressed him, between your ambition and Laina, which one is more important? Laina stood by, her heart pounding. To ask such a question at a time like this, it was clearly looking for trouble. But Louis was very firm, because it had to know if this man was truly worthy of its trust. Actually, Laina had thought about this problem long ago, but she had always deliberately avoided it, not daring to delve into Karen's true feelings. Because she knew in her heart that if the truth was cruel, the wound would be 100 times more painful than when she was abandoned before. Just then, Karen coldly told the divine sword Louis, that's right. I treated you well only to use you. In fact, from the very beginning, I never trusted you. Laina couldn't listen anymore. She didn't want to hear any denial of their feelings from this man's mouth. She finally exploded, questioning everyone. Why do we have to choose between the two? Does becoming stronger mean we have to sacrifice our feelings? Louis was completely panicked this time. It realized its question had really brought the atmosphere to a freezing point, and it frantically tried to salvage the situation. But Karen had no intention of giving it a chance. He placed his hand on Laina's shoulder, his tone firm and irrefutable. He wanted to give a satisfactory answer in front of everyone. Karen declared, word by word, that at any time, Laina would always be his #1 priority. All goals and ambitions had to come second. He honestly said that at the beginning, it was indeed to find the divine sword. But now, everything had changed. The true meaning of this journey was actually to meet Laina. Without Laina, his soul would have withered long ago. This confession was truly the pinnacle of pure love, directly stunning Louis. Karen coldly asked Louis back, this answer, are you satisfied now? Karen's heartfelt confession not only lifted the weight from Laina's heart, but also won over the divine sword Louis. It was completely convinced. It finally saw the depth of this man's commitment. Although Laina still grumbled that the initial question was Louis's was too rude, but Louis no longer cared about that. It was deeply moved by Karen's determination. Louis shed its previous arrogance, officially stated its full name, and proactively invited Karen to form a contract with it. Louis even cheekily added, you should feel proud to be my master. Karen firmly grasped the hilt. At this moment, he had not only won Laina's heart, but also obtained the most powerful force in the world. With the divine sword's blessing, his power seemed invincible. Although Louis had acknowledged its master, it didn't forget to threaten Karen, if you dare betray Laina, I'll be the first to turn on you. Karen sneered, I even dared to change national borders for Laina. My loyalty is beyond question. Laina watched the man and the sword whispering to each other and joked that she had been left out. But the two of them replied in unison, saying that Laina would always be their #1 priority. Just a moment ago, they were so serious, but in the next second, the style changed. Abruptly, Laina excitedly led Karen to get honey, even specially preparing a full set of protective gear for him. This Laina was truly a husband-protecting fanatic, specifically telling Karen to stand a bit further away, in case the bees damaged his handsome face. She would die of a broken heart. Laina transformed into a knowledge expert, explaining every detail about beeswax to Karen. Karen listened to this lecture very seriously, a perfect student indeed. Laina couldn't express how accomplished she felt, feeling that all the specialized knowledge she had learned over the years had finally shone brightly at this moment. Even Karen couldn't help but sigh at the state of. But before he could be cool for more than 3 seconds, Laina suddenly realized she hadn't brought a honey jar. She instinctively looked towards the divine sword. Louis's gaze made it bristle on the spot. Louis strictly refused to be a tool. It was a noble sword, and it would absolutely not become sticky and messy. It was not possible for it to hold honey in this lifetime, since there was no jar. Anna decisively slapped her thigh and decided to eat it right there. This unceremonious action directly stunned Karen. Karen had just turned to leave, saying he wanted to patrol the area for any danger. Laina hadn't even had a chance to enjoy the peace when the friendly sword Louis started speaking in a strange, passive-aggressive tone beside her. It let out a bizarre laugh that gave people goosebumps. It deliberately lowered its voice and said, "Now it's finally just the two of us." These words made Laina bristle immediately. She went straight into violent mode, grabbing Louis and shaking it furiously. This sword was a real troublemaker. If not for it asking those strange questions earlier, Laina wouldn't have been so embarrassed in front of Karen. Louis was shaken until it saw stars. But Laina's anger hadn't subsided. After all, this embarrassing scene, anyone would have sought it out to settle the score. Laina was still fuming a moment ago, feeling that being confessed to in front of Louis was too embarrassing, but then she remembered to sincerely apologize. After all, if this sword hadn't caused trouble, she wouldn't have been able to hear Karen's true feelings. Karen. Seeing the mood was right, Louis suddenly lowered its voice and asked, "If you knew Karen's true identity, would you really not regret it?" The moment Laina heard this, she immediately bristled. She thought Louis was about to ask another stupid question and decisively declared loudly, "No matter who Karen is, I will definitely go with this man." The words Louis wanted to say were stuck in its throat, and it could only sigh helplessly. If its master was so determined, then whatever happened in the future, it couldn't be blamed for not giving a warning. Bran returned from his patrol, confirming the surroundings were safe. Laina cheerfully called him over to eat honey. Because she didn't have a knife, she planned to break the honeycomb with her hands directly. But the honey flowed down her hand. Karen suddenly rushed over and grabbed her hand, while muttering, "Such a precious thing absolutely cannot be wasted on the ground." Before Laina could react, Karen actually bent down and started licking the honey drops from her fingertips. This move was just too out of line. Laina froze on the spot, her mind going blank in an instant, only able to stammer his name. But Karen's gaze grew deeper and deeper. This wasn't eating honey, this was blatant teasing. Karen added, "So sweet," pushing the ambiguous atmosphere to its peak. Laina was about to catch fire. She silently cursed, "This man really knows how to flirt." But then Louis, that light bulb, jumped out, shouting loudly, "The sun is about to rise. Can you two stop being so cheesy here? Hurry up and go home." One sentence brought the two back to reality. Laina quickly found an excuse to hide her embarrassment. Karen could only clear his throat. Twice, pretending to be proper. Louis rolled its eyes from the side. A moment ago, these two didn't even see the sword, that was it. Karen muttered as he walked, "We can't return to the Duke's mansion empty-handed." At the same time, he suddenly dropped a bombshell. He said that today's plan was to move directly into their bridal chamber. Laina was stunned. She was completely dumbfounded, her brain instantly shutting down. Didn't we agree we needed time to pack? How did we just finish moving in the blink of an eye? Karen's ability to act was truly astonishing. He smiled and confessed that while Laina was still alive, living at the Duke's mansion, he had already asked Engel to decorate their bridal chamber, just waiting for the mistress to move in with her suitcase. Diana's jaw dropped. She thought they would move after the wedding. This sudden announcement of living together made her feel. She had no mental preparation. Although she said she wasn't ready, Laina was actually overjoyed. After all, her original plan was to register immediately and then get married on the spot. The two of them walked hand in hand into the distance. Is this really not a dream? Laina looked at everything before her, completely unable to believe her eyes. Karen, however, casually said from the side, "Are you scared by this little change? Let's go inside and see." Laina was completely speechless. You call this a little change? Not only the exterior but also the interior of the house was completely changed. From the living room to the kitchen, even the bathroom was renovated. Brand new. Karen just stood by with a smile, letting her explore slowly. Laina really couldn't believe it. He had hired a construction team to demolish and rebuild while moving. Then, Laina discovered that even the bed had been replaced. Karen explained with a straight face, the old one was too small, a bigger one is more comfortable. She couldn't help but mutter, the old one wasn't that small, you could roll around on it and not fall off. But this question wasn't hers to ask. Karen's slip of the tongue directly made the atmosphere ambiguous. He said the bed was made bigger so that in the future, the two of them could use it together. Laina was completely stunned. Use it together? Isn't this progress a bit too fast? To dispel the awkwardness, she quickly suggested taking a bath first. But when Karen heard the word bath, his reaction was even bigger than hers. Karen, who was acting calm a moment ago, couldn't sit still this time. He quickly made an excuse to go chop wood and ran straight out of the house. Laina couldn't even stop him. This man usually looked so calm, why does he always run away at the crucial moment? But at night, Karen was still guarding the room, whispering to Laina, "Wait for you to fall asleep, then I'll go." Laina was completely stunned this time. She thought changing to a bigger bed was for sleeping together. But Karen just wanted a chair and sat curled up by her bedside all night. That talking sword Louis was even in the corner, saying this position was perfect for protecting its master. Karen even nodded in agreement. Laina pulled the blanket over her head, so embarrassed she just wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. So it turned out she was just being wishful all day. How could anyone sleep like this? Looking at Karen's tired back, she was torn about whether to tell him to go rest. But who knew that Louis, the nosy one, would suddenly lower its voice and ask Karen, "Hey, what do you like about our master anyway?" This question directly startled Laina awake. Louis, that troublemaker, in the middle of the night, couldn't sleep and had to pester Karen about when he fell for her. Was it at first sight or when Laina was sick? Karen was getting a headache from the questions and could only complain that this sword was a real chatterbox. Nui had no intention of letting him go, poking at his weak spot, saying he didn't even have the courage to confess. Who knew that Karen, who was usually so arrogant, would lower his voice and admit he lacked confidence because he wasn't sure how Laina felt about him. How much of it was real? Laina, hiding under the blanket, almost couldn't hold back a scream. This man usually looked so steady, how could he be so innocent behind her back? But Louis's next words instantly brought the atmosphere to a freezing point. It asked Karen, "Aren't you worried? Does Laina like you as a person, or just see you as a convenient tool?" This time, even Karen fell silent. Louis, this sword was truly narcissistic to the extreme. While swirling a glass of red wine, it boasted that Laina's true love was for it, and at worst, it was worried about being turned into a scythe or a hoe. As long as it wasn't destroyed, it would be fine. Karen listened with a helpless expression, only able to agree. But Louis's earlier comment about being a tool had hit a nerve. He mockingly lowered his head, admitting he was a coward, not even daring to say the words he most wanted to. He didn't dare to open his mouth, looking completely unreliable. But then, Karen's expression suddenly became extremely dangerous. With a fierce tone, he told Louis, word by word, "I hope you can believe that my feelings for Laina are serious." This sudden, heartfelt confession completely threw Laina, who was hiding under the blanket, into a state of emotional turmoil. The divine sword Lewis was a genius. It directly shouted, "If you have something to say, why don't you turn around and say it to the person behind you instead of being all emotional with a sword like me?" Karen's whole body went numb. "If you were awake, you should have at least made a sound." Laina could only mumble, saying she just couldn't understand why she couldn't sleep. Lewis was still lost in its own world, feeling it had worried itself sick, not only having to be a weapon, but also a relationship coach. But what was most fatal now was that the room fell into a deathly silence. The two stared at each other, neither knowing how to clean up this mess. Since Karen had given Laina confidence, she decided to risk it all and directly delivered a straightforward confession. She said, "Don't worry, I love you more than anyone." Bran was clearly moved by these words. He paused for a moment, deciding to take this opportunity to confess. He asked Laina, "If I'm not the Lord's grandson at all, what if I'm a completely different person?" The atmosphere had already been pushed to this level. But Laina's goldfish brain had drifted off somewhere. She asked with a serious expression, "Are you actually a gangster? That's why you always have those nice-looking guys who look like debt collectors around you." Karen's sadness from a moment ago vanished instantly, and he could only helplessly deny it. Laina's words were like a tranquilizer for Karen. She said, "No matter who you are, as long as you are Karen, there's no problem at all." Karen was silent for a long time, then suddenly pulled Siko into his arms. His heart was in turmoil. It was because he loved her so much that he was more afraid of the day the truth would be revealed. But Laina was very open-minded. She smiled and comforted Karen. "You don't have to create your own." Still hesitating, he lifted Laina's face and solemnly promised that in this life, he would never let her suffer even a little bit of harm. In this one moment, all secrets and anxieties melted away in a deep kiss. Although the truth had not yet been revealed, two hearts had completely become one. On the road ahead, could they truly be this sweet forever? The fire in the fireplace burned brightly, and the temperature in the room rose with it. Karen and Laina held each other tightly. At this moment, it seemed like the world only consisted of the two of them. The distance between them shrank, and their heartbeats were so loud they couldn't be hidden. But at the most crucial moment, the biggest party pooper appeared. Lewis floated in midair and cleared its throat. "I know you two are very excited on your wedding night, but can you both calm down a bit?" This sentence completely shattered the ambiguous atmosphere. Lewis, this sword was a real method actor, continuing to shout that it wasn't mentally prepared to marry off its master yet. Laina listened with a dark expression. She couldn't help but grumble that it was being too nosy. Karen, however, was very good at cleaning up the situation. He gently hugged Laina from behind and whispered a promise, "Tomorrow, I'll throw this light bulb out into the living room." Laina burst out laughing. The two lingered and wished each other good night. The night was finally peaceful. But in another development, the atmosphere in the imperial palace had dropped to a freezing point. Douglas stormed into the grand hall. Lit said coldly, "His Majesty is not seeing anyone right now." Douglas completely lost his temper this time, roaring uncontrollably in the grand hall. He said that at the very least, he was Karen's biological uncle, yet Karen wouldn't even show his face. What he couldn't stand most was that for such a major event as the Emperor's wedding, an elder like him had to find out from the newspaper. The more Douglas spoke, the more he felt this was a complete trampling of his dignity. As a member of the royal family, this was truly a disgrace. An utter humiliation. Lit stood by, observing coldly, having understood everything. No wonder he insisted on barging in today. It turned out he was here to demand an explanation. Douglas was so anxious because he had always coveted the throne. As a person with succession rights, the last thing he wanted to see was Karen getting married and having children. Lit didn't give him any face and directly reminded him not to forget his status. Before being an uncle, he had to remember he was the Emperor's subject. His current actions had completely crossed the line. Agurlat's face flushed red. He started talking about bloodlines, questioning if Karen was insane for marrying a foreign woman. Lai sneered, directly throwing the newspaper in front of him and telling him to open his eyes and see. The new empress wasn't only from a prestigious family, but was also personally matched by Lady Aurelia. This move by Lit was a fatal blow. She directly brought out the former Empress Aurelia to put him in his place, coldly asking if he dared to doubt even the Dowager Empress's judgment. Speaking of Lady Aurelia's 3 sons, each one was more of a headache than the last. Karen's father died early, and the other, Douglas, was a standard coward who was also greedy. Back when the old emperor was alive, he didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Now, seeing the young emperor as easy to bully, his foxtail was finally showing. Douglas was still trying to argue, "When did I ever doubt mother?" Lit sneered back, "You don't even have the courage to confront grandmother. Now you have the nerve to make a scene here. If there's nothing else, please get out immediately." This time, Douglas completely lost it, becoming furious and acting recklessly in the grand hall. Lit coldly reminded him, "In private, we are relatives, but in public, I am the emperor's chief advisor." Douglas was speechless and could only tuck his tail and flee to his carriage. Now everyone was an eyesore to him. He felt Lit was an uneducated brat, and also held a grudge against Karen. In his eyes, this family was a bunch of arrogant madmen, even. His own mother, Aurelia, who had long left the palace, now wanted to come back and stir things up. But this old man wasn't one to sit still. Earlier, at Lit's place, he had peeked at something shocking, all documents related to the royal wedding. It seemed this group was secretly planning a big move. Daugo Lat finally understood that this emperor's calculations were truly too deep. He actually wanted to find a foreign empress. No wonder when the major families presented portraits before, he didn't even bother to glance at them. This move was truly vicious. Find a foreign empress with no background, then condone powerful concubines to balance the power. Once the emperor marries, the throne would be firmly secured. The attendant beside him offered a suggestion. If the documents were ready, it meant the wedding was about to be held. Daugo Lat snorted, "We absolutely cannot let them succeed so easily. We must act before everyone else, preemptively." The current situation was very disadvantageous for Douglas. As soon as the news broke, he was put on the defensive. He now desperately needed a big move to turn the tables. Just then, the attendant dropped a bombshell. The Intelligence Bureau had tracked down the location of the Divine Sword. It was said to be sleeping in the dangerous Western Sea. Douglas was stunned. That place was known as the Sea of Death. The number of people who died in its fierce waves each year was countless. The environment was so harsh it was like a place not of this world. The attendant lowered his voice and said, "That's right, the extreme weather there is likely caused by the Divine Sword's power. It seems that to obtain this power, one must take a trip to the gates of hell." The attendant's analysis was correct. The Divine Sword itself carried magic. This was now the last life-saving straw in Douglas's hands. As long as he obtained it, he could prove to everyone that he was the most suitable person to be emperor. After all, this sword was a symbol of legitimacy, and the reason Karen was always doubted was because this sword had been missing. Although the location had been found, Douglas's heart was still pounding. Why was this damn sword in that sea? The environment was truly too dangerous. He had even thought about sending soldiers to retrieve it, but what if the Divine Sword chose someone else as its master on the way back? Then his life would be over. Will naturally lean towards you. Daugo Lat knew very well in his heart. If Karen really had an heir, his hopes in this lifetime would be dashed. The throne would forever be out of his reach. Instead of waiting to die, he might as well take a gamble. The morning sun shone into the room. Laina was still ready. She was very tired. It seemed last night really wore her out. Karen sat quietly by the bed, watching her sleeping face, so mesmerized that he didn't even notice when the sun rose. He even thought that if he went to prepare a breakfast full of love now, She would be very surprised when she woke up. He gently stroked her messy hair, his eyes filled with an undeniable tenderness. Their newlywed life. This simple and sweet life probably only had a little time left. As soon as they returned to the imperial palace, they would have to sleep in separate rooms according to regulations. Except for special days, they couldn't even meet normally. This kind of separate life gave him a headache just thinking about it. So he cherished every second of the present, just hoping this world of two could last a little longer. Just then, a noise came from outside the window. He knew the person who had come to pick them up had finally arrived. This display was truly grand. With a shout of "The son of the empire has finally returned safely," the man leading the welcome party was Count Jax. Don't be fooled by his usual majestic appearance. The moment he saw Karen, his dramatic side emerged. "Your Majesty, you're finally back. Do you know how worried I was?" Karen also had a helpless expression. This guy was still the same as before. He was always about to wipe away tears, with none of a Count's dignity. Brian chimed in, "If your Majesty didn't come back, I'm afraid I'd have to hug your Majesty's robe every night to sleep well." Although they were all joking, it was clear that these confidants had been waiting anxiously. Karen publicly announced for St. "It's now officially in the Empire's pocket. Everyone has worked really hard during this time." Russell quickly stepped forward to report that he had already briefed the local soldiers, but those men were still in a state of confusion, having not yet digested the fact that they had changed nationalities overnight. "It's understandable." Philip beside him explained that this kind of lord automatically bringing their territory to defect had never happened in history. Before, to change a country, one had to fight for it with real swords. Now, it was great. No fighting needed, but there was no shortage of troubles. Just rebuilding the border walls was a massive project, not to mention the heap of complicated handover procedures. Karen pointed to the mountain range in the distance. "Just enclose that mountain too." Felix's head throbbed. "Your gun." Karen's shot this time was truly accurate. He glanced at Felix and asked, "Is there anything you can't do?" Although Felix grumbled under his breath, who would dare to disobey His Majesty's command? He had to resort to his ultimate move. With a soft shout, the magic circle under his feet instantly expanded. This was no joke. The whole land was shaking. Felix gave it his all. The golden light nearly pierced the sky. Immediately after, an incredible scene unfolded. The city walls and the mountain range in the distance were like building blocks being forcibly moved. This wasn't a building block being forcibly moved. This wasn't drawing a border, this was moving mountains and seas. Seeing this world-changing scene, everyone was stunned. The world that Karen wanted was created so domineeringly. This time, it really took a lot out of Felix. He was exhausted. This was the first time he had undertaken such a large project. Karen was also very impressed. Without this earth element treasure, easily obtaining this piece of land would have been just a dream. Although the city had been moved to a new location, there were still some gaps that needed to be reinforced. Karen arranged for soldiers to be stationed and instructed Jax, if the local people want to return to their old kingdom, by no means stop them. Let them freely decide whether to stay or go. This vision was truly impeccable. Seeing that the work was mostly done, Brian suggested it was time to return to the capital to report. But Karen waved his hand, saying he planned to stay a while longer. This time, Brian was completely bewildered. The security of Forsting has been stabilized. What is your Majesty worried about? Or does he have other plans? The matter of the city walls was just settled. Russell came over to ask where the future Empress was. Karen was silent for a long time, and finally squeezed out a sentence that made people spit out their food. He said he didn't know either, because she didn't even know he was the Emperor of the Empire. As soon as these words were spoken, Jax and the others were petrified on the spot. What era was this that His Majesty was still playing this kind of secret love game? This heaven and earth deceiving game. Brian stood by, constantly shaking his head, saying that normally serious people are the most likely to lose their minds when they fall in love. Karen hastily explained that it wasn't what they thought. Actually, Karen's original intention was very simple. He only hid his identity to infiltrate the kingdom for the divine sword, planning to get it and leave quietly. But who knew that during his time with Laena, he had unconsciously fallen for her. These subordinates were having the time of their lives. The moment they heard His Majesty was in love, their eyes nearly popped out. The whole group surrounded Karen and began to frantically soak up the drama, desperate to hear the rest of the romantic story. Karen got a headache from them and shouted for them all to shut up. He strictly warned these guys that he was the emperor, and this matter absolutely could not be known by anyone else. That kid Jack still didn't give up, leaning in with a grin and asking, "So, what does she usually call you?" And replied with a helpless expression, "She always calls me Mr. Karen." Brian was still the most sober one. "Your Majesty, when do you plan to finally reveal everything to that young lady?" Karen's plan was well thought out. He planned to wait for the Prime Minister to arrive and then directly reveal his true identity at the wedding. But he had no idea that while he was lost in his vision of the future, something big had happened in the forest. The Prime Minister, for some reason, had encountered something. He was extremely weak, unable to even stand, and finally collapsed onto the grass. Waking up from a nap, Kyung-sina found that everything outside had completely changed. What was going on? She couldn't believe it. After just one night, a wall had appeared outside. Was still there, but the carriage horses had all disappeared. Had they been robbed last night? Kyung-sina anxiously shouted, "Mana, what are you dawdling for?" Even if she screamed her lungs out, no one answered. She looked. The maid who was always by her side was nowhere to be found, dead or alive. Actually, all of these things were under Engel's control. The maid and the coachman had already taken advantage of the darkness to abandon Kyung-sina and slip away. Just when she was at her most desperate, Engel appeared at the perfect time, pretending to ask, "Where's your maid?" Kyung-sina, as if grabbing a life-saving straw, was completely unaware that the man before her was the mastermind behind the whole plot. Engel offered to go find supplies, telling her to stay and rest. Watching him leave, Kyung-sina still felt lucky. Engel was secretly pleased. Now that the maid and coachman had fled, he was Kyung-sina's only support. But this was only the first step of the plan. His real goal was to completely gain this woman's trust and dig out the secrets she was hiding. The pitiful Kyung-sina was still in the dark, sitting there fuming, wishing she could chop those traitors into a million pieces. What frustrated her more was that the strange wall that had appeared out of nowhere was blocking her path to the capital. She thought this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She couldn't figure out why such an absurd thing would happen to her, completely unaware that the real trap had already been set. Kyung-sina suddenly remembered that in the original work, there was a formidable character, the Empire's genius magician, Feely. This man had been feared by everyone since birth because of his immense power. People didn't see him as a human. They only saw him as a killing machine. At his loneliest moment, Karen appeared, not only extending a helping hand, but also he would never let him become a tool for killing. This salvation made Felix completely loyal, becoming his most capable right-hand man. Now that these two dangerous figures had come to this kingdom, it seemed a real storm was about to hit. Once Kyung-sina's imagination was unleashed, no one could stop it. She suddenly thought, who else could conjure a wall out of thin air besides Felix? If Felix did it, then the mastermind behind it must be Karen. Thinking of this, she wasn't angry. Instead, she began to delude herself. She thought Karen must have been trying to stop her from returning to the capital, which was why he made such a big scene. Wasn't this just blatant possessiveness? It turned out Karen's coldness before was all an act. In reality, he was already head over heels for her. The more Kyung-sina thought, the more Karen found a man. The more beautiful it seemed. She decided to stay here and wait obediently to see him again. How was that shy man going to clean up this mess later? Laina had a good night's sleep, but when she went to the window to get some fresh air, she was completely stunned. A city wall had sprung up out of thin air outside the window. This scale, yesterday it was clearly a wasteland. How did it change so completely overnight? Just as she was questioning her reality, Karen pushed the door open, his tone as relaxed as ever. Nothing had ever happened, and even thoughtfully asked if she had slept well. Before Aina could ask about the wall, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the door. Someone was calling Karen for breakfast. Karen then explained embarrassedly that his subordinates were so eager to meet their future mistress that they had brought the army here early. In the morning, Laina was completely freaking out this time. She felt her just woken up appearance was a total image killer. She absolutely couldn't face anyone. But Karen still looked at her with deep affection and said, "In my eyes, you will always be the most beautiful person." Laina said she didn't believe him, but her heart was actually in a mess. She was about to quickly fix her hair and go out, but Karen pulled her back. Who would have thought that this usually majestic man would take the initiative? He took the comb and wanted to braid her hair himself. Seeing Karen's skillful movements, Laina was also stunned. It turned out he had 2 younger sisters, and this skill was all practiced from back then. This contrast was truly irresistible. It seems that in this life, Laina was destined to be spoiled to the heavens by Karen. A match for Laina. And was already planning to get her a more beautiful treasure. Laina looked at the exquisite hairstyle in the mirror and was already planning to get her a more beautiful treasure. She was ecstatic, unable to hold back a sigh of contentment. Having someone to pamper her, to brush her hair like this, was true happiness. The thought of meeting Karen's subordinates later made her anxious. She was afraid of making a bad impression, so she quickly tried to get some intel. "Are they easy to get along with?" To her surprise, Karen said something shocking. "You don't need to be nervous at all. That crew. You can bully them however you want, you can even step on them if you feel like it." Laina was shocked. She was about to protest, saying they were his important subordinates. But Karen cut her off with a deep confession. "In this world, you're the most important person in the world to me." Just then, the atmosphere was at peak romance when a sharp-eyed subordinate outside yelled, "Sir Karen, the food is getting cold. Even if you're newlyweds, you have to eat something." Seeing Karen was about to lose his temper, Laina quickly pulled him away. She led him outside to smooth things over. But as soon as she entered the dining room, the scene was even more chaotic than she'd imagined. This wasn't breakfast. It was a massive battle for Karen's favor. Russell declared himself Karen's right-hand man. Brian immediately jumped in, claiming he was the true confidant. Neither of them would back down. As they argued endlessly, a calm-faced Felix landed another blow. He said these idiots were all subordinates, and only he was Karen's friend. That did it. The dining table instantly became a powder keg. Laina watched them bicker, but she actually had a bigger question on her mind. She hesitated for a long time, then finally, she pointed at a plate on the table and spoke. Everyone thought she was about to ask some state secret. But Laina just looked troubled. She asked, "Are these blackened things even edible?" Staring at a table full of dark cuisine, Laina fell into deep thought. Were these subordinates here to meet the new mistress or to poison her? Brian explained with a straight face that they had rushed over. They felt bad for arriving so early in the morning, so everyone decided to cook the meal themselves. Laina looked at the so-called breakfast. The lovingly prepared breakfast on the table made her want to cry. This wasn't a meal, it was clearly a bioweapon exhibition. Did you even add salt? Or did you just mix flour and water and nothing else? These guys had clearly never been in a kitchen before. The texture of this cake could probably knock someone out if you hit them with it. Seeing that everyone was still planning to close their eyes and eat it anyway, Laina finally snapped. She slammed her hand on the table and yelled, "Everyone stop." Laina really couldn't bear to watch anymore. These people were Karen's esteemed guests. She couldn't let them chew on something that looked like charcoal. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to show off. She displayed her skills, and her proficient movements left the onlookers dumbfounded. This was a true culinary master. Felix leaned in, curiously asking what she was busy with. Without looking up, Laina replied, "I'm making mayonnaise. This is the soul of everything." Eating raw vegetables with dry bread is definitely bland, but just a layer of this special sauce will instantly transform the flavor. They watched as Laina combined the eggs, vegetables, and freshly baked tortilla shells. And just like that, a fragrant, specially made wrap was born. This time, everyone finally didn't have to worry about breakfast leaving them with psychological trauma. Karen offered to help, and Laina didn't hesitate, directly assigning him the task of chopping vegetables. This sent his attendants into a frenzy, each one fighting to do it for him. They were afraid their precious master would get tired. Seeing this bustling scene, Laina simply handed everyone a knife. It's fastest if everyone works together. Seeing how much these people cared for Karen, Laina had a realization. Laina suddenly realized he must have many attachments back in his homeland. No wonder Susan traveled so far to visit. It seemed Karen's identity was more complex than she had imagined. Laina was still wondering how to bring up the topic of their new home with him. But then, she suddenly heard the sound of extremely professional vegetable chopping. She took a closer look, and Karen's knife skills were unbelievably sharp, slicing everything so thin, and even it was hard to believe. Laina couldn't help but ask how he knew how to do such delicate work. Karen just replied coolly, "Because I specifically practiced before." It turns out he'd always remembered the bowl of noodles someone once cooked for him, so he wanted to learn how to convey that same sentiment himself. As soon as he said that, Laina was stunned. She never expected this man who seemed as cold as ice to have such a hidden, gentle side. Laina now saw Karen through rose-tinted glasses. He was the epitome of perfection, not to mention handsome. And his personality was so gentle and considerate. Just as she was lost in his good looks, Louis suddenly popped out, expressing disgust at his masters poor taste in men. Even worse, Louis started roaring at Karen, ordering him to immediately put down the kitchen knife in his hand. Karen was completely bewildered. It turned out the sword was jealous. It couldn't stand the thought of Karen's hands holding any other sharp-bladed weapon besides itself, not even a kitchen knife. He looked at Louis's frantic display, not with anger, but with amusement. He found the sword's jealousy rather interesting. The flying and jumping of Louis made it the center of attention. Karen's subordinates stared with their jaws dropped, and one of them even wanted to take it back to the lab to study how the sword was constructed. Luckily, Laina's wraps were ready just in time, finally putting an end to the awkward scene. Everyone looked at the fragrant food quickly, forgetting the earlier fiasco. Watching everyone gather around and dig in, Laina's heart felt incredibly warm. The atmosphere. This lively atmosphere made her feel like she had returned to a real home. This long-lost feeling of domestic warmth was perhaps exactly the life she had always longed for. Laina watched the lively scene before her and suddenly remembered her past life. Back then, she always found eating with her family troublesome and even complained that the food wasn't good. Looking back, it was truly uncalled for. Seeing her emotional state, Karen's heart ached with sympathy. He thought Laina was reminiscing about her hard days at the Duke's mansion. Laina knew from his eyes that this man had definitely misunderstood. She quickly explained that she was living very well now. Not only had she found her calling, but had also achieved independence and even loudly proclaimed that this place was the best. But the more excited she acted, the more Karen and his subordinates felt she was trying hard to hold back her tears. The atmosphere at the dining table instantly dropped to a freezing point. Laina was completely stunned this time. Why did everyone get sadder the more she explained? To break the awkward silence, she had to point at the city wall outside the window and awkwardly start a conversation. Karen pointed outside, telling Laina that it was the newly built border wall. Only then did Laina remember that Fosting was now imperial territory. Her grandmother's methods were truly ruthless, but Laina's focus was rather strange. Her first reaction was that if the territory changed, the laws would surely change too. It seemed she would have to stay up all night to retake her agricultural license exam. This salaryman's mindset of hers was unmatched. What puzzled her more was how such a high wall could be built. In a single day, Karen explained that it wasn't built brick by brick, but the old wall was directly teleported here using magic. Laina casually replied, changing the terrain and moving city walls must be difficult. Felix suddenly jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on. He agitatedly accused outsiders of always thinking magic was like a magic trick, when in reality, it involved a huge amount of calculation. Laina was still lamenting that the number of people who could use magic in this kingdom was pitifully small. When Louis heard this, it was unhappy. It immediately jumped out to grab attention, saying that the essence of magic was right here in front of her. Laina looked at it with disdain, thinking to herself, "You're indeed magical. But the key point is, you're not human." This jab silenced Louis, but Laina suddenly remembered something. Why was there the third after Louis's name? Logically, these kinds of titles are passed down through families. Could a sword give birth to a baby sword? This time, these kinds of titles are passed down through families. Could a sword give birth to a baby sword? Louis took the opportunity to show off. It mysteriously revealed a shocking secret. It turned out that in this world, there were other sentient divine swords just like it. In fact, there were two more. Laina was stunned to hear this. This top-tier talking weapon. It actually had siblings. Then who holds the other two swords now? Louis finally unveiled the mystery of its origin. It turned out that long ago, a master blacksmith used the same method to forge a complete set of divine swords. And Louis was the youngest among them, which is why it named itself Louis III. Karen, who was listening beside them, nodded repeatedly. He said he had seen records of this in the royal archives. He had always thought it was just a legend. A woven myth, never expecting the main character to be right in front of him. After hearing this, Laina's heart skipped a beat. So there were two other talking swords in the world. But Louis's next words were heartbreaking. Although they were born together, they were now scattered across the world, not even knowing if the others were alive or dead. Laina looked at Louis and suddenly felt a pang of sorrow. Siblings forced to be apart, that feeling must not be easy. She silently prayed that Louis would have a chance to reunite with its siblings one day. Then it wouldn't be so lonely anymore. Laina originally intended to make small talk and casually asked Karen if he had any other relatives besides his two younger sisters. But the moment these words were spoken, the once lively dining table fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Laina's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, did she ask another inappropriate question? Her mind started racing, filling in the blanks. Did Karen's family suffer some kind of tragedy? Karen said he did indeed have an uncle, Brian, sitting next to him, his face darkened, directly revealing everything. That uncle was no kind soul, but a man full of ambition. He had no limits, constantly eyeing the power in Karen's hands, wishing he could snatch it all away. It turned out Karen had to find the divine sword, because his uncle was scheming behind the scenes. At first, he spread vicious rumors saying the reason the divine sword disappeared was because Karen was not qualified to be the successor. Laina rolled her eyes, thinking every family has its unreliable members. Karen's uncle was truly the worst of the worst. No wonder Louis had to run away from home back then. Who could stand such a family member? But Laina still gently comforted Karen. Now that Louis has returned, those malicious rumors should be put to rest. Karen could also breathe a sigh of relief. Karen looked at Laina and just faintly replied, "I hope so." Because deep down, he knew that as long as that uncle was around, the trouble would never truly end. Laina looked at Karen and Louis and silently prayed for them. She hoped these two with such turbulent fates would finally get a happy ending. The atmosphere was quite heavy, but Russell was just stuffing his face. Felix couldn't stand it and told him to control himself a little. Stop just burying your head in your food, we're talking about serious matters. But with his mouth full, Russell still managed to give Laina a thumbs up, repeatedly praising her sandwiches as the most beautiful delicacy. Simply wonderful. Laina was so flattered she felt giddy, quickly inviting everyone to eat as much as they wanted. After a while of chatting, she made sure they didn't miss out. Laina suddenly remembered Susan once said that when she worked in the fields, she especially loved to eat this. Russell casually asked about Susan's recent situation, hearing that she was living comfortably at the Lord's mansion. Russell couldn't help but laugh, saying Susan was a super naughty kid since she was young, so full of energy it gave people headaches. One time, she even snuck a caterpillar into my teacup when I wasn't looking. Laina was completely shocked. This prank was too much. But this also reminded Laina that if these sandwiches were so popular, next time she would have to save a portion for Susan. Good food must be shared with everyone. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just as Laina mentioned Susan, Susan burst through the door aggressively. The moment she entered, she shouted loudly, questioning if everyone was secretly having a feast behind her back. Laina looked helpless. It was because this morning she had slipped up and mentioned sleeping at the new house last night. Before Susan heard the full story, she was already excitedly running around the room, eager to hear the gossip about the two of them. Laina quickly told her to sit down and have breakfast. But Susan, who was just bursting with excitement, froze on the spot after seeing clearly who was sitting around the dining table. With a look of disgust, she expressed that she absolutely did not want to sit next to that man. Laina hadn't even processed who that man was. Russell had already stood up with a smile and greeted Susan. Looking at this situation, the caterpillar story Russell told earlier was likely just the tip of the iceberg of their grievances. Susan pointed her finger straight at Russell's nose, questioning, "What is a bear-like man like you doing here for fun?" Instead of staying peacefully at the border, unexpectedly, Russell was thick-skinned enough not to get angry at all, and instead, he approached with a grin and asked, "Calling me a bear, are you praising me for being cute?" This interaction left Laina completely dumbfounded. This reaction was definitely not normal. There was surely something going on between these two. Just when the atmosphere was at its most awkward, Susan actually took out a shovel and asked, "Is there any land to dig today?" This change of topic was too bizarre. Who would have thought that the noble Lady Susan would rely on digging to relieve stress and was even praised as being born for labor? Karen hurriedly instructed her to dig professionally and to learn properly from Laina. This style was extremely confident, even proclaiming herself a master of digging, and no one could tell her otherwise. Russell didn't mind at all, and even chimed in with a very serious expression, saying that this kind of repetitive motion could build muscle. But he was immediately shut down by Susan. Seeing Susan insist on going to work alone, Laina was anxious. Just then, Russell volunteered to be her protector. Although Susan stubbornly said she was strong and didn't need anyone's protection. But with Russell's physique standing there, her sense of security was instantly maxed out. It seems on this trip to dig the land, whether the work gets done is uncertain, but the sparks between these two are probably getting harder to hide. It looks like Laina's butter wasn't prepared in vain. This drama was getting more and more exciting. This was the first time she had seen Susan pay so much attention to a person. She quickly asked Karen if there was a secret past between Susan and Russell. As soon as Brian opened his mouth, he dropped a bombshell. It turned out Russell was Susan's first love. This news almost knocked Laina over, but this relationship ended before it even had a chance to bloom because that blockhead Russell had nothing on his mind but sword practice. Laina started imagining the tragic scene of Susan's confession being rejected back then. Just thinking about it was heartbreaking. How much courage must that have taken? However, Karen, that dense guy, thought Susan was just a child back then, so her confession was probably just a childish joke, not to be taken seriously. The moment he said that, Laina and Louis immediately bristled, joining forces to nag Karen, scolding him for not having a clue about a woman's heart. Actually, Laina understood very well. If it wasn't true love, Susan wouldn't be so awkward now. This feeling might have never truly ended. Looking at the two figures in the distance, Laina felt that being alone on this farm trip could very well be the turning point in their relationship. Since the stage was set, Laina quickly urged everyone to set off. Because after this hearty breakfast, the real drama was about to begin. Laina's heart right now. The drama between Susan and Russell, she really didn't want to miss a second. Just when she was wondering what to do, the tool sword Lewis approached and volunteered to be her eyes and ears, to go to the scene and monitor the two of them. This offer was exactly what Laina wanted. She was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized. Wasn't this the best remote surveillance camera? Laina was a woman of action. Without another word, she grabbed Lewis and with all her might threw it towards the drama scene. Laina was ecstatic this time, shouting instructions to the soaring Lewis. As it flew away, she told it to report back every single thing it saw and heard. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the other side was completely different. Susan and Russell walked side by side on the small path. Neither spoke first. In the end, it was Russell who broke the silence. This long-awaited moment alone made the air thick with awkwardness. It's unknown if this conversation and what follows could bring a resolution to the regrets of the past. As for Russell, he was the knight Karen trusted the most. Though of common birth, he had followed Karen since childhood, practically growing up with Susan. Susan recalled that as a child, she had indeed tormented him quite a bit, always riding on his shoulders and causing trouble, even when she was scared and couldn't sleep, she would make Russell stay by her side. Just as Susan was lost in her memories, Russell suddenly stopped. He noticed something sneaking up behind them. Looking closely, it was none other than that thing. Laina's magic sword, Lewis. Susan also found it strange. This sword was usually inseparable from her sister-in-law. Why was it acting so differently today, following them from a distance? Was it on some special mission? However, Lewis's intrusion wasn't entirely a bad thing. Susan was secretly happy. On this path, Russell finally looked at her directly and spoke. Russell smilingly approached and politely greeted her, Your Highness. This distant form of address made Susan suddenly recall many past events, especially the scar at the corner of Russell's eye. It was a permanent mark, left when he protected Susan as a child. That scar had always been an insurmountable knot in Susan's heart. Russell didn't think much of it. He still scratched his head and smiled foolishly as before, begging Susan not to use honorifics with him anymore, feeling it was too awkward. But Susan just cursed him as a fool. She knew better than anyone else why she had to intentionally keep her distance. Because she didn't want to get her hopes up again. If he had already rejected her feelings back then, he shouldn't be so gentle now. Susan desperately wanted to draw a clear line, afraid that she would continue to be wishful. Susan's heart was a tangled mess right now. Looking at Russell before her, she was about to lose track of her own true feelings. But the atmosphere on the other side was completely different. Laina looked at the vast farm as if she had discovered a new continent. Felix smiled and introduced, This place may look vast, but to him, it's actually just right. Besides farming and tending to the orchard, his main focus was these dairy products. Although sometimes there would be dairy products, his main focus was these dairy products. Although sometimes there would be dairy products. Workers would help with the cleaning, but he did most of the work himself. After all, for a sip of fresh milk and a piece of cheese, that delicious, a little hard work was worth it. As soon as Laina heard there was so much good food, her spirits were instantly lifted, and she dragged everyone into the dairy barn. It seems today's farm tour was just getting to the main event. Laina was really going to give these nobles a taste of real life. She skillfully demonstrated how to milk a cow while explaining the secrets behind it. She looked even more professional than a real farmer. But Felix showed his disdain, feeling that these animals were smelly and dirty. He wouldn't touch them even if it killed him, and even wanted to find an excuse to slip away. Brian, standing beside him, coldly added a jab, reminding him that the eggs he ate for breakfast all came from them. Came from animals. This time, Felix had no comeback and had to grit his teeth and squat down to try. Who would have thought that the person who had a face full of rejection just moments ago couldn't stop once he started? He discovered that this simple, repetitive manual labor had an indescribable stress-relieving effect. Laina smiled and told everyone that this was the charm of farm work. Although on the surface it seems like a bunch of trivial matters, the sense of accomplishment from harvesting the fruits of your own labor is truly unparalleled. Brian curiously asked if she had dreamed of opening a farm since she was a child. Laina shook her head, saying that doing this kind of heavy manual labor was actually a recent thing. When she first started studying agriculture, it wasn't because of any lofty passion or sentiment. It was simply because this countryside was too boring and, besides, there was no sentiment. If she didn't farm, she would starve. At that time, sweet potatoes grew all over the mountains. To vary the ways of eating sweet potatoes, she had to reluctantly use all the knowledge she had. Who would have thought that once she started, she couldn't stop? After hearing this, Brian couldn't help but sigh. Book knowledge really can't compare to tilling the soil yourself. This feeling of harvesting something real and tangible is something one can never experience sitting in a study. He used to think His Majesty was suffering here. Now he realized that these days of sweating and toiling were actually more dignified. At this moment, Karen was holding a large bundle of hay, sweating profusely, asking Laina where to put it. Laina commanded while summarizing that whether it's cooking or farming, as long as people put their minds to it, a day is simply not enough. Felix took this moment to reflect. He used to think that commoners didn't like to read, which was why the enrollment rate was so low. It seems that thought was too naive. In such an environment, just maintaining food and clothing drains all of one's time and energy. Where would they find the mind to pursue knowledge? This pressure of survival is truly not something that those in high positions can imagine. Laina seized the opportunity and, with a mysterious look, approached, saying she just had a brilliant business idea that could save everyone a ton of time. She asked Felix if he wanted to hear it. Laina confidently announced that her new project was to sell ready-to-cook meals. She had discovered that the eating habits here were too simple. Everyone ate only bread with salad every day. It wasn't that they didn't want to eat well, but because complex recipes no one wanted to learn. In that case, if cooking could be made as simple as opening a package, then the business opportunity had arrived. The brilliant idea she came up with was to make pre-prepared products, pre-packaged food, pre-cut ingredients, and pre-mixed sauces. Just open the package and put it in the pot. The more Laina spoke, the more excited she became, feeling that this method would definitely save time and effort and also prevent waste. Seeing her enthusiastic expression, he was completely stunned after hearing it. A military secret of this level was just blurted out to her. Was that really okay? After all, she was once a duke's daughter, yet she knew nothing about these magical legacies. It turned out that Karen still held an ace up his sleeve. He revealed that all major cities in the empire had teleportation arrays. It was technology left behind by ancient archmages that could transport goods thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. However, because this technology was used for warfare, it had always been classified as top secret by the royal family. Ordinary people had never even heard of it. It seems this empire was far more formidable than she had imagined. If they even had teleportation arrays, then the royal family must have even more terrifying magical artifacts. If this business continues to develop, she might come into contact with not just money, but the core secrets of this world. Laina finally understood. The reason the kingdom was so obsessed with the Saintess was because, besides magic, divine power was their only trump card. Excluding her, the entire setting of this world was actually paving the way for the main character, Kyung-sina. All the halos had to revolve around her. But none of this concerned Laina anymore. She just wanted to focus on making money now. Being a sober observer was better than anything else. Back at the farm, Karen had already started worrying about the business, asking when it would open and how much the first batch would produce. Laina had already calculated it in her head. She had to base it on the harvest amount before detailing the books. Seeing Karen so eager to help, Laina felt much more at ease. With such a reliable partner, this startup was a sure thing. On the other side, Kyung Sina had completely collapsed. Although she was riding in a royal carriage, she had been camping outdoors for several days. She couldn't change her clothes or take a bath. This kind of life was unbearable. She rummaged through the little money she had left. She heard there was an inn in the village, but how many days could this little bit of silver last? The more Kyung Sina thought, the angrier she got. That romance novel was a total scam. It said the female lead could get rich by selling a piece of jewelry, but in this desolate wilderness, where could she find a buyer? She turned and started venting her anger on Angle, blaming him for not being thoughtful at all. He clearly knew she was a pampered young lady, yet he only prepared dry rations and water and couldn't even arrange a place for her to bathe. Angle, standing beside her, rolled his eyes repeatedly. As Kyung Sina was walking, she suddenly tripped over something hard. She looked down and was almost scared out of her wits. In the grass, there was actually a large man lying there. In this desolate place, why would someone faint here? Kyung Sina's first reaction was to call the police, but she only remembered when the words were on the tip of her tongue that this godforsaken place didn't have 911. She was so anxious she spun in circles. Finally, she had to gather her courage and casually picked up a small branch, carefully poking the other person. She whispered, "Hey, are you still alive?" Just as Kyung Sina was investigating, the person's hand suddenly shot out and grabbed her wrist. Before Kyung Sina could react, Arnold managed to squeeze out a few words. "I'm so hungry." This time, Kyung Sina completely freaked out. With that line and that strength, wasn't this a zombie? She was so scared she lost her mind, screaming for help, while running for her life, so fast that even her shadow couldn't be seen. Watching Kyung Sina run out of sight, Arnold finally sat up slowly. Although his stomach was still growling, his mind was no longer on food. He looked pensively in the direction Kyung Sina had disappeared. That strange woman actually emitted an aura that was extremely rare. Seeing Laina's farm prospering day by day, Susan also wanted to have her own piece of land. As long as she could cultivate this piece of wasteland, her dream was about to come true. Russell looked at the soil under his feet and got straight to the point. "This place is full of gravel. Seeds can't take root at all. Whatever you plant will die." After hearing this, Susan was not discouraged at all. In fact, her eyes filled with determination. If it's because there are too many stones, then clearing them all out should solve the problem. Susan had already made her plans. If her sister-in-law liked growing vegetables, she would plant a garden full of flowers. Bright, beautiful flowers, just like the agave plant her grandmother used to grow. But Russell poured cold water on her enthusiasm, saying bluntly that farming was no joke. "It's not for a young lady like you." Susan's hackles immediately rose. "Who says I can't do it well?" Russell helplessly squatted down and suggested she start by experimenting with a small plot of land. At the same time, he revealed a secret. He was actually from a commoner background and had been working in the fields since he was a child. Hearing the word background, Susan suddenly froze. She remembered those malicious rumors. Russell's life had indeed not been easy. Those self-proclaimed noble knights always pointed fingers behind his back, thinking that a poor kid from the countryside was not worthy of wearing the Empire's uniform. Seeing Russell's back as he worked diligently, Susan's heart was filled with mixed feelings. In this world that valued bloodline so much, how did he manage to get through those days? Susan looked at Russell's calm expression, and her heart ached. To be able to talk about being discriminated against so lightly, how much suffering had he endured before? Just as she was lost in thought, A crisp sound suddenly came from under the shovel. Susan looked down. In the soil, there were a few small, round objects. She curiously picked one up and examined it carefully. This thing looks so strange. I wonder if it's edible. Susan guessed it might be ginger. I have to show it to Sister Laina quickly. Who knew this wasteland held treasures? The two of them dug with increasing enthusiasm. The heavy topic from before was completely forgotten, their minds filled only with the joy of cultivation. Russell looked at Susan's nimble movements as she worked and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He thought this delicate young lady wouldn't be able to endure hardship, but it seems he was worrying for nothing. Hearing this, Susan stopped and tilted her head to look at Russell, her voice carrying a hint of playfulness. So, if I really get hurt, what would you do? Russell gently stroked Susan's head and said with a smile, if you really get hurt. If you're really hurt, I would definitely carry you and run like crazy, because in my heart, you are more precious than anyone else. This sudden confession made Susan freeze, but she quickly came to her senses and coldly replied, don't say those insincere words anymore. Before Russell could react and explain anything, Susan had already slapped his hand away. If he really cherished her, then why did he reject her? Confession back then? This question was like a sledgehammer slamming into Russell's heart. The romantic atmosphere from before instantly dropped to a freezing point. Russell lowered his head and said that he was old and of low status, completely unworthy of a noble princess. He even wanted to take a step back, saying that even if they couldn't be lovers, he would protect Susan for the rest of his life as a loyal subject. Susan was furious, directly calling him a big idiot. She had painstakingly confessed her feelings, was it just to hear this kind of garbage? She grabbed Russell by the collar, her eyes filled with rage. Who needs you to worship me like a princess? Before Russell could react, Susan stood on her toes and kissed him, using the most domineering way to tell him what she wanted was never some kind of protection. After the kiss, Susan completely panicked. She ran for her life, turning back to shout without looking back, you clean up the rest of this mess yourself. Russell stood there alone. He couldn't regain his senses for a long time. That domineering kiss just now had clearly exceeded his cognitive limits. And Louis, who had been hiding and watching from the side, had its eyes widened. It was so excited it was flailing around wildly, crying out that this was huge news. With this divine sword's big mouth, the entire world would probably know about this shocking gossip by tomorrow. After a busy morning, Laina could finally take a short break. She was about to prepare lunch for everyone when her dedicated surveillance camera flew back. Louis was shouting at the top of its lungs, saying it had stumbled upon some juicy gossip. The dating scene between those two was so sweet you couldn't look directly at it. Laina quickly pulled it inside the house. This drama absolutely could not be heard by outsiders. With a look of disbelief, she asked, did Susan and Russell really meet secretly? Behind everyone's backs. Louis pounded its chest in assurance, this is definitely a two-sided effort. Louis lowered its voice and said, Susan just forcefully kissed him, then turned and ran away blushing. The more she thought about the script, the more something felt off. Could this be a forbidden love due to a difference in status? The more Laina thought, the more excited she got, feeling like she was watching a real-life version of a dramatic high-society romance. Louis suggested playing matchmaker, but Laina was a bit hesitant. What if she ended up making things worse? But Louis gave her a look of disdain, saying she didn't understand the concept of a decisive push. Kissing means they're getting married. Laina was completely stunned. This progress was way too fast. She grabbed Louis and shook it frantically, asking if Russell had chased after her. But Louis sighed. That man was like a statue. He just stood there, without moving a muscle. This time, Laina couldn't sit still anymore. Susan, a girl, had taken the initiative with all her courage and got no response. She must be hiding somewhere, crying her eyes out now. At times like these, a girl needs someone by her side the most. Laina grabbed her basket and headed straight out. since she was now their new sister-in-law at this crucial moment. She had to go and support her little sister. Laina was serious this time. She slung the basket over her arm and told Louis to lead the way. She was determined to find where Susan was hiding. Louis, who had just been bragging, saying it was a genius locator, started spinning in circles after just 2 steps. Laina was out of breath. Seeing its state, Laina's hopes sank. Was this thing directionally challenged? Louis finally confessed the truth. It was too excited gossiping earlier. After seeing the kiss, it immediately flew back to report and didn't pay any attention to which way Susan ran. Laina was completely speechless. It failed at the critical moment. After searching for a long time, there was no sign of her. Laina was about to give up and go home, but her foot slipped and she was almost tripped by a leg sticking out from the bushes. In this wilderness, why was there a corpse lying around? Laina was scared out of her wits. The security in this area had always been good. If a murder really happened, her grandmother, the Lord, would definitely skin the murderer alive. She gathered her courage and went closer to check. Luckily, the person's leg was still moving a bit. Laina quickly squatted down and cautiously asked, "Are you still alive?" The other person slowly opened their eyes, and that frail but stunningly handsome face left Laina speechless. Arnold replied in a hoarse voice, "I'm not okay at all." Arnold, who was on the verge of death just a moment ago, his eyes lit up the moment he saw the milk bottle in Laina's basket. This speed of changing faces was faster than flipping a book. He lunged forward and asked, "Are you an angel sent by heaven to save me?" Laina was completely speechless. This wasn't some cold and aloof handsome man. This was clearly a starving large dog. She was still hesitating because this milk bottle was meant for Susan. But Arnold had already started playing the victim. He said he hadn't eaten a single grain of rice in days. Looking at his pitiful appearance, Laina finally couldn't be heartless. Fine, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. She handed over the milk bottle, thinking she'd have to find another way to make it up to Susan. Arnold took the milk bottle and drank while offering his blessings. That look of pure satisfaction on his face gave Laina a feeling that she had just jumped into a huge pit of trouble. Laina watched Arnold gobble down the food and couldn't help but complain. "You have time to be giving blessings to others, you should pray that you don't starve to death first." But after Arnold finished the milk and wiped his mouth, he suddenly said, "Thank you, girl from another world." At first, Laina didn't react and just mumbled a reply. But the next second, she froze on the spot, her mind filled with question marks. What did this guy just call me? Laina, unwilling to give up, asked again. But Arnold, with a calm expression, repeated those 6 words clearly. This time, Laina couldn't sit still anymore. Her identity as a transmigrator was her biggest secret. How could this man she picked up in the wilderness see through her with just one glance? Laina grabbed Arnold's shirt, her voice cracking with urgency, demanding to know who he was and how he knew. Arnold just smiled faintly, his eyes seeming to see through everything. Arnold, who had just said something shocking, suddenly started playing dumb, lying on the ground, insisting he was too hungry to talk. Laina stomped her foot in frustration. "When you exposed my identity just now, you seemed to have plenty of energy." Laina was a soft-hearted person. Seeing his pitiful state, she decisively decided to take him home for a full meal. But on the way, Arnold started messing with her mind again, saying he could see Laina's past life and insisted she came from another world. This time, Laina completely sobered up. A moment ago, she was scared to death by him. Now, no matter how she looked at him, she felt this guy was just a street-side swindler. She even started to regret it. Did I lose my mind? To suddenly bring such a person of unknown origin home. Laina secretly discussed with Louis behind her, how about we take advantage of his inattention and just run away? But this divine sword was surprisingly calm and directly rejected Laina's proposal. The usually talkative divine sword Louis was rarely serious at this moment. It sensed a power of divine protection on Arnold. This made Laena feel puzzled. Could this priest she picked up really have a significant background? Before Laena could figure it out, Arnold suddenly leaned in, staring at Lewis with shining eyes. He insisted that this sword's appearance was too special and reached out to stroke it. This scared Lewis so much it shrieked on the spot, "Get away from my body." Who would have thought that Arnold not only didn't retract his hand, but also activated his venomous tongue mode, criticizing Lewis's hilt for being too slender, looking even weaker than a girl's. Lewis had never suffered such humiliation, and it trembled in midair, unable to form a comeback for a long time. At the critical moment, it was Laena who stood up for it. She pulled Lewis behind her and said to Arnold with a smile, "Lewis is my most precious family member. It has a very sensitive temperament and doesn't like to be touched by strangers." This bold declaration moved Lewis deeply. This ungrateful Arnold. After drinking the milk, he immediately turned hostile, mocking Laena for treating a sword as a family member. "You must be crazy." Laena angrily retorted, "You drank my milk for free and still talk so much. You have no manners at all." While the two were arguing heatedly, Karen suddenly approached from behind, saying he hadn't seen Laena all day and was about to go to the castle to find her. Please remember to like and share this video to support our channel. Arnold stared at Karen, his mouth about to open to call out, "Your Majesty." Karen's reflexes were incredibly fast. He lunged forward in one step and slapped a hand over Arnold's mouth. On one side, Karen pretended to greet him enthusiastically, while on the other, he gritted his teeth and whispered in Arnold's ear, warning him to shut his mouth and not reveal his identity as the Emperor. Seeing Karen's murderous posture, Laena was completely dumbfounded and quickly asked if he knew this strange person. Karen's brain worked at lightning speed. While tightening his grip on Arnold's neck, he lied through his teeth. He introduced this person as Father Arnold, the priest specially invited to preside over their wedding. Laena's jaw almost dropped to the ground. In her impression, priests were supposed to be solemn and holy. The person in front of her, being choked until his eyes rolled back, with unreliable written all over his face, didn't seem to be related to holy work at all. Laena awkwardly explained that she had accidentally found this starving man on the roadside. Brian also quickly stepped in to mediate, saying that this priest usually pursued freedom and his personality was indeed a bit eccentric. With great difficulty, he waited for Karen to let go. Arnold felt like he had just cheated death. Although Laena still had her doubts, she politely extended her hand and introduced herself again as Laena. Arnold's mouth was truly tactless, hitting right where it hurt. He stared at Laena and suddenly asked, "Are you from another world?" Laena was so scared she forced an awkward smile. Right on the spot, wishing she could sew his mouth shut with a needle and thread. But Arnold was completely unaware of the danger. His head started to show its true colors as a foodie again, shouting that he was starving and asking when they would eat. Laena and Karen exchanged a look, their eyes filled with killing intent. If this priest dared to say another word, he might be carried out horizontally tonight. Who would have thought that Arnold not only didn't know when to stop, but also resorted to low-level threats? He said if he didn't get to eat, he would get so hungry he might say anything. Just this one sentence directly made Laena and Karen's hackles rise. This wasn't a priest, this was clearly a blackmailing scoundrel. Seeing their tense expressions, Arnold smiled even more brightly. He clapped his hands and said that since everyone was so sincere, then tonight's dinner must at least include a portion of grilled steak and shrimp. Laena didn't say anything. Standing beside them, she was about to freeze up. In this empire that didn't worship gods, life would not be enough. The life of the temple was truly miserable. Not only did no one donate money, but they could barely cover basic living expenses. The treasurer, Rita, looked at the numbers in the red on the ledger and was about to go crazy. He burst into the office, wanting to discuss it with Arnold. But that high priest had already disappeared long ago. Just then, News came from the royal palace. Territory that originally belonged to the kingdom had been forcibly annexed by the empire. Rito looked at the document in his hand, and the fire in his heart completely erupted. They never give a single penny, but when there's a fight, they remember the temple. This time, no matter who came begging, it would be useless. On the battlefield, the healing magic of a high-level priest is a lifesaver. Logically speaking. Now that the empire had swallowed new territory, the temple should be swamped with work. But strangely, Rita flipped through the records and didn't find a single request to treat the wounded. This battle was fought too peacefully. The attendant was also puzzled. Could it be that the enemy didn't even resist and just handed over their territory? This made no sense. Rito stared at the document, and suddenly he understood. Karen's smiling face appeared in his mind. He finally realized. This matter was definitely not that simple. That man was more cunning than a fox. It seems this piece of territory had already been devoured by him through some scheme. This letter from the royal family was truly absurd. The emperor was ignoring the grand hall in the capital, insisting on going to a remote village that had just been annexed to hold his wedding. No matter how Rito thought about it, this emperor must have lost his mind. But his attendant saw the truth in a single glance. This move was clearly to quickly complete the wedding before the duke could intervene. He even wanted to drag the high priest over as a witness to make this marriage a done deal. Vito immediately got excited. If the royal family was in such a hurry, this was a great opportunity for the temple to turn the tables. He had to seize this chance to ruthlessly raise the price, making up for all previous losses. He was calculating what price to set. But then a bucket of cold water was splashed on his face by the attendant. The unreliable one was Arnold. As soon as he heard there was fun to be had, he had already thrown off his robes and run off long ago. Rito was completely dumbfounded. He had intended to get rich from this marriage. Who would have thought that his big brother would be one to go watch the show for free? It seems the temple's finances were completely beyond saving. To entertain Arnold, Laina was busy in the kitchen, seeing the black, viscous liquid in the pot. Arnold's heart pounded. Could this meal really be eaten safely? On the other side, Laina wasn't idle either. She was frustrated about how much effort it took to make butter, then turned around and saw Karen next to her. The dignified emperor of the empire was easily coaxed into doing heavy labor by her with just a few words. Karen was quite proud, feeling that his strength finally had a use. Laina, on the side, smiled like a little fox. She praised everyone for being so reliable, but who knows what mischievous plans she was brewing. Seeing these high-status figures bustling about for a meal in a small village, this scene was as bizarre as it could be. Who would have thought that a dignified, sentient divine sword like Lewis would volunteer to help just to flatter its master? Laina was really bold, directly asking if it could turn into a potato masher. Although Lewis was stunned for a moment, it gritted its teeth to save face. With a snap, it really turned into a masher with round holes. A divine sword actually had this kind of hidden function. With the help of the divine sword, the red bean paste was quickly mashed into a smooth, fragrant paste. While it was still hot, Laina cut the red bean bread in half, spread a thick layer of red bean paste and butter on it. And it was done. Today's lunch was red bean butter bread, a delicacy from another world. She was proudly showing off her creation, but the onlookers were all stunned. Looking at the black layer inside the bread, everyone was wondering if this thing was really edible. Laina held the dark red bean bread and enthusiastically promoted it to everyone, saying it was a mysterious delicacy from another world. Although it looked beautiful, it was a mysterious delicacy from another world. It looked plain, but the taste would definitely make people's jaws drop. The high priest Arnold was the first to try it. He thought he would just take a polite bite, but as soon as he did, it was like a new world opened up to him. This sweet, but not cloying taste was truly a revolution for the palate. Laina, beside him, looked smug. This dish took so much effort to make. Not only did she have to cook the red beans, but she also had to knead the butter like crazy. It was definitely a rare and luxurious delicacy. Brian no longer cared about his image, grabbing the bread and starting to devour it. Who would have thought this black thing would taste so fragrant and sweet? The disdain from before had been thrown to the 9 heavens. Seeing everyone eating so happily, Laina finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only Karen, on the side, was deep in thought. After all, he was the one who had stirred this butter by hand, and his arm was still sore. He started to wonder if he could find something to replace manual labor. Laina was still there, enthusiastically sharing knowledge. She said it was so difficult for common people to get a bit of fat. They could only rely on churning butter day and night. Karen, listening beside her, was shocked. His brows furrowed tightly. He finally realized how naive he had been before. Laina was very generous, planning to share the remaining red bean paste with her neighbors and even create more dishes like red bean porridge or lattes. As soon as Arnold heard there was food, he immediately stuck to her like a little tail, clamoring for another portion. Just then, Karen suddenly strode over, blocking Laina. He scowled and threw out a sentence, "Stay away from another man's wife, don't get handsy here." The word wife froze Laina on the spot. Her mind went blank for a long time. Isn't this moving a bit too fast? Even Arnold muttered under his breath. Bringing someone all the way to this remote place, was it really just to talk about love? Karen's solicitous attitude was really catching people off guard. Hearing that Laina wanted to bring bread to her grandmother, he didn't say a word, snatched the basket and offered to go for her. Before Laina could react, the task was taken from her. Not only did he go alone, Karen also conveniently dragged along Arnold, who was planning to stay and eat. Arnold was still lamenting the loss of that bowl of red bean porridge. But with one glare from Karen, his tone full of threat, "You must come with me." Arnold had no choice but to sigh and follow. The two of them walked on the small forest path. Arnold said with emotion, "Since Sir Karen ascended the throne, this is the first time we've met alone." The smile on Karen's face faded a little. He said this throne was not easy to sit on. To consolidate his power, he had rejected almost all social activities over the years, spending every day in schemes. He had no chance to catch up with old friends. Seeing Karen's pensive look, Arnold also became silent. Who would have thought that an emperor who was so majestic in the eyes of others had to pay such a high price to protect his position? Beneath the surface of peace, there were already turbulent undercurrents. Arnold looked at Karen and couldn't help but tease him. He said his complexion had been much rosier recently. It seems the future empress is indeed a great cook. The first time she cooked a dish from another world, she had already captured the emperor's taste buds. Hearing this, Karen verbally dismissed it, but his expression was clearly a bit unnatural. He suddenly changed the subject, asking Arnold why he wasn't curious about why he was hiding his identity in this place. But Arnold was very open-minded. He waved his hand and said, "Our relationship isn't at that level yet. Everyone has secrets they can't tell. Since you don't want to talk about it, I don't need to dig deeper." But when Karen turned away, Arnold's eyes changed instantly. He knew very well in his heart that the person hiding a secret wasn't just him. The Emperor's strange reactions, Laina's bizarre dishes she'd never heard of, all these things pieced together absolutely could not be a coincidence. Arnold had already reached a shocking conclusion in his heart. In this place, there were actually two transmigrators from another world at the same time. Arnold pushed open the door and found Laina was hiding alone in the kitchen, busy with a pile of fresh cow's milk. As soon as he heard they were making ricotta cheese, this priest's eyes lit up, eager to take a bite immediately. Laina had no intention of giving it away for free. Who would give cheese that took so much effort to make to a quirky priest? But who knew Arnold was prepared? He directly pulled out a bottle of high-quality balsamic vinegar. Who would have thought that a dignified temple would be so down on its luck that it had to sell vinegar to survive? Arnold explained helplessly that because the empire provided no funding, priests also had to work to eat. Laina smiled after hearing this. According to her, if the people don't need to pray to gods, And Buddhas, it proves that the country is prosperous and people don't have many worries in their hearts. This thought was exactly the same as Karen's. This Majesty once said, if the number of believers is too large, it means the people are desperate, and that is the real danger. Laina looked at the priest before her and felt that he and Karen were so similar in some aspects. They were unreasonably people with integrity ingrained in their bones. But this serious atmosphere didn't last for 3 seconds before Arnold started pitching his vinegar again. After all, pairing it with the freshly made cheese would be the absolute perfect combination. Although she said she didn't need it, hearing about the sweet and sour taste of this vinegar, Laina's heart started to waver. After all, she had a vast vineyard and was troubled by the lack of opportunities to brew the finest base wines. In the end, she softened and agreed to share some with Arnold. Cheese, and this priest jumped for joy like a child, eagerly running to the pot to watch. Laina stirred while explaining the science. Just try adding a little salt and vinegar to the heating cow's milk, and a magical reaction will happen immediately. Such a completely handmade delicacy is not something you can see everywhere. Arnold watched the transformation in the pot and couldn't help but complain that the rules forbidding processed food were just a farce by old-fashioned people. Food, after being cooked, clearly becomes a whole new work of art. Arnold still knew nothing about what had happened. He was complaining about the terrible rules of the temple. He was clearly selling fragrant vinegar, but priests were forbidden from eating processed food unless it was offered by a believer. Just then, the priest's stomach rumbled shamelessly. Laina was completely stunned. He had clearly eaten so much bread earlier. How was he hungry again so soon? Arnold took the opportunity to start playing pitiful, saying he normally didn't get to eat well. Laina misunderstood this time, thinking that a grand high priest was so poor he couldn't even eat his fill. She immediately patted her chest and guaranteed that as long as he stayed in fasting for a day, she would absolutely not let him go hungry. Arnold was ecstatic. To repay this long-term meal ticket, he decided to give Laina a special thank you gift. As Arnold took her hand, a surge of divine power immediately erupted. Laina only felt a warmth in her body, as if there were numerous warm energies spreading from her fingertips throughout her body. Laina felt the energy flowing through her body. This feeling was completely different from when she was at the imperial palace before. Not only was it gentle, but it even carried a hint of sweetness. Just as the two were immersed in the divine atmosphere, a commotion was suddenly heard from outside the door. Russell, somehow, had found his way here. He looked extremely haggard. The first thing he asked was if there was any food. The moment Laina saw his state, her heart immediately softened, and she quickly brought out some bread for him to eat. Looking at Russell devouring the food, she guessed he had skipped his meal to search for someone. Arnold, watching from the side, his eyes almost popped out. Just now, when I wanted a piece of cheese, I was criticized up and down. Why is Laina so gentle with this man? He jumped up angrily and protested on the spot. Why are you so nice to him? Laina didn't even turn her head and replied, because you didn't do anything just now. Arnold pointed at Russell, who was busy eating. He was speechless for a long time. It turns out this guy, aside from eating, hadn't done anything proper either. Laina quickly introduced Russell. This is Father Arnold, who will be presiding over the wedding. Russell was stunned, afraid that if he said the wrong thing, he would bring disaster upon himself and get some strange curse. But the divine sword Lewis couldn't sit still. This sword was more enthusiastic than a gossiping auntie, constantly urging Laina to get to the point. It was determined to hear what happened to Russell afterwards. Laina's head was about to explode from the noise. How could this kind of thing? Russell looked at her with a puzzled expression. Laina had to force a smile to ease the tension, saying, "This sword was just dancing on a whim." Arnold, watching from the side, shook his head repeatedly, marveling at the profound power of the gods. It could actually give a piece of iron such a personality. Laina casually explained that it had received the blessing of the god of prosperity. But Laina misspoke for a moment and said, "The wrong god's name." This time, Louis completely bristled. The entire sword began to tremble violently. This was a matter of principle. It couldn't stand it. Arnold smiled and waved his hand, saying that saying the wrong name was no big deal. Then he changed the subject. He said that the current gods could no longer perform miracles and were just a group of forgotten illusions. Laina felt confused, thinking to herself, as a priest who serves the gods, isn't this assessment a bit too harsh? Could it be that a sword with power like Louis means nothing in the eyes of the gods? Before she could figure it out, Louis started sulking for being ignored. Just then, Russell suddenly clutched his face and cried out. Laina hurried over to see what was wrong. Russell pointed at the bruise on his face with an embarrassed expression. Louis, however, looked like it had discovered a new continent, craning its neck and shouting, guessing. It was a hickey. Russell insisted he just bumped into something. Laina was speechless. This guy's mood swings were too fast. Arnold was clearly more interested in this kind of gossip. He stared at Russell and coldly threw out a question. "A handsome knight like you, have you never thought about getting married?" Faced with this sudden marriage pressure, Russell seemed a bit constrained. He explained that he was always busy with work, which is why he missed the best time to start a family. In fact, he wasn't in a hurry to get married. Laina observed from the side, thinking that if he just hadn't met the right person, she could help set him up. But looking at him now, it was clear he had someone in his heart. Russell suddenly mentioned the real issue. He said that although he was now a knight, deep down he was still a commoner. And he knew that the person he loved was once a noble. This class difference had always been a barrier in his heart. Laina finally reacted. Could it be that he rejected the other person's confession before because he felt he was unworthy? This deep-seated inferiority complex was the real reason he closed his heart. Russell admitted in a low voice that there was indeed someone who had moved him before. But the other person's status was too high. That relationship was too heavy for him, so heavy that he could only choose to let go decisively. Russell was still lamenting the cruelty of reality. He said that a knight of common birth has no status in the eyes of nobles. That inferiority complex from his status made him never dare to cross that line. Laina, listening from the side, felt anxious for him. She whispered to Louis, feeling that Russell definitely had feelings for Susan. This sword was very enthusiastic and immediately suggested organizing a party. A garden tea party, hoping to use alcohol to get them to clear things up. Laina was troubled, unable to find a suitable excuse. After all, suddenly throwing a party in the countryside was too strange. Just then, Arnold suddenly threw out a question. When is the wedding? We can take this opportunity to have a big celebration. Laina instinctively nodded, feeling that the wedding was indeed a perfect excuse. But then she realized she was just talking to a sword. Yet this priest could hear Louis's voice. Louis didn't care much about that. It felt that waiting for the wedding was too slow. It urged Laina to go and push Russell to confess now. Immediately. Who would have thought this priest was completely unconventional? He stared at Russell and directly threw out the question that was the most devastating. Do you love Lady Susan? Who would have thought Arnold would openly use his ultimate move, directly asking Russell if he loved Susan? This time, the entire room froze. Russell. His face changed on the spot. This was truly rude. He coldly warned that even if the other party was a priest, if he dared to ruin the lady's reputation, he would not be polite. But Arnold was not scared at all. Instead, he smiled and asked him why he was overreacting. The atmosphere instantly dropped to a freezing point. Laina, on the side, was dying of embarrassment and quickly stood up to mediate, trying to change this deadly topic. Laina keenly noticed that Russell was carrying a large bag, saying it was a gift for Lady Laina. Russell still said with a calm face that these were just some ordinary ginger roots. But Laina took one look and almost jumped up on the spot. This wasn't ginger. This was saffron, which was ridiculously expensive. A kilogram cost 30,000 yuan. Russell was completely confused now. Who would have thought that the bag he was casually carrying was full of walking cash? Russell's luck was truly unmatched. He said he had dug up these treasures in the wasteland. At that time, Lady Susan was also there. The two of them just wanted to make a vegetable garden. Lyena's eyes lit up when she heard this. This Fosting region was truly full of gold. Without another word, she dragged everyone to wash vegetables and get to work immediately. The arrogant Arnold hadn't reacted yet, pointing at himself with a bewildered expression. But Lyena showed no mercy. She directly retorted, "Don't priests need to work?" This time, Arnold was completely speechless. Who told him to work? He had eaten her bread earlier, so he had to obediently be bossed around by Lyena. A dignified priest had been turned into a vegetable-washing laborer. He suddenly came to visit. Mrs. Aurelia started teasing him as soon as they met. She said he had been so busy lately. How did he have the time to visit this old lady? Karen quickly explained, and also brought a gift handmade by Lyena. This was the legendary red bean butter bread. As soon as Aurelia heard, her eyes lit up and she immediately ordered her maid to make tea, specifically requesting a slightly bitter green tea. It seemed she was preparing to enjoy it properly. Karen, on the side, took the opportunity to boast, saying this dessert was very elaborate to make. Lyena had always been reluctant to make it. This time, she only agreed to make it especially for her grandmother. Karen was feeling smug, thinking Lyena was so considerate to prepare this surprise for him. Aurelia ate with great joy, repeatedly praising the bread for being both sweet and savory, which really hit the spot. She even complained that she had begged Lyena to make it for her before, but she wouldn't. But as she ate, Aurelia suddenly felt something was wrong. Was this a farewell meal before departure? She immediately stared at Karen and asked if the date of his return to the imperial palace had been set. Karen panicked when he heard this, quickly explaining that it was not decided yet. There were just some changes at the border. But Aurelia was not so easily fooled. She saw through it, the truth in a glance, and directly asked a fatal question. "You brat, have you still not confessed yet?" Karen was asked. Until he was speechless, only able to clear his throat awkwardly. Aurelia's words were actually secretly smug. She said she really wanted to see how spectacular Lyena's expression would be when she found out the truth. Actually, Aurelia had her own selfish reasons. She felt it was better for these two kids to stay together for as long as possible. If Lyena really returned to the palace to be the empress, who would drink tea with her in the future? Who would chat and eat sweets with her? She mocked herself, saying she had now become the biggest stumbling block in Lyena's career path. The men, after hearing this, quickly offered Aurelia a plan, saying that in the future, if she wanted to enjoy Lyena's cooking, it actually wouldn't be difficult, because Lyena was planning to start a big business, preparing to launch a new line of prepackaged, ready-to-cook meals. After hearing the explanation, Aurelia clapped her hands in applause. This idea was truly brilliant. Not only was it convenient for young people, but even old people like her could have a hot meal at any time. It seems Lyena's business, even before opening, had successfully secured a super customer. The more Aurelia talked, the more excited she became. She said that elderly people living alone often eat simple meals. If prepackaged meals could be made both convenient and healthy, it would definitely be a good deed that would bring blessings to everyone. She even gave very professional advice, saying that they could add some healthy herbs to the food. After all, Lyena was an expert in this field, so this should not be difficult. After chatting for a while, Aurelia's vision expanded. She suddenly asked Karen if he had ever thought about establishing a welfare system to distribute these prepackaged meals for free to the poor. This time, Karen was completely stunned. He had only thought about business and had never considered this charitable aspect. Aurelia explained profoundly that many people become very discouraged when life doesn't go their way. But if they can cook a delicious meal themselves, that very taste of home cooking will be the best cure for their hearts. After hearing this, Karen looked pensive, nodded and promised to seriously study this matter after he returned. Karen calmed down and thought carefully. Although his grandmother's intentions were good, making it completely free was unrealistic. He had to consider a more viable plan. Aurelia looked at his serious expression and said with satisfaction, "These ideas of Laina's have really helped you a lot." After hearing this, Karen sighed. He said he had always talked about loving the people as his own children. But only now did he realize how little he knew about the lives of ordinary people. He couldn't express how ashamed he felt. Aurelia quickly comforted him, saying that the emperor is also human. How could he be expected to know everything? That's why he needs intelligent people to assist him. As long as he can listen to advice, he can definitely rule the country well. While they were discussing matters of state, Aurelia suddenly changed the subject, asking an out-of-the-blue question. "Have you been fighting with Susan lately?" Karen was completely bewildered. Why bring her up all of a sudden? Aurelia said Susan had just left not long ago. The moment Karen walked in the door, she had directly opened a teleportation array and ran straight back to the Empire. Seeing Susan leave in such a hurry, Aurelia thought Karen had angered her. After all, Susan had once said harsh words that she would never return to that place in this lifetime. This time, Karen also felt something was not right. He planned to check the situation immediately in the morning, but the current situation was not that simple. Liz looked at the pile of intelligence on the table, her heart in a mess. Her uncle, Douglas, was waiting. He was eyeing the throne like a tiger stalking its prey, his ambition written all over his face. What gave her the biggest headache was Susan, who had promised to help her find her brother, had now disappeared without a trace in Forsting. All the forces were secretly competing. Liz always felt that things had been too quiet lately. This calm before the storm made her feel even more uneasy. To distract herself, she started preparing for her brother's wedding. Although Karen kept saying a simple wedding in the countryside would be fine, how could Liz agree? She complained that her brother didn't understand a woman's heart at all. What bride wouldn't want a proper wedding? Moreover, this was the grand wedding of an emperor. Even if conditions were limited now, the necessary pomp and ceremony were essential. At most, when they return to the palace, they can make up for it with another grand, official wedding. But just thinking about returning to the palace, she didn't know. Alice suddenly paused. A terrifying thought flashed through her mind. Could they really return safely from this trip? The more Liz thought, the more she worried. She even started to worry that after her brother and Laina got married, they would just settle down in the countryside and never come back. Then who would manage the mess in the royal palace? She quickly shook her head, thinking it must be because the air in the countryside was too good that they were staying a few extra days. They definitely wouldn't abandon her. Just then, an attendant entered to report that Princess Susan had arrived. Liz was overjoyed, thinking Susan must have come to choose a dress for the wedding. And she could ask for news from Forsting at the same time. But who knew, as soon as Susan entered, she rushed forward, crying and calling Laina's name, asking what to do now. Liz was completely stunned. Seeing Susan crying so miserably, Liz's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that her brother had caused trouble outside, or had he really met with some accident? Susan opened her mouth and dropped a bombshell. She said she had lost her head earlier and had forcefully kissed Baron Russell. Now she was full of regret and wanted to find a hole to crawl into. After hearing this, Liz froze on the spot. This was too much information, so much that she felt her brain was about to shut down. It took her a long time to utter a sentence. "What did you just say?" This time, Liz was truly dumbfounded. She had thought only her brother Karen was busy with his love affair with Laina. But now, even Susan was caught up in it. Looking at the mess before her, Liz couldn't help but complain in her heart. Why is none of them giving me a moment's peace? This debt of royal romance, I'm afraid it can never be settled in this lifetime. After a long time of being busy, she finally finished processing all the ingredients. Laina smiled and thanked everyone and also put her hand on her chest, promising that dinner would definitely surprise everyone. But Russell was not polite at all. He immediately went into order mode. He didn't want this dish. Didn't want to eat that one was too plain, and finally added that he didn't eat spicy food. This time, Laina completely snapped. Was he treating her like a private chef, deliberately finding fault? Laina's little cooking class officially began. Since Russell said he didn't eat spicy food, Laina was wide awake now. She directly pulled out a jar of special chili sauce. Arnold, watching from the side, was dumbfounded. The color alone was enough to make his eyes water. Laina could still lie with a straight face, smiling and saying, "This is just an illusion." But the aroma was too overpowering, directly luring in Kyung-sina, who had not yet returned to the royal palace. She said the smell was strange, but her body was very honest and moved closer. Who would have thought that after one bite, Kyung-sina was completely conquered? She cried out that it was spicy, but she couldn't stop eating. Is this the legendary Wang Jing's law? Kyung-sina ate and ate, her mouth full, and still acted arrogantly. She insisted on paying, afraid that others would see her as a freeloader. Laina, watching from the side, her fists were already clenched. This woman not only had no tact, but her face was not of the ordinary thick-skinned variety. Just as the atmosphere was about to explode, Arnold finally couldn't help but ask, "Who on earth is this person?" Laina casually threw out a sentence, "This is a big shot. She's the other woman of my ex-fiancé." Arnold was so angry, he wanted to kick her out directly. Laina took a deep breath and decided to see what other tricks this woman had up her sleeve. Laina directly went into interrogation mode, staring at Kyung-sina before her and questioning her, "How did you find your way here, and what do you have to say for yourself?" Kyung-sina was so flustered she stammered for a long time. She couldn't form a complete sentence. In fact, she felt very wronged. She had been waiting for that man named Engel, but he never showed up. Her stomach was rumbling. Kyung-sina really couldn't take it anymore and decided to go to the city to find some food and buy herself a new outfit. But in this desolate place, where could she find a decent restaurant? She had no choice but to stare at the big, decent-looking houses, hoping to get a free meal. Just then, a familiar scent hit her nose. This pungent, spicy smell instantly sobered her up. Wasn't this the same chili from before? Kyung-sina had to confess honestly this time, saying she really didn't know this was Laina's house. She just smelled the spicy aroma of her hometown and couldn't resist following it. Laina didn't buy it. She directly ordered her to leave. "Get out after you've eaten your fill. Stealing someone's fiancé and still daring to stand here so righteously. You really have no shame." Who knew that after hearing this, Kyung-sina's hackles would rise and she would start to strike first. She screamed that Laina had ruined everything herself, which was why she was dumped. Laina's eyes instantly turned cold. Her tone was so calm it was frightening. "Tell me, what did I ruin?" Kyung-sina felt a little guilty this time. She stepped back while accusing Laina of spreading malicious rumors, causing her to lose face in front of everyone. Laina directly confronted her, asking when she had ever made Laina feel pain. When did she ever do such despicable things? This was clearly to set the record straight and not give the other party a chance to continue slandering her. Kyung-sina was at a loss for words and could only grit her teeth and continue to frame her. She said she had chased Laina away in self-defense and called Laina a vicious woman, not even giving her a chance to explain. Seeing that she couldn't win the argument, Kyung-sina completely lost it, shouting and questioning if Laina was trying to seduce David again. Otherwise, why would David be thinking about his ex all the time now? Laina looked at the crazed woman in front of her and only found it ridiculous. After so many years, she was still as arrogant and self-righteous as ever. She never bothered to listen to what others had to say. Laina replied calmly, "Perhaps David is just regretting choosing you." This fatal blow left Kyung-sina completely stunned. Laina laid it all out. Back then, David, in order to consolidate his royal power, did not hesitate to abandon her, someone who was completely innocent. He turned to choose Kyung-sina, a saintess in name only who couldn't even use her divine power. This purely political marriage ended up in a mess. So now David must be thinking if he was too cruel to Laena back then. After struggling for a whole day, Laena sat alone in front of the fireplace, feeling physically and mentally exhausted. This life, Laena couldn't miss it. It hasn't been easy. Just then, Karen pushed open the door. Laena quickly stood up to greet him, asking why he was back so late. It turned out Karen went to see his grandmother to discuss the pre-packaged food business. Unexpectedly, Karen had found a man. She had only mentioned it this morning, but he had acted so quickly. It seemed their new life was starting to get on track. Please remember to like and share this video to support my channel. He planned to go to the territory with the salt mine to discuss cooperation. As long as this deal succeeded, the road ahead would be much easier. Seeing Karen listen to her so seriously, Laena's heart warmed up. She casually asked about Susan's situation and learned that Susan had been caught. Susan wasn't feeling well and had gone home to rest first. Laena carefully calculated the distance and found that Susan's home was not far from here. If they took a shortcut, they could get there in half a day, but just thinking about Susan made Laena's heart feel troubled. Although running away could avoid some awkwardness if they didn't face and resolve the misunderstandings between her and Russell, this knot might never be untied in her lifetime. Laena was silent for a moment. It seemed she had finally made up her mind. Laena suddenly spoke up, saying she wanted to talk to Susan alone. And she couldn't wait a moment longer. She suggested they leave for Karen's house immediately. Karen was stunned. According to the original plan, they were supposed to wait until after the wedding to officially visit his parents. Leaving in the middle of the night like this was out of the question. But Laena's attitude was firm. She said if Susan's matter wasn't resolved, she would definitely be too worried to sleep tonight. She even looked at Karen with pleading eyes. Faced with Laena's persistence, Karen fell silent. He knew very well that some things couldn't be dragged on any longer. Karen secretly made a decision. In his heart, if he couldn't escape it, then he would take this opportunity to reveal all the truths he had been hiding. Since Laena had decided, Karen couldn't stubbornly refuse and could only nod in agreement. But his expression became a bit pained and complicated. Karen pulled Laena to sit down, as if to give her a preparatory shot. He said that when they arrived at his house, Laena might be frightened by the scene before her. Laena smiled after hearing this. She comforted Karen instead, saying that no matter what his identity was, she would absolutely not be disappointed. When Laena's family fell from grace, Karen didn't care if she was a commoner or a duke's daughter. Now it was Laena's turn, and of course, she wouldn't change her mind because of his family background. These words were like a tranquilizer for Karen. Since everything was clear, the two decided to rest well first and officially set off early the next morning. Karen silently told himself that the moments they spent together were definitely not a false affection. Since they had decided to be honest with each other, then so be it. Trust Laena. Laena also noticed the abnormality, always feeling that today's Karen was a bit different from his usual calm self. Karen's change couldn't be judged by Laena. This made her unsure of how to respond for a moment. Perhaps because the house was too lively today, now that it was just the two of them. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Laena even felt that the air was too quiet. Karen suddenly broke the silence. He asked Laena if she preferred those lively scenes. Before Laena could answer, she met Karen's serious gaze. Karen lowered his voice, his tone full of tenderness. He said, compared to the noise from before, he actually felt happier. Now he could finally enjoy a world that belonged only to the two of them. Laena and Karen were still inseparable. Karen's confessions, one after another, made Laena completely unable to resist. But on Kyung-sina's side, her heart was a tangled mess. She discovered that David's actions were becoming more and more unusual. Could it be that she had changed the plot, causing the entire world's timeline to collapse? The more Kyung-sina thought, the crazier she became. If she knew the future trend, who would be foolish enough to follow the old plan and suffer? She was feeling frustrated when she turned her head and found Arnold was following her. Faced with Kyung-sina's questioning, Arnold's reply was very direct. He said the reason he was tailing her was because he was curious. After all, a young woman from another world who emitted a thread of intense divine power. Arnold saw through the truth at a glance. Kyung-sina clearly possessed divine power, but it seemed she had never been trained. This deeply hidden secret, perhaps even Kyung-sina herself was unaware of. Arnold looked at Kyung-sina before him, and the more he thought, the more something felt wrong. She clearly possessed such powerful divine power, yet she didn't know how to use it at all. Could someone be pulling the strings from behind, intentionally sealing her power? As a priest, Arnold felt he couldn't just sit by and do nothing. But Kyung-sina felt he was being too nosy and even arrogantly stated that she was a special existence and didn't need any training at all. The more Kyung-sina spoke, the more agitated she became, directly going into a tantrum mode. She said this was all the fault of those gods. Since they brought her to this world, they should let her live a smooth life. These words became more and more detached from reality. Kyung-sina even started to question loudly, what kind of god would let ordinary people suffer so much? This logic truly treated the gods as nannies. Arnold, listening from the side, was stunned. He had lived for so many years and had never heard such a rebellious statement. Looking at the crazed, complaining girl before him, he, for the first time, had a deep doubt about his own faith. Remembering a skeptical Laena, smiling warmly, Arnold finally understood the god's intentions. Why bring back a completely different person from another world? The contrast was too stark. Some people, even after losing everything, never stop trying to shine. But some people, who clearly stole everything from others, still feel it's not enough and constantly demand more. Arnold sneered inwardly. Someone like Kyung-sina, who only knows how to blame heaven and earth, even if she really received the favor of divine power, she wouldn't treat others well. She would never use it to benefit the world. She would only use it to satisfy her own greedy desires. It was done. The job was done. Laena prepared to transport these goods to the Lord's mansion. This swift and efficient action left Arnold, who was watching from the side, dumbfounded. She asked with a helpless look, "What are you staring at me for?" Arnold looked at me. After holding it in for a long time, he finally said, "You are truly a farming genius." Laena almost rolled her eyes. "So you've been following me since this morning just to confirm this?" She didn't have the leisure time to stroll around with a high priest because there were still many shipments to send to various places. This time, Arnold couldn't sit still anymore. It turned out the scale of this business had already far surpassed his imagination. The situation of the territory has changed. The original trade routes are very likely to be cut off. Laena sensitively realized that she must quickly open a new maritime route within the Empire's territory before the kingdom could react. After all, fruits are perishable goods. Another day's delay means they'll spoil. She had to race against time. Watching Laena command the whole situation in an orderly manner, Arnold was completely captivated. He couldn't help but exclaim, "You look like a queen right now, and this orchard is your castle." Even without those so-called special abilities, Laena is definitely the pillar of the entire situation. Arnold suddenly dropped a bombshell. He said that anyone who came to this world from another carries some kind of cheat ability. And he had long since smelled the scent of another world on Laena. This time, the atmosphere completely changed. Arnold couldn't understand. If this ability were revealed, Laena would be a hot commodity in the kingdom, on par with the royal family. Why hide her identity and even willingly be exiled? Even Louis was stunned. Its master was actually a being from another dimension. Faced with this step-by-step questioning, Laena just replied faintly, "If I refuse to admit it, will you believe me?" Arnold was also at a loss with her. After all, as long as Laena was determined to play dumb, no one could produce any concrete evidence. Laina finally decided to show her cards. She looked at Arnold and asked, "If I tell you the truth, what will you do?" His answer was very warm. He said, "You've been carrying this alone for so long. I just want to help you shoulder some of it, and I promise I won't tell anyone." Laina took a deep breath and revealed the secret buried deep in her heart. She was not a girl at all. Before coming to this world, she was already a mature adult. After hearing this, Arnold summarized it a bit. "So you died in that world and then were reincarnated here." Laina nodded and explained that where she came from, this was called transmigration. Seeing Arnold's never seen anything like it expression, Laina could only smile awkwardly. It seems this kind of secret that transcends life and death really fried this young master's CPU. As soon as this secret was revealed, Louis, the little pot of vinegar, immediately tipped over. It felt extremely wronged, feeling that its master had let an outsider know the truth first. Laina quickly went into petting mode, explaining that she had just regained her past life memories and besides, in her heart, Louis would forever be her irreplaceable family. After coaxing it, Laina turned around and immediately started trying to get information. "Arnold, since I've told you all my secrets, shouldn't you spill some useful intel?" Who knew Arnold would be quite arrogant, directly saying he was busy now and wanted to brush it off. Laina sneered and directly used her ultimate move. "If you're so busy, then I'll just keep all this delicious grape juice for Karen." Arnold's mouth really dared to say anything. He pointed at Laina and shouted, "You are the legendary saintess." This sudden accusation left Laina completely stunned. Arnold even patted his chest in assurance, saying he was a high-level priest. As long as Laina agreed, he could help her awaken her divine power. In an instant. Although Laina felt he was a good judge of character, she still resolutely refused. After all, being a saintess wasn't as free as farming and making money. She had no interest in this thankless title. Seeing that the carrot didn't work, Arnold quickly changed his approach. He said that the essence of divine power is healing and restoration. If used in agricultural production, it would be a perfect match. The moment she heard that divine power could also help with farming, Laina's attitude did a complete 180. Laina originally thought this divine power was a divine farming tool. But as soon as she asked if it could make crops grow a little faster, Arnold immediately vetoed it. The gods pursue nature. Don't even think about this kind of shortcut. Laina took a step back and asked for something else, asking if he could heal or detoxify Karen. But Arnold hemmed and hawed for a long time, unable to give a definite answer. This time, Laina completely broke down. She pointed at Arnold and started complaining, "This is not allowed, that is not allowed. You call this thing healing and restoration? It's clearly useless." Just as the two were arguing fiercely, the sword Louis suddenly jumped out and with the look of a wise man said, "You have to explain it a bit. If you don't understand the principle, then this divine power is indeed no different from trash." Laina was confused. Does this divine power have a user manual? Is there some hidden use? Louis's one sentence revealed the mystery. It turned out that the continuous bumper harvests in the territory all these years were all due to Laina's inherent saintess aura. As long as she was there, the blessings of the gods never ceased. Laina had awakened what? Arnold replied, "That depends on which god summoned you." This time, Laina's imagination ran wild. What if the one who summoned me was a god of calamity? Arnold was originally quite sure, but after being scared by Laina like that, his heart also started to pound, and his speech became less confident. However, to convince Laina to switch careers and become a saintess, Arnold and Louis went all out. They took turns trying to persuade her to quickly cultivate, because this mysterious power might really be able to help Karen. The moment she thought of being able to protect the important person, Laina finally made up her mind. Whether it was a farm owner or a saintess, she was determined to cultivate. On the sea, thunder rumbled, and the fierce waves seemed to want to shatter the ship. The soldiers on deck were desperately struggling. In this monstrous weather, Everyone wanted to turn back quickly to save their lives. Unexpectedly, Douglas sat firmly in the back, disdainfully scolding his subordinates as fools, until one soldier desperately clung to the ship's railing, begging him for a hand. Only then did Douglas reveal a cold smile. But who would have thought that the moment Douglas got the divine sword, he would turn his back on them? He coldly uttered a word, "Throw him," and tossed the soldier into the sea as fish bait. This act of burning the bridge behind him stunned everyone around. But in Douglas's eyes, a soldier, even one who had rendered meritorious service, was not worth a penny. He looked at the sparkling divine sword in his hand, his mind already made up. A treasure of this level absolutely could not fall into the hands of an incompetent person. The divine sword finally spoke. It introduced itself, saying it was the divine sword blessed by the god of calamity, and questioned what purpose Douglas wanted to use it for. Douglas had completely shown his cards by now. He pointed towards the throne and shouted that as long as he had this divine sword symbolizing power, he could righteously usurp the throne and become emperor. The divine sword issued a final warning. If it was forcibly taken, the entire empire would fall into endless disaster. It asked Douglas for power. Would he even abandon his country? Who knew that Douglas wouldn't listen at all? He felt that letting that useless brat be the emperor was the biggest disaster for the empire. As for himself, he didn't know. He was the only legitimate heir. The divine sword suddenly sneered, saying it really liked Douglas's arrogant attitude. Before Douglas could react, the situation completely spiraled out of control. A stream of dark magic erupted, like a black snake. It coiled tightly around Douglas. Just a moment ago, he was looking down on everyone, but now he could only struggle in pain, unable to even cry for help. Completely. The divine sword's voice rang out again, filled with mockery. It said the most foolish thing about humans is that they don't know the power of the sword of calamity, yet they delude themselves into thinking they can control it. This time, Douglas had really played with fire. He thought he had found a shortcut to the throne, but ended up becoming a sacrifice for the divine sword. Seeing Douglas being completely devoured by darkness, who would have thought that this Game of Thrones would end before it even officially began? The divine sword sneered inwardly, feeling that humans were a species that both forgot and remembered easily. Back then, they threw it away out of fear of disaster. Now, out of greed, they sought it out again. It was truly ridiculous. The attendant heard the commotion and rushed over. He looked at the mess on the ground and anxiously asked if Douglas was injured, because the battle just now would make anyone break out in a cold sweat. But Douglas was extremely calm. He said flatly, "I'm fine," as if what just happened had never occurred. Just then, the sword in Douglas's hand emitted a dazzling light. His whole being radiated with power. "Let's go. We'll set off immediately to reclaim the throne." But at this critical moment, his subordinate brought back bad news. There was a problem. It turned out the emperor's side wasn't idle either. He had actually found another divine sword as a trump card, wanting to use it to turn the tide. Hearing this news, Douglas was stunned at first, then immediately burst into a crazy laugh. These people were truly beyond saving. They had just tasted bitterness, yet they dared to play this game again. This time, Douglas could not sit still any longer. Looking at that extraordinary sword, he decided to personally go and test the strength of those people. On the other side, Arnold was still unaware of the approaching danger, excitedly preparing to start the special training. Having eaten and drunk his fill, he was now full of energy. Arnold stopped him, indicating that once he started teaching, he would not be perfunctory. He even had an inexplicable sense of urgency, always feeling that he had to quickly pass on his skills. Laina rolled her eyes. A divine messenger who relied on intuition to work, no matter how you look at it, sounded like a charlatan. Just as the two were bickering, the door was suddenly pushed open. Karen walked in with a puzzled expression. The atmosphere instantly became strange. Karen was not so easily fooled. seeing the two of them so close. His face was written with disbelief. He always felt they were up to something behind his back. Laena panicked this time, afraid that her secret of reincarnation would be exposed. But Arnold was calm. On one hand, he secretly threatened Laena to keep quiet, and on the other, he made up a story without batting an eye. He said Laena was extraordinarily gifted, and he was just helping her unlock her divine power. Laena also quickly played along, saying that she was working hard to become stronger. Also, she could help Karen in the future. With this combo, Karen was successfully fooled. His tone immediately softened, and he even started to worry about Laena overworking herself. After finally getting rid of this difficult guy, the two of them could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Arnold led Laena to the backyard, and the special training officially began. Arnold told Laena to calm her mind and distinguish the sounds beyond the wind and birdsong. He said that amidst all the noise, she had to find the god who brought her here. Laena agreed verbally, but in her heart, she didn't take it seriously at all. Just by hearing sounds, one could become a divine messenger. Then this title of divine messenger was too cheap. But just as she was lost in thought, a clear call suddenly came to her ear. Laena was startled, and all the surrounding sounds instantly disappeared. The world became so quiet, it was a bit scary. Laena was completely frozen. She couldn't believe her ears. Was that sound just now really the legendary divine miracle? Things seemed to be getting bizarre. Laena still hadn't recovered from the whisper just now. Although she couldn't hear what was said specifically, the reality of it being right next to her ear scared her. What if the one calling her wasn't a proper god but an evil one? Arnold saw through her thoughts at a glance. If you're so anxious, then just stop thinking. No sooner said than done. Arnold directly switched to hell mode. What waterfall training, and then balancing a bucket of water on a wooden stake, in short, a wooden stake. Whatever torturous method he could think of, he used. He called it ensuring the training's effectiveness. Poor Laena had never suffered like this. She thought becoming a divine messenger was for a comfortable life, but she almost died in the backyard, tortured until she was half dead. By the time she managed to crawl back home, Karen was there to greet her with a concerned look, asking how her training went today. Laena didn't even have the strength to speak. This wasn't special training. This was clearly an attempt on her pathetic life. Before leaving, Arnold didn't forget to issue a threat, warning Laena that he would check her homework next time. Laena could only force a smile and explain to Karen that this high priest was just a bit too serious about his work. I thought this long journey would require a long carriage ride, but Karen didn't even bring much luggage, not even dry rations and snacks. He said it wasn't necessary. Laena's heart pounded. How far was this journey? What was even stranger was Karen didn't lead her to the main gate. Instead, he took her into the castle's basement, saying he wanted to take her on a shortcut. Laena followed him down, completely bewildered. Who would have thought that at the end of the stairs? This dark staircase, there would be a huge teleportation array hidden. The light. A faint blue light instantly filled the entire underground palace. This wasn't an ordinary basement, it was like another world. The scene before her left Laena completely dumbfounded. Laena looked at the glowing teleportation array before her. This scale was truly extravagant. Felix, standing beside her, was also agape. How could such advanced equipment appear in such a remote place? He calmly explained that this place was originally imperial territory. To fulfill his grandmother's wish to retire in her hometown, the family had specifically negotiated with the kingdom, forcefully turning this place into a special territory. Laena was secretly amazed to be able to create such a setup for one word from the old lady. Karen's background was even more formidable than she had imagined. She had truly hit the jackpot this time. Before she could finish her sigh of admiration, Karen signaled for her to stand in the center of the teleportation array. Then he wrapped his arm tightly around Laena. Laena was completely stunned. Karen leaned in close to her ear and said in a low voice, "If you don't hold on tight, you'll be thrown out during teleportation. This sudden intimate contact made Laina completely lose her ability to think. The light of the teleportation array flared up, and their journey officially began. Laina was still naive enough to ask Felix if he wanted to teleport with them. After all, it would be more economical for more people to travel together. As soon as she said that, Louis, beside her, couldn't stand it anymore. This wasn't a matter of saving money. Karen clearly wanted a world for two and didn't want Felix, this third wheel, to come along. As expected, the moment Karen opened his mouth, it reeked of jealousy. He asked Laina if she really wanted to bring him along. Felix, beside Karen, wanted to bring him along. Was so embarrassed he wanted to dig a hole and hide. This large-scale jealousy scene was truly exhausting for a single guy like him. Fortunately, the teleportation array finally activated, and a dazzling light instantly enveloped everything. But at the critical moment of teleportation, Laina suddenly noticed something was wrong. Karen, in her arms, was gradually becoming transparent. This feeling was completely different from before. Karen held Laina tightly, his tone revealing an unprecedented seriousness. He told her that no matter what happened, she must not let go. At the moment of teleportation, Louis suddenly screamed frantically, telling Laina to grab it quickly. Before Laina could react, a blinding light completely engulfed everything. When the blinding light subsided, she reacted, and a blinding light completely engulfed everything. When the light faded, Laina found herself standing in a forest. Louis felt burning hot in her hand, as if it were on fire. Karen's face darkened. He realized the teleportation array had been tampered with. They hadn't reached their destination at all. Before the two could even stand firmly, Louis was forcefully pulled away by something and disappeared directly into a black hole of nothingness. This was big trouble. Their only weapon had been snatched right from under their noses. Who would have thought that in a mysterious palace hundreds of miles away, Douglas was looking smugly at the sword Louis in his hand? It turned out all of this was his doing, intercepting them midway. He looked at the struggling Louis and revealed a chilling smile. "Since you've delivered yourself to my door, let's see what secrets this sword holds." Louis floated in midair, its entire body bound by a strange purple light. It struggled desperately but couldn't escape Douglas's control. The teleportation array suddenly went out of control. Liz and Susan were terrified. The attendants were in chaos, everyone worried for His Majesty's safety. Fortunately, with the divine sword Louis protecting him, Karen was teleported to a strange place. But luckily, he was unharmed. This finally allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief, but the matter was definitely not that simple. The person who could interfere with the teleportation of an ancient divine artifact must be a top-tier mage, and their target was very clear. Karen knew very well that this was clearly aimed at him. Before the mastermind was found, no one could let their guard down. He immediately ordered a lockdown, and everyone returned to their positions. Louis's situation finally stabilized. Karen walked over to inquire about the communication situation. Hearing that his family was safe, the heavy stone in Laina's heart was finally lifted. Karen surveyed the surroundings for a while and found that this place was not far from Fosting. As long as they could find a nearby village and replenish their energy, they could return. Although they had temporarily escaped danger, Karen clearly hadn't recovered. He was lying, holding Laina's hand tightly, telling her 1,000 times not to leave his side for even a step. Laina could feel his tension. After all, a moment ago, they had almost lost their lives. This near-death experience reminded Laina of a secret, just like when she suddenly awakened her past life memories. The days of being isolated and helpless before, Laina never wanted to experience them again. Back then, besides fear, she could do nothing. But now, she could do nothing. It was completely different. As long as Karen was by her side, even in the middle of nowhere, she felt exceptionally at ease. Just as the two were enjoying this brief moment of peace, the royal palace on the other side erupted. A panicked attendant rushed into the office without even knocking. David was initially very impatient, feeling that these trivial matters shouldn't bother him. But the next piece of news stunned him. I don't know. The crown princess's entourage had returned alone, and that noble crown princess had run off to the empire by herself. This time, things were really going to get serious. The crown princess running off to another country on her own, this matter, if it got out, would surely cause a huge commotion. David immediately summoned the attendant for questioning, wanting to know what was going on. The attendant was so scared. He couldn't even speak properly, only stammering that he was supposed to meet Laena. As soon as he heard Laena, he said, Laena said, Laena said. Hearing the name Laena, David was completely stunned. He never expected these two to get together. In David's eyes, Kyung-sina was an unreasonable woman. Every time she fought with him, she would find a place to vent her anger on someone else. What he was most worried about now was what these two women had talked about. Because if they were together, nothing good would come of it. David guessed that Laena was still in Forsting. If the door to the empire wasn't so easy to enter, Kyung-sina must still be stuck there. He decided to first go see his father, and then he would personally take action to end this matter. On the other side, Karen and Laena finally arrived at a small nearby village before dark, hoping to find a place to have a hot meal. But after entering the village, they found the atmosphere was completely wrong. The streets were empty, without a single soul. Karen saw the clues at a glance. This place was probably a slash-and-burn village. In other words, the people living here were all poor folks who couldn't pay their taxes and were forced to move out here. They were naturally hostile and wary of outsiders, although living in such villages meant not having to pay taxes, which did save money. It also meant completely losing protection. Once they encountered beasts or bandits, no one would come to save them. Karen looked at the desolation before him, sighing at the hardships of life. Laena sensitively noticed that his mood seemed a bit down and quickly asked him what was wrong. Karen casually made an excuse, saying this place was too small and there might not be any food. Hearing this, Laena couldn't sit still. She couldn't let them go hungry all night in this wilderness. She decided to go, put aside her pride, and ask for help. Who would have thought that this usually gentle and obedient girl would knock on the door as if she were breaking down the house? Even Louis on the side was stunned. This wasn't asking for help. The old man in the house couldn't stand the noise anymore. He grumbled as he opened the door, wanting to see who was causing a ruckus outside. Laena's acting skills were truly top-notch. The moment she opened her mouth, she revealed the skills of a seasoned veteran of the world. She put on a pitiful look, saying she was starving and wanted to buy some food from the old man. Louis watched from the side, dumbfounded, never expecting his master to have such skills. Laena wasn't embarrassed at all, frankly admitting that this was her secret weapon. After all, she had practiced a lot to survive in the past. This emotional appeal was indeed effective. The old man, who had been wary just a moment ago, immediately softened. He turned back into the house and brought out a basket of hot, dry rations. Although it wasn't a feast in this wilderness, this was a lifesaver. Karen, watching from behind, was stunned. He thought they would be turned away at the door, but with just a few words, Laena had completely won over this grumpy old man. It seems dinner was secured. Laena ate heartily while constantly praising the old man's skills, praising him until he was beaming with joy. Not only did he not know, he also did not know. Not only did he not take money, but he also happily gave her a few big apples. Karen cautiously asked about the village's past. The old man sighed, saying this place was indeed quite old. Back then, the previous emperor was too cruel. Not only were the taxes frighteningly high, but he would also raise an entire village for a trivial matter. The people really couldn't survive, so they had to flee to this remote mountain. After hearing this, Karen was a bit confused. Since the emperor had changed, hadn't they thought about returning to their hometown? The old man smiled bitterly and shook his head. We can't go back. We have no money and no power, plus the children all grew up here. This place has long since become our only home. Laina, listening from the side, was filled with emotions. She could feel the old man's deep attachment to this land. But the old man's next words made the atmosphere drop to a freezing point. He said, "Everything is good here, except for one thing. There's no doctor. Here, if the elderly get sick, they can basically only wait to die." Hearing this, Karen was stunned. This place that seemed like a safe haven was actually always on the brink of life and death. The old man helplessly shook his head and said that all the medicine here relied on the occasional passing merchants. If they couldn't afford it, they could only resign themselves to fate. Karen lowered his head and repeated the word, "doctor," in a low voice. His expression became extremely serious. He suddenly looked up and promised the old man, word by word, "I will definitely take care of this matter." Laina and the old man were both stunned, not understanding why this nobleman suddenly became so serious. Karen immediately asked if this place was near his territory and told the old man to list all the other difficulties at once. Laina sat on the side, watching Karen with mixed feelings. Logically, these villagers were not his subjects. He could have just left. But Karen not only didn't leave, but instead took on this responsibility. She knew he couldn't take on this responsibility. Laina looked at his profile and couldn't help but sigh. This man's heart was truly better than anyone else's. They could finally see the city walls. Karen calculated a bit. At this pace, they could enter the city in about 3 days. Laina looked at the cart full of luggage and couldn't help but sigh with admiration. Lord Grandmother was so thoughtful. They definitely wouldn't go hungry on the way. Karen said the effort wasn't in vain. But in his heart, he was still thinking about the villagers who lacked medicine. Laina saw right through him. "Are you planning to send a doctor to that village when you get back?" Karen was stunned for a moment, not expecting that his little plan would be seen through by this girl. Karen had always remembered his father's words, "The higher the position, the more you must protect those below. Only when everyone is well does the position I hold have meaning." Laina couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. She said he was truly an honest and overly kind fool. Karen was a bit embarrassed. This gentle praise reminded him of his long-deceased father, but as soon as he mentioned him, the cause of his father's death, the atmosphere suddenly changed. That benevolent lord had suddenly fallen ill and passed away while inspecting the border. Laina's heart skipped a beat. Border, serious illness, accident, these words put together didn't look like a coincidence at all. Karen looked at her expression, and his tone became cold. "Yes, it's just as you guessed." Years ago, Karen's father had become a man who had contracted a strange local disease while inspecting the village and passed away shortly after. But one trouble followed another. At that very moment, a world-shaking event occurred in the empire. The Holy Sword Louis, a symbol of royal power, had vanished from the national treasury into thin air. This incident caused an uproar throughout the empire. The ministers began to doubt whether Karen was qualified to sit on the throne. The nobility pressed even harder, insisting that he quickly abdicate the throne. Countless eyes were watching him from the shadows, just waiting to see him fall from grace. To shut them up, Karen had to play his last card. The old emperor, before his death, had played a vicious move. He divided the territory into 3 parts, giving them to his 3 sons to manage, and even issued a challenge. Whoever ruled best would be the one who was fit to be the true heir. This made young Karen furious. He hugged the history book and shouted in protest, clearly. "Father is the crown prince. Grandfather doing this, isn't it obvious he wants to see his sons fight to the death?" Just then, his father, Ethan, walked over. With a gentle smile on his lips, he signaled for his son to calm down. He was still not convinced, thinking that his grandfather had deliberately created this internal strife to maintain his power. But before he could finish, Ethan sternly interrupted him. "Outside, you must call me Your Majesty, no matter how much you suffer. This kind of rebellious talk is absolutely not to be repeated." Ethan stroked his grandson's head. His tone exuded confidence. He said, "This is actually a good opportunity. We don't need to rely on the title of firstborn son anymore. We must rely on real ability to show everyone who is worthy of being the emperor." Seeing the worried look on Karen's face, Ethan even joked, asking if he thought his father would lose. Little Karen frantically shook his head, afraid his father would misunderstand his loyalty. Ethan smiled and placed his son on his lap, letting him handle official duties together. Karen looked at his father's busy back and couldn't understand. He was clearly being made difficult by his grandfather. Why could his father still smile so brightly? At that moment, a letter caught Karen's attention. Amidst a pile of fancy official documents, this letter looked both tattered and old, its poverty a bit jarring. Who would send such a letter to a prince? Ethan didn't shy away and opened the letter right in front of his son. But no one could have expected that the contents of this letter would completely change the fate of the nation. Karen's eyes widened. He really couldn't believe it. This letter was actually written by commoners, every word filled with sincere gratitude. Ethan smiled and explained that the place had experienced a famine before, and even the seeds for the next year had been eaten. It was he who had sent people with food, which helped the villagers there survive. He looked into his son's eyes and asked, after reading this letter, "How do you feel?" Karen clutched the letter and said in a low voice, "This feeling is very strange. I always thought commoners were very distant from me, but now I don't know. Now I realize that they are also people with feelings and will be so happy for a little help." Ethan satisfyingly stroked his son's head. This was why he wanted to take his son out. If you hide in the palace your whole life, you will never see these real tears and smiles. To him, this was the most important moment. The son was finally able to see his mother, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Rolia looked at her son before her, her heart filled with worry. After all, the palace was in chaos right now. At this time, running out, if those eyeing the throne caught wind of it, the consequences would be unimaginable. But Ethan was very calm. He smiled and said visiting his mother was a matter of course. Aurelia looked at Karen hiding behind him and couldn't help but sigh. This child had grown so fast. It felt like she had just left the palace yesterday. Karen's attention was completely drawn to the distant fields. It was a scene of a bumper harvest that he had only ever seen in books. Everywhere was wheat, golden, and there were farmers busy sweating. He discovered something very magical. Although the work was tiring, yet everyone had a smile on their face that came from the bottom of their hearts. This was completely different from the descriptions of hard labor he had read in books. Aurelia. She bent down and gently asked him what he was looking at. Karen seemed to have a sudden enlightenment. He clenched his small fist and shouted. He asked a question, "How can we make everyone in this country live such happy lives?" This one sentence directly stunned Ethan and Aurelia. Who would have thought that a child of only a few years old would be thinking about a problem so grand? Aurelia was a little surprised and asked why he suddenly thought of this. Karen lowered his head and explained. He said that recently he always saw his father handling official documents, and those papers were full of the hardships of the people. The person in front of him was clearly doing the most tiring work, yet he was smiling more brightly than anyone. He looked up and seriously asked, "What is the secret? If all the people of the empire could be this happy, then father wouldn't have to worry every day. He himself would also be happy." Hearing these words, Ethan and his mother looked at each other. Neither of them said anything, just gave a smile. A very satisfied smile. This smile scared Karen. He completely didn't understand what the adults were happy about. Ethan gently stroked his son's head and said softly, "Just with these words of yours, father is already very happy." He looked into Karen's clear eyes, and in his heart, he already had an answer. This child will definitely become a great emperor in the future. Aurelia was also beside him. She teased, saying that if he wanted to be a good emperor, he had to behave well now. Ethan smiled and nodded in agreement. At this moment, he seemed to see the future hope of the empire in his son. Karen at that time thought that these carefree days would surely last forever. But who would have thought? The dream would shatter so quickly because his father left this world forever. Before he passed, his last words were for Karen to take good care of his younger siblings. Who could have imagined that the dignified king of a country would die from a so-called local disease? What was even stranger was that the place where he fell was extremely remote and desolate, and there wasn't even a mage capable of teleportation nearby. Was this really just a coincidence? Now, with one brother dead and the other missing, Douglas looked at the coffin before him. He had seized this throne amidst fear and terror. Now, only the two of them were left in the royal family. Douglas was outwardly lamenting, but inwardly, he was plotting how to secure his throne. In the late emperor's eyes, Douglas, this son, was the most difficult to deal with. He would even take his old life for power. Just as the atmosphere dropped to a freezing point, the late emperor suddenly targeted the child standing beside him. He sneered, "You are not the only heir." This move was intended to push young Karen to the forefront of the most dangerous storm. Douglas was frantic. He refuted the late emperor on the spot, feeling that it was absurd to place a child in that position. But the late emperor couldn't hear. He looked down at young Karen and forced him with a cold tone, "Do you dare to accept your father's throne?" Everyone held their breath. Young Karen stood frozen, remembering his father's gentle encouragement, saying that he would definitely be a good emperor in the future. At this moment, the shyness in his eyes disappeared. He answered loudly, "I am willing to follow the path my father walked." This one sentence completely dragged him into the whirlpool of the power struggle. After his father's death, a drama of fighting for the throne officially began. The obsession of his grandfather and uncle with power far exceeded Karen's imagination. To gain recognition, Karen worked day and night, but the results were not as he wished. Rumors spread throughout the court that Karen, though only 10 years old, had excellent swordsmanship, even about to overshadow the late emperor's glory. When these words reached the late emperor's ears, it was more unbearable than killing him. He would absolutely not allow anyone to threaten his position. At this time, Susan, for touching a sword, was slapped hard by the enraged late emperor. The late emperor roared, "A girl dares to touch a sword?" This wasn't teaching a child, it was clearly him venting his inner fear. Seeing Susan being hit, Karen rushed forward, blocking in front of her, shouting, "I lent her the sword. If you want to punish someone, punish me." The late emperor sneered, using his words to start framing him. He said Karen had been blinded by outside flattery and even dared to be lazy in his training. Lazy. Karen quickly explained that he had never neglected his swordsmanship. The late emperor just waited for this sentence. He revealed a sinister face. "If you're so confident, then show a few moves to prove it in front of everyone." Then he called out Philip. This was the captain of the Empire's Knight Order, a former training partner of the late emperor himself, to ask a top swordsman to deal with a child. The late emperor wasn't trying to test him, he clearly wanted to take Karen's life. Who would have thought that facing the strongest knight captain in the Empire, young Karen would actually fight on par with him and even show a confident smile? The late emperor suddenly shouted, "Stop," and turned to ask Philip, "How is this child's swordsmanship?" Philip sincerely exclaimed, "This child is truly a genius. Among his peers, there is no one who can match him. In the future, we won't have to worry anymore." But as soon as the late emperor heard these words, his expression changed instantly. He coldly interrupted Philip, "Stop with the useless flattery." He spread his arms and arrogantly made a request to compare him to himself when he was young. Philip was so scared he quickly changed his tune, saying that the late emperor when he was young was truly unbeatable. The late emperor felt the strange power in his hand. It was the resonance left by the divine sword. He sneered at Karen, "You're still far from my level." The late emperor gave a smile, a faint smile, and issued the cruelest order. "Since you're so outstanding, then continue practicing. Practice until sunset." Philip couldn't help but advise against it, saying that if he kept practicing like this, the child's body would eventually be crippled. But the late emperor wouldn't listen. He glared at Karen with a cruel gaze and just said, "Continue for me." From daytime to this day, he has not listened. Sunset, and then to late at night, only the mechanical sound of clashing could be heard on the training ground, until Karen was completely exhausted. Pitifully, "No matter how hard you try, you will never be emperor. Do you think you can beat me now? Put away that ridiculous arrogance of yours." Seeing the late emperor's departing back, Karen couldn't say a word. He finally realized that no matter how well he did, his grandfather would never acknowledge him. No one expected the late emperor to die so suddenly. Worst of all, before he died, he didn't even have time to name a successor. This time, the court was completely in chaos. The officials argued endlessly. Some felt the throne couldn't be left empty and that the son should be quickly of the late emperor, Douglas, should ascend. But another faction firmly opposed. They felt that although Karen was young, whether in intellect or ability, he was already miles ahead of Douglas. Just as the two factions were at a stalemate, Douglas himself capsized the boat first. His corrupt and amorous affairs were dug up to the very bottom, his reputation ruined to the extreme. Just like that, the situation instantly reversed. Young Karen, amidst the chaos, officially ascended the throne. On that day, he became the new emperor of the empire. A few years passed in the blink of an eye. Karen had grown up, but this emperor's reign was not peaceful. Because the divine sword symbolizing power had not yet been found in the court, the officials started using this to pressure him. They said that without the sword in the emperor's hand, the people would not feel at ease. This was clearly questioning Karen's legitimacy. Just then, Douglas stood up. He pretended to be kind and suggested, "If the sword can't be found, then let's arrange a marriage. Marry Karen's younger sisters to the old king of the neighboring country." Karen's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't a marriage alliance, this was clearly an attempt to humiliate his family, to slap him in the face in front of all the civil and military officials. He knew very well that if he got angry right now in front of everyone, he would fall into his uncle's trap and be caught. Karen suppressed his anger and coldly rejected the proposal. He said, "The stability of the empire does not need to be exchanged for the sacrifice of women. I will use my own way, personally, to reclaim what was lost." Douglas laughed heartily, putting on the air of an elder, and said, "Why so serious? I was just making a suggestion. If that divine sword is never found, in another 10, 20 years, my position will not be found. I'm afraid this emperor's position won't be stable. If even the face of the royal family is lost, who will still obey the emperor? Couldn't even be found in legends." He ran forward desperately. He thought that as long as he rushed towards that light, he could escape this damn nightmare, just to escape this cursed place. But who would have thought that behind that light was not an exit at all, but countless sinister eyes staring at him? These resentful souls knelt on the ground, questioning him one by one. "Your Majesty, are you planning to abandon us?" The voice in the dream was still pressuring him. It said that if he still couldn't find that divine sword, he would have to send all the princesses away for marriage alliances, using the happiness of women to fill the whole of the royal family. Karen sat up with a start, realizing it was just a nightmare. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the pressure of reality came crashing down like a mountain. A huge mountain. Although the war for the throne was over, that old fox was still using the matter of the lost sword to make waves everywhere, causing even his trusted aides to waver now. Looking at himself in the mirror, he began to doubt if he was really cut out to be an emperor. Karen walked alone along the empty corridor. He felt that he had clearly tried his best, but what was the result? He was only getting further and further away from this country. He now had no idea what to do and could only walk in this land, determined to push open one heavy door after another, trying to find an answer. At that time, Aurelia was still working late into the night in her study. The guard felt sorry for her. He advised her to rest early, but this mistress was very stubborn, insisting on finishing the work at hand before stopping. But the tray didn't go back out. As he walked, he sighed that his master was truly too reckless. As he looked up, he happened to run into the distraught Karen. The guard was stunned. It was so late. Why was His Majesty the Emperor here alone? No matter how much Aurelia calculated, she never expected that in the middle of the night, His Majesty the Emperor would personally come to her door. The guard standing beside her was also stunned. It was so late at night and Karen was only wearing a thin nightgown, standing there listlessly in front of the door. Rolia quickly pulled him inside. Looking at the child before her, she knew very well in her heart that the malicious rumors outside about the fight for the throne. The throne had already pushed this young man to his limit. After the two sat down, Aurelia couldn't see. Beating around the bush, she looked straight into Karen's eyes and asked directly, "Did you run away from the palace?" Karen was silent for a long time before finally speaking the truth. In that palace, he was suffocating. As long as he could leave that place, anywhere would be fine. The more Karen spoke, the more pained he became. He remembered being treated by his Uncle Douglas like a commodity on a scale. He thought becoming emperor would be a release. But now, even his younger sisters were being targeted. He was really scared, afraid that he would repeat his father's mistakes. In his eyes, he watched his loved ones being taken away one by one. Aura asked, Aura asked, Aura asked, Aura asked. After hearing this, Coralia asked coldly, "If you're so scared, why don't you just give the throne to Douglas?" Without thinking, Bran refused, saying he absolutely couldn't do it because Douglas was a power-hungry maniac. If a person like that was evaluated, he wouldn't be able to do it. Became emperor, the empire might expand its territory, but the price would be countless citizens shedding blood. He couldn't watch his people suffer just to avoid risk. This was the real reason he held onto the throne. Hearing this answer, he began to find a man. Answer. Aurelia's tense face finally showed a hint of a satisfied smile. Aurelia suddenly asked Karen if he still saw. Remember, when he was a child, he once asked a very naive question. Karen was stunned. He couldn't remember what he had said at all. Aurelia gently stroked his head and reminded him that the little boy back then was full of thoughts about how to let the people live. Good days. Aurelia said softly to him, "Actually, the subjects of the empire are already very happy now because they have a kind and responsible emperor like Karen." Hearing these words, Karen froze on the spot, especially when Aurelia mentioned that if Ethan were still alive, he would definitely be proud of the current Karen. This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Karen couldn't hold on any longer. The vows he made back then, the determination that was once so firm, since when had he thrown them all away? Looking at Aurelia before him, Karen finally found his lost self. Karen collapsed into Aurelia's arms, crying like a wronged child. While wiping his tears, he apologized, saying he really couldn't control himself. Aurelia said nothing, just gently patted his back, telling him to cry if he wanted to. What happened here today? Today, she guaranteed that no one would know. By the time Karen stood up again, the confusion on his face had disappeared. He adjusted. He respectfully bowed to his grandmother, promising this would be the last time. In the future, he would never let anyone see his weakness again. Prolia watched his departing back, silently praying for this child, as well as for the future of the entire empire. Like the peaceful days, Prolia watched his departing back, silently praying for this child, as well as for the future of the entire empire. The peace didn't last long before trouble came knocking again. During the court session, the ministers started getting restless. They brought up the old issue again, insisting that Karen must consider the marriage proposal Douglas had made, and even brought up the disappearance of the divine sword Lewis. Speaking in riddles, these old foxes clearly wanted to kick him while he was down. Faced with the pressure from the ministers, Karen directly slammed his hand on the table. His attitude was firm, saying he would never treat the princesses as commodities to be sold for political gain, his own sisters. The old minister's face turned red. He still wanted to act as a mediator, saying that a marriage alliance was clearly the path. A shortcut to solve the problem. Karen sneered. This so-called shortcut would only accelerate the empire's demise. He saw more clearly than anyone else that relying on outside help was ultimately temporary. For the empire to truly rise, the people must live in peace first. As for the missing divine sword Louis, Karen also had his own explanation. If the divine sword left because the royal family was incompetent, then as long as he managed the country well, the divine sword would naturally sense it and reappear. These logics left the ministers speechless. Finally, Kara looked at the people below and asked coldly, "Am I wrong?" The entire hall instantly fell silent. The people who were just shouting now dared not even breathe loudly. Karen finally gave the ministers a final order. Instead of focusing on that missing divine sword, they should spend more time thinking about how to take care of the people. Everyone must do their duty. After dealing with the mess in the court, he went to the royal gallery alone. Under the setting sun, he stood quietly before the tombstone of his father. He gently placed the fresh flowers in his hand down and softly called out, "Father." At this moment, the fears that had been accumulating in his heart for so long finally dissipated completely. He silently vowed before the tombstone. One day, he will prove his own strength without needing the blessing of any external force. He wants to become a great emperor. A true powerhouse who not only makes his father proud, but also makes the divine sword Louis willingly submit. After his father's death, Karen was almost crushed by the weight of responsibility, even thinking of abandoning everything and running away. Laena gently said that in the end, he still chose to stay and always fought for others. He was truly a good person. This sincerity and effort were what attracted her the most. Just as the atmosphere was filled with emotion, the divine sword Louis suddenly jumped out, noisily saying that if it weren't for it, Karen wouldn't have come here at all. Laena recalled this journey, being sent away by her family to the countryside to farm, and even becoming the master of this divine sword. A villainous supporting actress. A wicked character who was destined to die in a foreign land. Could it be that going through all this was to meet Karen? Looking at Louis in her hand, Laena suddenly felt that using it as a rock-cutting scissor was truly a waste. She planned to use a box to wrap it up and worship it. But Louis bristled on the spot, shouting that it absolutely did not want to be hung on a wall. It would rather go to the battlefield and fight than be a useless decoration. Although being treated as scissors was embarrassing, as long as it could follow its master, it would reluctantly endure it. This divine sword's temper was really too much. The recent days had been too peaceful. As a divine sword, Louis instead became depressed. It felt that it was neither a weapon nor did it know how to live in the future. Laena gently comforted it, saying there was no need to force an answer right now. Most things in this world just pass by in a muddle. After hearing this, Louis finally felt a little more at ease. But Laena was very angry. As a weapon with its own thoughts, its fate was destined to be very complicated. She couldn't possibly wish for chaos in the world and go to war just to let it show its talent. Just then, a quarrel suddenly erupted outside. Someone was specifically asking to see Karen. It seems the peaceful days were about to end again. As Kyung-sina was rushing to leave, Engel suddenly blocked her way. He said he didn't dare to obstruct her. But in his heart, he had already planned everything. The secret mission Karen had given him was to monitor every move of this saintess. He had to find out her true identity. But now, keeping her here, he couldn't find any clues. Kyung-sina also felt flustered. If she just barged in, if she didn't handle it well, it might cause trouble. Not a small diplomatic incident. She urged Engel to lead the way quickly. But he dropped a bombshell. The emperor was not in the city at the moment, and no one knew where he had gone. This time, the situation was at a complete standstill. Kyung-sina could see that he wasn't lying, but this feeling of being led by the nose made Kyung-sina feel that he couldn't lie. She felt very uncomfortable. Kyung-sina's spoiled princess temper flared up again, making a scene. She demanded a bath and a lavish meal. She also complained that she couldn't survive on just bread. This righteous attitude made Engel feel even more that her identity was not simple. Since he couldn't figure it out himself, Engel decided to take her to the governor's mansion, the Lord's residence, to let the high priest Arnold handle it. After all, in front of a holy man, any disguise would eventually be revealed. But Kyung-sina didn't realize it at all. Hearing there was a place to stay and dinner, she was so happy she was about to fly. After returning to the Lord's mansion, Engel was politely chatting with Mrs. Aurelia. After Kyung-sina finished her bath and came out, she started to find fault, complaining that a dignified lord's mansion didn't even have her favorite jasmine perfume. Looking at her acting like the host, Mrs. Aurelia was also speechless. This wasn't like seeking refuge, this was clearly bringing home a demanding ancestor. Kyung-sina was still putting on airs here. Not only did she urge them to serve the food quickly, she also felt that by not making a fuss about being kicked out, she was truly the kindest crown princess in the world. But Mrs. Aurelia didn't pay any attention to her act and coldly threw out a sentence: "If you want to eat, you have to work. We don't support idle people in this mansion." Kyung-sina truly couldn't believe her ears. In her entire life, she didn't know. She had suffered this kind of humiliation. She immediately bristled, threatening to make the other party suffer and obediently bow their head in apology to her. But Mrs. Aurelia didn't even bat an eyelid. She directly exposed the harsh reality. Faustin was no longer a territory of the kingdom anymore. No one was obligated to serve a foreigner who barged in here. Kyung-sina angrily pointed her fingers straight at her. She said that doing this would cause a diplomatic crisis and even used Karen as her backing, feeling that as long as Karen was present, no one would dare treat her like this. Unfortunately, the current situation was no longer something she could solve by throwing a tantrum. Mrs. Aurelia didn't indulge her. She directly pressed the watering can into her hand, making it clear that if she didn't finish watering this flower bed, no one was eating today. Kyung-sina had never suffered such a grievance. While working, she cursed inwardly, even thinking that when Karen returned, she would definitely tattle on them and make sure those who bullied her were punished. Just as she was full of resentment, the high priest Arnold suddenly appeared. Before Kyung-sina could greet him, the first thing he said was to call her a low-quality fake saintess. Arnold's tone was full of disgust. He criticized her for being lazy all day and not doing her job properly. She had long since forgotten the mission she had when she came to this world. As soon as Kyung-sina heard this, she became defiant. She puffed out her chest and retorted loudly, saying her mission was to marry Karen and then live a happy life. After all, that's what was written in black and white in the novel. Looking at her confident and lovesick appearance, Arnold's mouth was truly venomous. He bluntly exposed Kyung-sina, saying that her petty thoughts were all personal desires and were not worthy of the two boys. The word mission. These two words made Kyung-sina jump up in anger. She felt this man was truly unreasonable. The more she thought, the more something felt wrong. How could there be such a strange person in the Lord's mansion? She immediately craned her neck and called for the guards. She was determined to kick this suspicious person out. That momentum, she couldn't wait to make Arnold disappear immediately. Just then, Engel rushed over. Kyung-sina thought her savior had arrived, pointed at Arnold, and told Engel to act quickly. But the moment Engel opened his mouth, he respectfully called out, "Father." This time, it was Kyung-sina's turn to be stunned. Engel awkwardly introduced him as the high priest he had always wanted to recommend to her. But how could Kyung-sina accept this? After this reversal, she pointed her finger straight at Arnold's nose and cursed loudly. She was convinced she wasn't mistaken. This man was so harsh with his words. How could he be the respected high priest? He must be a swindler who goes around deceiving people. He was really angry this time. He stood in front of Arnold and sternly questioned Kyung-sina on what grounds did she call the high priest a fraud, telling her to speak with some respect. But when Sina saw that Angle wouldn't help her, she just blurted everything out. She said she had plenty of evidence, because this man had been insulting her as a fake saintess since they first met. The 3 words fake saintess. Fake saintess were like a heavy bomb exploding in Angle's heart. He never expected the high priest to give such an assessment.